A Small Town Gamble. By Melinda Curtis. Chapter 1. Harmony Valley. What do you mean you won't hire me? Annie Raye stared at her cousin Jill in disbelief as they meandered through Harmony Valley's town square on a sunny Saturday morning in October. The word around town is that you need part-time help. I need a part-time maid. Jill frowned. And not apologetically. She owned the railroad stop retreat on the outskirts of Harmony Valley, a small operation that nevertheless required Jill to make tough decisions. Annie, you have a finance degree and years of corporate experience. I'm not going to hire you to scrub my toilets. You should be happy pouring wine at the local winery's tasting room. I was looking to supplement my part-time income. As a trapped-by-circumstance single mom, Annie wasn't ready to let the chance for a second part-time job pass her by. She pressed on. I've tried for nearly 2 years to get back into corporate finance. It's time to give up on that career path. No one wanted to hire a woman who'd once worked for, and been married to, a corporate embezzler, especially a woman who claimed not to have noticed anything amiss at work or at home with her ex. Annie couldn't blame the companies she'd applied to for considering her too much of a risk. If she were in their expensive shoes, her entire ordeal seemed too far-fetched to be believed. Isn't that the defining story of my life? A history too far-fetched to be believed. It's time to lay my cards face up on the table and evaluate whether I'm in or out. Annie blew out a breath, shoving her hands into her jeans jacket pockets. I've thought long and hard about this. Anne, I'm out. Jill drew Annie to a stop and faced her. The ends of her long, brown hair lifted gently by the lackadaisical October breeze, so carefree and at odds with the fiery determination in Jill's big, brown eyes. Repeat after me, I am not giving up on a career in finance. Why not? I'm trying to be glass half full. Harmony Valley is a great place to raise kids. You said so yourself last night at book club. Annie tried to smile, then tried harder to hold her frustration over being careerless in check. Jill was more like a sister to her than a cousin. None of this was her fault. Besides, she couldn't blow her stack. They weren't alone. They were attending the farmers' market in Harmony Valley's town square. The small town was located in northern Sonoma County where everyone knew everyone's business, or wanted to. People milled around them on this, the last farmers' market of the year. Many, young and old, were dressed in Halloween costumes and trick-or-treating at the vendor tables, including Annie's 6-year-old daughter, dressed as video game heroine Princess Peach, 2 of her friends, dressed as video game heroes Mario and Luigi, and Jill's son, dressed as Mario's arch-nemesis Bowser. Jill and Annie weren't among the costumed. Annie wore a gray maxi dress topped with a jean jacket. Jill wore blue jeans and a black hoodie with the railroad stop retreat logo on the front. I don't have any pride left, Jill. Annie moved closer to her cousin, lowering her voice. You know my childhood wasn't a fairy tale. In Vegas, at least. Nor was mine, Jill said stiffly, expression shuddering. Annie felt bad about triggering that. But she was on the pity train express, no stops allowed. My marriage was short and notoriously disastrous. While mine is long and disastrous. Yes. Present tense. Jill turned the simple wedding ring around her finger, a nervous habit. She'd chosen to leave her husband on her wedding night but had never divorced him. According to Jill, she hadn't seen or heard from him since. One up this, Annie continued down the track of woe is me. The company Frank embezzled from took everything from me, my savings, my retirement, and my Lexus. Annie really missed that red SUV. I'll call you on it. Jill rubbed her palms together, expression lightening. They did enjoy ribbing each other. The last group that booked with me stole a month's supply of toilet paper, all the pillowcases, and several large rocks from the garden. You know, the big rocks the kids always play on. All without me realizing it until they were gone. Wow. That is bad. More than a little competitive herself, Annie reached for something her cousin couldn't top. But I'm a 30-year-old single mom, working part-time pouring wine, and living with my grandmother. Their shared grandmother. They both looked her way. Glamma used to be a Vegas showgirl and had appeared today dressed as Glinda the Good Witch of Oz. She'd been waving her wand all morning, sprinkling attendees with glitter she called fairy dust, promising to bring them joy and good luck. Much as I love Glamma, Annie began. I think I win the gold medal for woman most in need of a job she's overqualified for. And then she added in a softer voice, please Jill. Jill's long brown hair was tousled by the coastal breeze once more as she considered Annie's argument. But it was a short contemplation before she said simply, no. No? Annie walked in a small, tight circle before fixing her beloved cousin with a frown. You can't do me this one little favor? I talked Matthew Burns into asking you to prom in freshman year. I drove to Vegas to pick you up when you panicked after rushing into marriage. I played Santa Claus for Teddy when I was 9 months pregnant with Maddie. She could go on. They'd been through a lot together. All I'm asking is to be your part-time room cleaner. And that's your answer? No? That's right. Jill gave a brisk nod, gathering her hair and securing it with a black hair scrunchie. Thank you for your interest, but I've got a different type of candidate in mind. Annie hung her head. My streak of bad luck persists. I can't even get a job cleaning toilets. Don't get me wrong, Jill continued, leading Annie over to the wrought iron bench beneath the square's lone oak tree, the bench that had seen more than its share of marriage proposals. I'd love to help you. But I'm already employing Glamma. One family employee is more than enough drama for me. Jill gestured toward their paternal grandmother, who was tossing silver glitter on Snarky Sam, the town's persnickety pawn shop owner. Sam took it well, smiling up at Glamma as if her fairy dust could charm even the grumpiest of Harmony Valley's old men. And chances were, it could. For a widow pushing 80, Gloria Raye, aka Glamma, was a looker. No gray hair for her. She was a brassy blonde with an hourglass figure and a carefully made-up face. But she was more than her careful presentation. She was living her best life, which was demoralizing for Annie, whose best life seemed to be behind her. Annie was spinning her wheels in Harmony Valley watching Father Time shuffle past. Meanwhile, her grandmother wasn't sitting back and letting life pass her by. Just last week, Glamma had entered a ballroom dancing competition in Sacramento and won in her age group. Last month, she'd gone on an over-60 singles cruise to Alaska, returning with tales of all the hearts she'd broken. Last summer, she tried out to be a contestant on a nationally televised game show. She approached life as if there was nothing she couldn't do. I should take a lesson from her book. Glamma moved to a table where a local gardener was selling pumpkins. Which one should I choose as my carriage to the charity ball tonight? The biggest one, of course. Perhaps sensing a sale, the woman grinned, gesturing toward a huge, orange pumpkin. That big one. It's more like a party bus than a Cinderella carriage. Smiling sweetly, Glamma picked up a small white pumpkin, hardly larger than a softball. This is more my style. I'm partial to compact, sporty carriages. Ferraris, McLarens, Jaguars, and the like. Luxury sports cars, she meant. Annie chuckled, nudging Jill. You can take the showgirl out of Vegas, but you can't take Vegas out of the showgirl. So true. It was Jill's turn to nudge Annie. But since you're touting clichés, look how quickly you took your eyes off the prize that is my job opening. You don't really want me to hire you because if I do, you'll give up trying to return to the corporate world where you belong. Face it. You're a math geek. You love working with numbers, whether it's calculating interest on a loan or counting the odds you'll be dealt a face card in a game of blackjack. Annie frowned. No offense. Jill looped her arm around Annie's shoulder and hugged her. What I'm saying is that I don't want you to give up what you love. Annie sighed, accepting defeat. And Jill knew it. Her smile was full of sympathy. Don't feel bad. The right opportunity will come along. And this time, I just know it'll be a sure thing. Annie scoffed and muttered, "A sure thing." They didn't exist. Their kids ran past, half hidden in a larger group of children dressed as an assortment of vampires, ghosts, clowns, and doctors. Maddie's pink princess dress had a muddy hem, but she looked as if she'd had fun muddying it. Glamma followed the children, smiling, tittering, and waving her star-topped wand. She paused in front of them, handed Jill the little white pumpkin, and then reached into a skirt pocket, only to sprinkle Annie and Jill with silver glitter a moment later. "My fairy dust will bring good luck, sunshine and smiles to those dreary faces." "Sunshine and smiles," she repeated more firmly when they didn't immediately react as suggested. "Sunshine." Annie bared her teeth. "Smiles." Jill did the same. "Much better." Glamma flitted off, her silvery blue bell skirt swaying with every step. Glamma and Grandpa Raye, Las Vegas natives, had taken Annie in for a year after her mother skipped town and Dad had made bad choices that risked his life and the roof over their heads. The next year, Annie's mother had settled in Harmony Valley and Annie had joined her. It was here that she and Jill had formed an unbreakable bond. Then, before Jill and Annie's senior year, Jill's parents had struggled to keep the railroad stop retreat open and their marriage together. Jill had been sent to live with her maternal grandparents in Vegas, only to return at the end of the school year married and pregnant. Since then, she'd worked at the retreat with her parents, who'd now retired and moved to Phoenix. After Grandpa Raye died, Annie's mother sold Glamma her home in Harmony Valley and moved to Alaska with a gold miner she'd met online. Because, that's the kind of free-spirited, unfettered life Mom lived. Annie had been living with her grandmother since her ex-husband had first been arrested for embezzling. She'd chosen to return here because she'd been let go from her much-beloved corporate finance job and was being hounded by the media. Small town, isolated Harmony Valley wasn't convenient for reporters seeking a story. Annie could be just another soccer mom in Harmony Valley, reactivate her accounts on social media, go back to feeling like there was nothing of note about her other than being the mother of a precocious little girl. And speaking of, a young, familiar voice reached Annie's ears. "No. I get to save Mario and Luigi from Bowser this time." Maddie's high-pitched, upset voice carried across the town square. "Kitty was first. Alex was second. And I'm third." Third. Numbers were just as important and fascinating to Maddie as they'd been to Annie when she'd been that age. That fascination could be both a blessing and a curse. Before a fight erupted, an excited greeting rose up among the children. They scampered across the lawn toward the latest residents to join in on the Halloween celebration. Rose Cassia, a Harmony Valley Town Council member, skipped over to Glamma in her Tinkerbell costume. She was followed by the rest of the town council, two grandmotherly types dressed as pirates. One pirate wheeled her red walker over the grass. The other brandished her small, plastic cutlass as if she were fencing. Jill gently plucked at Annie's short, blonde hair, apparently on a quest to remove silver glitter. "Look, if you can't get hired by a big company where you can wear fancy clothes and high heels, why not start your own accounting firm here in town? You can dress up for work, or when we watch the kids play soccer, or for book club. It's not so much about the clothes." Although Annie enjoyed the sense of confidence donning a power suit gave her. She stared down at the toes of her sneakers, which seemed to be the fanciest footwear she'd worn lately. "I enjoy crunching numbers and assessing risk, not hiring and firing." "Grouch." Jill teased. "Who says you have to hire anyone? I'd be happy to be a business of one. But I can't run the retreat alone. Whereas you," she nudged Annie once more. "Whereas I could be a one-woman shop." If only doing people's taxes excited her. Annie's cell phone rang, interrupting Jill's pep talk. Annie glanced at the screen, pulse accelerating with spirit-raising hope. This is a Las Vegas number. And not one she recognized. "Oh." Jill clammed up, the way she always did when anyone mentioned Sin City. "I still can't believe you applied for a job there." "I can't either. But needs must. Doesn't mean I'll get the job." Annie was quickly coming back down to earth. "This is probably another courtesy call to say thanks for applying." Annie answered, moving away for some privacy. When her call was finished, Annie returned to the bench and Jill's side. She was beaming, feeling lighter than she had in weeks. "Slotto Gambling Machines wants me to fly out for a day of interviews next week. Can you believe it?" "No," Jill's reply was as wooden as her features had become. "They make slot machines for casinos and have a position open for Chief Finance Officer." Annie liked the job title, CFO, even if the company currently had less than 50 employees. The human resource manager apologized for calling on a Saturday, but he's been behind since the company had an injection of investment. They've been expanding and hiring at all levels. Jill nodded and managed an unconvincing, "That's exciting." Or it would be if it wasn't in Las Vegas. Jill didn't need to finish her sentence. They had few secrets between them. Deep down, Annie felt the same way about relocation. Vegas wasn't her preference as a place to rebuild her life. There was her estranged father, for one. And the horrible, never-to-be-repeated or spoken of event in her past for another. Annie pressed pause on her happiness playbook and gave Jill a side hug, trying to squeeze her cousin's reservations away along with her own. "I'll be fine. I'm nobody. If I'm lucky enough to get the job," Annie knocked on the trunk of the oak tree behind the bench, "I won't contact my dad. I'll never enter a casino or do anything to attract the attention of anyone. All I need is a year, maybe 2, to rebuild my career credentials. And then I'll return to California." She took in the worried look in Jill's eyes, struggling to keep that worry from infecting her. "No one will notice me, Jill. Not my father, who she hadn't spoken to in years, or Aldo Patrizio, who owned a monstrous casino on the Strip where the horrible, never-to-be-repeated or spoken of event had taken place." "You didn't mention Vince," Jill murmured, referring to her estranged husband, Aldo's grandson. "Can you avoid being noticed by Vince?" She turned the simple wedding ring on her finger once more. "Do you promise to stay away from the Strip? From your father? And the Patrizios? I don't want you to get hurt or Vince to show up here expecting." Jill swallowed thickly, gaze drifting toward her son Teddy. "Of course, I promise." Annie gave Jill another squeeze. "This job is at a very unglamorous manufacturing company. No one who works in a casino or is even remotely connected to my father or the Patrizios will know I'm in town." Annie's gaze caught on Glamma. She waved her over. A little pixie dust would be welcome about now. For some much-needed joy and luck. Las Vegas, a week later. "Vince? What are you doing here?" Sam Knight entered the extravagantly furnished studio apartment he rented. He dropped his keys, wallet and sunglasses on a bowl on the kitchen counter, frowning at his best friend and landlord. "Don't you live in a big, fancy house?" "The one attached to the garage Sam lived over." "I do." Vince Patrizio sat on the compact, trendy brown couch. His feet rested on the wood coffee table. There was a football game on the TV and a beer bottle in Vince's hand. "But my house is too big and fancy." Translation: too quiet and empty. Vince glanced at Sam, gaze as dark as his crisply cut black hair. "Where've you been?" "Working." "As a private investigator or as a bounty hunter?" Vince sipped his beer and gave Sam a disapproving look, most likely because he knew Sam hadn't been investigating anyone. This was a topic they frequently argued over. Vince considered bounty hunting too dangerous while Sam welcomed the risk. "I'll give you one guess as to my workday." Sam touched a spot beneath his right eye. He'd run down a bail jumper who'd robbed a pair of tourists at gunpoint a few months back. The runner had a short, dull blade, one that had given Sam a 2-inch flesh wound. And when a bleeding Sam had disarmed him, the guy had the nerve to pop Sam in the right eye, which now felt puffy and like it wanted to close. "Yep, there's a reason Vince won't need more than one guess as to what I was doing." "Bounty hunting will get you killed," Vince said in a voice that sounded like a prophecy. "Are you my mother?" She didn't approve of Sam being a bounty hunter either. "Your mother is a saint," Vince said in that superior tone he wielded like a weapon. He wore an expensive pair of pants and a custom-fitted silver dress shirt, both of which were at odds with his bare feet. "And since neither of us is ever going to achieve sainthood, I'll leave it at that." "Will you, though?" Sam kicked off his shoes and tossed his blood-soaked lightweight jacket on top of them. "I'd wager you'll tell my mother what I've been doing the next time she visits." "Without a doubt." Vince gave him a wry smile. "She always brings me homemade banana nut bread in exchange for information on the son who never calls home. How easily you can be bought." Sam selected a beer from among many options in the refrigerator and a small bag of frozen peas. He walked past his neatly made bed and into the small space devoted to what Vince had oversold as a living room. It fit only a narrow coffee table, and a large TV mounted on the wall above an inset gas fireplace. Sam dropped into the corner of the brown couch opposite Vince and took in Vince's progress on his beer, a lot, the stack of file folders on the coffee table, large, with what looked like a contract sitting on top, signature line blank, and the score in the football game, lopsided. Vegas was losing. Shocker. Sam rested the bag of frozen peas on his right eye. To what do I owe this pleasure? He was too tired to pretend he wasn't beat and beat up. "You've fallen down a rabbit hole," Vince said flatly, not even doing Sam the courtesy of looking him in the one good eye he had left. "Tracking down the lowest of the low when you could be doing your father's work tracking down teenage runaways." Vince finally faced him. "Look at yourself, man. You look as if you came out the wrong end of a meat grinder. This is me pointing out that you're letting what happened in the past dictate your choices in the present. You're living in the shadows as if you belong there." "I do belong there. But out." "No," Vince ripped part of the label off his beer. "When we left the Marines 2 years ago, we promised to watch out for each other." Sam closed his eyes, trying to shut the door on a badly braided combination of sharp guilt and sharper truth. But they kept binding together, drawing his shoulders inward while trying to draw him into that spotlight Vince seemed to want him under. A microscope, more like. Sam opened his eyes and decided humor was called for. "At the time we discussed keeping in touch, I meant it in a more laissez-faire kind of way. Like I'd make sure you had a place to go at Christmas if your family drama got too heavy." Which it often did. Vince didn't offer a rebuttal. He simply lifted Sam's t-shirt sleeve, revealing the white bandage that hid too many black stitches. And then, he pinned Sam with a stare that said not to try and bluff a bluffer. And since Vince came from a family of gamblers, his grandfather had parlayed his luck with cards into ownership of one of the largest hotels and casinos on the Strip, it was always hard to get anything past Vince. Not that it had always been that way. When they'd first met, Sam was Vince's sergeant and could read the younger man like a book. Vince had shown up in the Marines with a real Rolex, a heavy chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper, characteristics that had told Sam more than he needed to know about his upbringing, fed by a silver spoon, crushed by the weight of wealthy expectations, and a fighter looking for something to believe in. And for some reason, Vince chose to believe in Sam. They'd served overseas in the Marine Corps Embassy Security Group where it didn't matter what your economic background or family history was. Those who worked and bunked together protecting diplomatic staff became family. Over 2 years ago, their service had ended in tragedy, gunfire, bloodshed, hospitals, rehab, therapy, and, eventually, honorable discharge. Vince had left the Corps with a leg injury to face a family that demanded perfection. Sam had left with a mental wound to face his mother's desire that he carry on his dead father's legacy. Neither Vince nor Sam were living up to family expectations. "Have you been sleeping well?" Vince asked as a referee in the football game called an illegal chop block. "Have you?" Sam demanded in return. "Touché." Vince held his beer bottle toward Sam. Sam clinked his bottle with Vince's. They both took a sip. Sam knew Vince wasn't letting the bounty hunter thing go. And on one level, he appreciated it. No one else knew what he'd been through and what demons he still wrestled with. Play on the football field restarted. As did Vince's wellness check. Tell me why you have to add bounty hunter to your resume. His directness made Vince a good businessman. But it also made him a pain-in-the-butt friend. Sam stared at the ceiling, hand running lightly over the bandage just below his shoulder. He supposed Vince deserved an honest answer. It gives me satisfaction to force bad guys to face justice for their sins. Because after engaging in a gunfight for his country and killing terrorists, other human beings, some too young to carry a gun, Sam hadn't atoned for his. I might never forgive myself. Same old argument. Vince ran a hand through his black hair. We did our duty. A veteran with a purple heart is supposed to be a hero, not a man who carries guilt over his service. Key word being supposed, Sam said gruffly. I took lives that day, not all of them true soldiers. You saved lives that day, Sam, Vince insisted, dark brows riding low over black eyes that saw too much. You saved my life and those of the workers in the embassy, the ones who weren't armed and would have been slaughtered by terrorists young and old. Sam's head pounded. His black eye ached. Wounds, past and present, throbbed. I think we can both agree that your therapist is better than my therapist. Said no Marine ever, Vince deadpanned, turning back to the TV just as a timeout was called. Besides, you stopped going to therapy. We were just going around in circles. The therapist preached self-forgiveness and Sam refused to sit in a padded pew and listen. I have some safer work for you while you recuperate from your latest capture. Vince leaned forward and tapped the pile of folders with the contract on top. These are new employee background checks for a company I've invested in, Slotto Gaming Machines. He pulled out 2 sheets of paper. You'll need to sign a non-disclosure agreement and service contract. Background checks. Sam rolled his eyes. No one unworthy ever applies for a job if they know there's going to be a background check. Since I recommended someone in this stack, I hope that's true. Vince finished his beer and stood. You have 10 days to get them done. 10 days. Sam scoffed. Low priority. For you, maybe. Vince shrugged his shoulders back, as if needing to release tension. You need to hang around with someone other than bail bondsmen and criminals who skipped their court date, Sam. You'll sleep better at night. He walked slowly, his limp barely discernible, as he headed toward the door. I want the signed non-disclosure agreement and service contract before I leave for work tomorrow. The quarterback fumbled. Sam set the paperwork back on the coffee table. The door behind him opened but didn't close, allowing the brisk November breeze to blow in. Sam turned, suddenly curious. Which person in this stack do you want me to approve? Vince didn't answer other than to say, sweet dreams. Chapter 2. It was like a small-town parade back home, the noise, the color, the movement, the overflowing crowd. It would have been comforting if Sam wasn't halfway around the world, sweating in a uniform, and carrying an automatic weapon. The crowd bulged, thinned, rotated, revealed men, teens, women carrying babies and toddlers. No matter who they were individually, as a unit, the crowd was smiling and singing as they passed the American soldiers on a narrow street in the Middle East. If I was a reporter, I'd be vibing with this. But Sam wasn't here to observe and sugarcoat things. He was here to protect. In the meager shade of the gates outside the U.S. Embassy entrance, Sam watched the locals pass, searching through the crowd with a dead-eyed stare, looking for anomalies, fear in the eyes, a nervous expression, or a determined one. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing that explained why his hands were cold in the oppressive heat, his nerves on edge. Gun. Shooter. Vince stumbled back as his leg was struck by a bullet. The crowd surged toward them, lifting previously hidden weapons. Sam lifted his M16 and sat bolt upright in bed. In Las Vegas. Head pounding. Heart racing. Body drenched in sweat. Sam placed a hand over the scar on his side. Sunshine outlined the closed shades on his windows, trying its best to reach him in the shadows. His cell phone was ringing. Sam Knight, PI. Sam peeled off his t-shirt, trying to peel away the painful memory and fling it back where it belonged, in a box in his head, one with a flimsy lock and broken hinges. You don't have to shout. Aldo Patrizio's cold voice penetrated through Sam's headache and put him on red alert. Aldo was Vince's grandfather. A call from the founder of the Bella Vista Casino was never good news. For years, the old man had been trying to recruit Sam to keep him informed of Vince's movements, to manage his grandson the way Aldo orchestrated every other thing in his life, with an iron fist. Aldo should try tempting me with homemade banana nut bread. Did I wake you? Aldo asked. Nope. I've been up for hours, Sam lied, using his t-shirt to wipe the sweat from his face. And no, I don't know where Vince is. I'm sure most people take you for your word. The old man made a sound of disgust. But I'm not most people. You've made that very clear, sir. Year after year, for as long as Sam had known him, which was as long as Sam had known Vince, Aldo had surprised him. Aldo was volatile in expression, as sharp as a new needle, and yet he could be loving with Vince. Key phrase being could be. That kind-heartedness was surprisingly at odds with Aldo's cold reputation. There were more rumors and myths surrounding Aldo Patrizio than there were known facts. Aldo was believed to have chauffeured the Rat Pack when he first arrived in Sin City. Word on the street was that he'd used his generous tips in that era to hone his gambling skills. He'd parlayed his winnings to buy a small card house on the outskirts of town. That had done so well, he'd bought a failing casino closer to the Strip. And then another, until he was in a position to build his dream casino, the Bella Vista, on the Strip. After that, there were rumors of card games Aldo had played for high stakes with celebrities and the occasional oddity, like the time he'd played a teenager with a talent for blackjack, and lost $500,000. The longer Sam knew Aldo Patrizio, the more the truly outlandish rumors seemed plausible. Did you hang up on me? Aldo grumbled. No, sir. I've got a job for you, Sam Knight, PI. Aldo finally got to the point. I always take care of my own, which, as you know, extends to my community and roots. There's a group of card counters becoming more bothersome at independently owned casinos in the valley. Card counters plural? Sam didn't know much about card counting other than it implied keeping track of cards played on the blackjack table in your head, then using that knowledge to calculate odds and decide how to play a hand. Since there was no technology used or ploys like sneaking cards of their own onto the table, Sam wasn't entirely sure it was cheating. Are card counters running in packs now? Like feral cats out by the airport? There are no feral, Aldo hissed like an untamed Mauser. I won't fall for your bad jokes. The threat is real. More than $250,000 lost the past few months alone. And the figure is growing. The card players are never the same, but the amount of winnings is just under $5,000 a pop. Coincidentally, the $5,000 was the threshold for reporting winnings to the government as income. Vince says you've been hunting down scum. I need to leverage that experience to find these lowlifes. And stop them, Sam finished for Aldo. He stared at his reflection in the mirror on the wall. It had been over a week since his last bounty. All traces of his black eye were gone. He'd had Vince remove his stitches last night. How do you propose I end this gambling ring? It wasn't like they'd missed their court appearance and he could haul them off to jail. I'll stop them, Aldo said gruffly and without hesitation. He was also rumored to be old-school Vegas when it came to dealing out justice. Card counters are cheats and cheats only understand a firmly given reprimand. Right. As long as your reprimand is within the boundaries of the law. Catching unrepentant criminals and donating his bounty to charity made Sam feel better about the blood he'd spilled overseas, but he'd draw the line at the kidnapping and torture of skilled card players. Are you lecturing me about legalities when we're talking about men who cheat the system? Aldo railed. Never. Sam teased. He took some satisfaction in pushing the old man's buttons. You're the expert on cheating the system and the limits of the law. That silenced Aldo. After a moment, he continued in a thick voice. If you provide me with their names, I'll make it worth your while. The old man quoted an attractive figure that would boost Sam's sagging bank account. It was a fee nearly triple what Sam might have charged, much more than any bounty he'd collected so far. There was more going on here than a request for services. Sam's jaw tensed. At risk of repeating myself, I'm not going to spy on Vince for you. He decided then and there that not even homemade banana nut bread could sway him. You're the one who keeps bringing that up. Aldo's thick, slow laughter grated on Sam's nerves. Stay on task. I'll have the casino managers contact you directly when they spot a suspected cheat. Then you'll call Rick Sabatini. He'll need to gamble at the blackjack table with the suspect to confirm they're cheats. If they are, you'll find out their identities and I'll take care of the rest. No one disrespects me or those under my protection. That sounds like this is personal. And Sam wanted no part of that. Casino managers. Rick Sabatini. Cheaters identified. That's all you need to do. And then, Aldo hung up. Casino managers, Rick, cheaters, Aldo, Sam muttered, rolling his eyes. A rumbling started beneath him. Sam lifted a window shade, squinted, and took note of Vince backing his new red Ferrari out of the garage below. Tires squealed. The Ferrari quickly disappeared down the long driveway. Sam's phone pinged. His bank. Letting him know his balance had dipped below $100. Okay, I need a job. He supposed Aldo's offer was as good as any, at least until Vince weighed in and told him otherwise. Sam filled the coffee maker and stared at it, willing it to brew faster. The stack of job applicants for Slotto gaming machines sat next to Sam's laptop on the small kitchen table, waiting for review and approval. It had been 9 days since Vince had dropped them off. Although Sam had signed the contract papers, he'd purposefully put the task off, both to annoy Vince and to avoid immersing himself in the normalcy of innocent, upstanding lives. He'd never be innocent or upstanding again. Sam sighed, listening to the coffee do a painfully slow brew. He really should get those background checks done today so he could get paid. Sam sat down at the table and opened the first folder. Annie Raye. The name conjured up innocence and sunshine. Sam disliked her already. He sat at the table and logged on to his computer. Raye was her maiden name, but apparently she'd ping-ponged from Ms. Raye to Mrs. Westberg and back to Ms. Raye. Her driving record and credit history were clean. It would be a waste of time to check for a criminal record, but Sam did it anyway. Due diligence and all. While the computer chugged through several databases, he got himself a cup of coffee. He should just rubber stamp Annie Raye's application so she could get that exciting chief finance officer job at Slotto's. Conducting a complete search was a waste of his time. Sam sat back down, looked at the search results and nearly dropped his coffee mug. Annie turned east and headed toward the apartment complex her father said he was living in now. Located near the airport, her father's current abode wasn't in the nicest area, but Annie needed someone to watch Maddie while she signed all the final employment paperwork at Slotto Gaming Machines today. She wanted to get that done quickly, in order to make sure nothing went wrong, and the job didn't fall through. That meant being a consummate professional, one who didn't show up with a child in tow. She'd only realized last night that she didn't know anyone else in Las Vegas. Look at me. I've already broken one promise to Jill. But she'd rationalized that it was just for a few hours. The company had offered Annie the free use of a furnished condominium for 3 months while she figured out where to live. It wasn't as if Annie and Maddie were going to live with Dad. Slotto needed her. Their finances weren't automated. They still cut checks by hand. Who knew what other archaic practices they used? This transition was going to be painful for them. Annie needed to look like a woman who could be trusted and wasn't to be trifled with. At the Bakersfield Hotel this morning, Annie had donned her best business suit, a white skirt and jacket, glamorous pearl necklace, and heels, high, before contacting her father. 1, 2, 3 green traffic lights ahead. Maddie crooned from the back seat. 1, 2, 3, 4 red cars. Why are there so many red cars, Mommy? Because this is Sin City, the desert metropolis where dreams are made and broken, and red cars symbolize the flashiness of risk and fleeting success. I see airplanes. Maddie squealed excitedly, kicking at the front seat. Don't stop at Grandpa's house until I finish counting. She began adding up the planes lined up for takeoff. Maddie's obsession with numbers was something Annie was proud of. But there was a bittersweet feeling that went along with that pride, based in what had happened after the horrible, never-to-be-repeated or spoken of event. I can't count cards anymore, Annie told Dad as she sat next to his hospital bed. You can count if it makes you happy, Dad wheezed, voice weakened by the pressure from 2 broken ribs. It was hard to look at him, the stitches beneath his swollen, black eye, the puffy, split lip, a front tooth missing, his broken hand in a sling. It had been harder still to register the deck of cards with the hospital's logo someone had left on his bedside table. Annie got up and threw the cards in the trash. -1. That's 12, Maddie said from the back seat. The first plane is leaving. -1. A card counting term. Annie swallowed past a thick lump in her throat. Maybe you can do something other than count at Grandpa's. She'd told her father that Maddie loved Play-Doh and coloring books. That ought to keep them busy for 2 hours. I'm always counting, Maddie said with pride and just enough determination that Annie knew her little girl wouldn't stop the thing she loved most. A good mother wouldn't squelch her daughter's passion. An airplane sped past them on the runway, the loud roar momentarily making thought and conversation impossible. Annie turned into the Harvard Arms, an apartment complex aspiring to be a dump, as evidenced by its sparse cactus garden, cracked windows, and peeling paint. Her ancient Toyota sedan looked like the newest vehicle in the lot. Annie parked and let the car idle, reluctant to get out. I can't leave Maddie here. Is this where Grandpa lives? Maddie was wound up, as overjoyed as if they'd just arrived at Disneyland. I hope he lives upstairs. I'll count every step. We can't stay here. Annie's stomach soured. She put the car in reverse. Look. Is that Grandpa? He has whiskers, Maddie said breathlessly, probably imagining trying to count them all. Sure enough, Annie's father trundled down the concrete steps from the second story with a huge smile on his gaunt, wrinkled face. His wavy hair was long, gray, and sparse. The years hadn't been kind. He looked far older than 65. Annie turned off the car. Annie. It took him 2 tries to open her sticky car door, frowning at it as he stepped back to give her room to get out. I could fix this for you. Don't bother. I'll get a new one soon. Okay. Without warning, Dad hugged her so tight that Annie felt his breath hitch, as if he might cry. That made Annie's breath hitch, as if she might cry, too. Maybe I've been wrong to keep my distance all these years. Dad held her at arm's length with that half grin he always used just before he announced his latest scheme. No. Annie had had enough of scheming men. Dad opened the rear door, leaning in to see his granddaughter for the first time. And this must be Maddie. With those blonde curls and bright blue eyes, you're as beautiful as your mother was at your age. He was charming, from the sparkle in his blue eyes to his infectious smile. But he had to ruin it by adding, do you play cards, Maddie? No, Annie frowned, edging past him. No cards. I told you. Maddie likes Play-Doh and coloring books. Dad's smile fell. His blue eyes turned dull. Sure. Annie unbuckled Maddie from her car seat. This is only for a few hours. But we all need to be on our best behavior. Right, Angel? I'm always good, Maddie reassured Annie as she helped her out of the car. I'm always good, too. Dad flashed his charming smile, held open his arms, and, without hesitation, Maddie ran to him. The past rolled over Annie like the time she'd been in the ocean and facing the beach. An unusually large wave had pounded her into a hairpin shape, pummeled her to the sandy bottom, rolled her around until her lungs nearly gave out. The wave had blindsided her. And yet, she'd found her footing and drawn in much-needed air. Lesson learned. Dad swinging me into his arms when I was Maddie's age. Me throwing my head back and giggling so hard I almost peed my pants. He was always a good time. Mom and Dad fighting over money so loud that even hiding in my closet and pressing stuffed animals over my ears didn't drown out the noise. Dad sneaking me a chocolate afterward, giving me a big hug, a gentle kiss, and a soft promise to always love me. He always knew how to comfort me. Dad taking me to the back rooms of small casinos after Mom left because he didn't want to leave me alone and couldn't afford a sitter. Him gambling, me watching, him losing, me playing, me winning, until that last big game Anne. Dad's bruised and bloodied face swam in front of Annie's thoughts, stealing her breath and tilting her equilibrium the same way that wave had done. He never knew when to stop. But I did. And I do. In the here and now, Annie's gaze found her father's. Dad, I'm sorry. For so much. For too much to dredge up. But she wouldn't apologize for choosing to put herself and her daughter first. We're good, Dad promised with a genuine smile that made Annie realize how much this visit meant to him. And maybe, deep down, it means a lot to me, too. That must have been why Annie followed her father up the concrete and wrought iron staircase in silence. And in that silence, to her dismay, Annie noticed Maddie's lips moving as she climbed beside her. Maddie was counting the number of stairs to the top. He can't ever know. Annie placed her finger briefly on her daughter's lips. Maddie stopped counting. And Annie's mommy guilt resurfaced. It's only for 2 hours. They continued to climb. The bleakness of the Harvard arms pressed around Annie. Did you lose the house, Dad? Annie had hoped her father had changed, had stopped gambling, living on the edge of ruin. But this place. He was probably still hanging out with the same crowd of could-have-beens who wagered every nickel on the flip of a card and didn't seem to care where they lived, what they lost, or if they had enough to retire on. This is only temporary, Annie. Dad glanced up as a jumbo jet barnstormed Harvard Arms on its way to land at McCarran International Airport before opening the door to apartment 2D and shrugging apologetically. You get used to that. Annie knew she never would. Chapter 3. Carl, nice to finally meet you. Sam set the stack of candidate files on his client's desk. Vince would be proud of Sam. Instead of his usual blue jeans and black t-shirt, Sam wore black slacks and a black polo shirt. Nice to meet you in person, Sam. Carl Nunez, Slotto Gaming Machines Director of Human Resources, stared at Sam, a series of deep furrows in his brow that creased his bald head, front to back. We haven't gotten the drug testing results back for most of these, anyway. He picked up the files. I hadn't realized your stack was so large. That's Vince for you. He never starts anything slowly. Sam turned away, taking in the photos of Carl's family on a bookshelf by the door. The older man had a large family, including 3 baby granddaughters with gummy grins. Sam felt pressure build in his chest. He sat in one of Carl's orange plastic visitor chairs, his back to the pictures, his mind mentally double-locking the box with the bad memories. I can pick up more if you have them available. Anything I need to know about these? Carl spun in his chair, hefting the stack of files toward the wooden credenza behind him. Actually, Sam leaned forward, orange plastic chair creaking a protest. There's a problem with one candidate. Carl's pale forehead ripple furrowed once more. He rested the pile of files in his lap. What kind of problem? An arrest record. It might have been a crime. How happy that fact made him. Annie Raye. Annie? There must be some mistake. Carl didn't need to search for Annie's file. Sam had put it on top of the stack. Carl set hers on his desk, then placed the rest on the credenza. Everyone loves Annie. I already approved her hiring and moving expenses. What was up with that jovial tone? Carl sounded like the forgiving type. No longer amused, Sam frowned. Carl, Annie was arrested on suspicion of corporate embezzling. I think that makes her a bad choice as your new chief financial officer. Just my personal opinion. Sam pulled his invoice out of his pocket, smoothed the creases and handed it to Carl. Should I pick up more files from your assistant on my way out? I failed my background check. Annie's fingers felt cold, numb. And the feeling was taking hold of the rest of her body. Me? I knew this job was too good to be true. I'm afraid so. In his office at Slotto Gaming Machines, Carl crushed Annie's hopes for a fresh start. The committee made its final review of your application this morning, Anne. He couldn't quite meet her gaze. Unfortunately, we've decided to pursue another candidate because of your arrest record. And then Carl did the darndest thing. He looked like he was trying to bite back a smile. Something inside Annie snapped. Are you? Don't say it. Don't burn a bridge. Are you laughing at me? Annie's voice sounded as cold and unfeeling as her fingers had moments before. Or maybe not unfeeling, because something broke free inside of her, something she'd stuffed down deep inside herself for too long, possibly for 18 years. Are you laughing at a woman who was married to a lying, cheating embezzler? A woman who was arrested on suspicion of aiding and abetting his crimes? A single mother who was cleared of all charges and still needs to put food on the table? A woman highly qualified, no, overqualified for the position you're offering? Carl's mouth slid open. In shock, she supposed. Oh, I burned that bridge. Annie stood up and tugged her white suit jacket down. You said the job was mine. I packed up and moved from California. And now, you're yanking that job away because, Annie tried to compose herself, not feeling like she was succeeding. You're wrong. All charges against me were dropped. I see. Carl nodded slowly. I don't have to tell you how much liability you've brought to this company for a poorly researched decision. Not that Annie could afford a lawyer. No. She could barely afford the gas to get back to Harmony Valley. She was backed into a corner, as if she was staring at a weak hand in blackjack, a 10 and a 6, and assessing the odds of a low card being dealt if she said, hit me. Annie knew how to gamble. But gambling required a different mindset than she'd had since she'd left Dad when she was 12. Gamblers had a survivor mindset, proactive, opportunistic, unapologetic. Nothing like the reactive thoughts and doormat actions of a victim. And Annie was tired of being the victim. Something had to change. She had to change. This time, Annie was going to fight for what was right, for what she'd been promised. And her brain. It wasn't just humming with anger and card-counting metaphors. It was adding things up. Carl had sent her a welcome to the company email yesterday at close of business. It wasn't even 11 in the morning. That meant someone had given him bad information early today. The file on Carl's desk with her name on the tab had an invoice from Sam Knight Investigations clipped on top. For once, Annie was glad Slotto operated in the dark ages. They'd left a paper trail. When she'd arrived, there'd been a tall man outside waiting for Carl's assistant to print him a check. He'd had thick black hair and a face with features that probably inspired plenty of female fantasies, despite the gaunt look in his green eyes. Rumpled black slacks and a well-worn, black polo shirt added to the down-on-his-luck private investigator vibe. Carl's assistant may have even called him Sam. I need this job, Carl. I can do good things for Slotto. Annie smoothed her skirt and tried to compose herself, tried to sound like the qualified, unruffled businesswoman she'd been before Frank was arrested. Before she was arrested. If there's been a mistake in my background check, would you still hire me? Annie tried to make her stare say, to avoid being sued. But it had been a long time since she'd had to bluff. It must have worked. Carl looked relieved to be offered a way out. You came highly recommended. Of course, if there's been a mistake in your arrest record. You'll make amends, Annie said staunchly, already calculating a number in her head for pain and suffering. Carl nodded slowly, perhaps doing some number crunching of his own. We'll need time to have our investigator confirm your claim. Time. Annie slid her cell phone out of a pocket of her small, tan, crossbody purse, checking the time. 10 minutes had passed since she'd entered Carl's office. She had to get this mistake corrected today or Carl would drag his feet, consult the company lawyer, decide it would be better to pay Annie off outright than risk having the ex-wife of a convicted embezzler on the premises. Annie walked out, head high. She was just desperate enough to face Sam Knight and prove all charges had been dropped. If only he hadn't left the building. Chapter 4. Las Vegas, Airport District. Grandpa? Maddie stopped rolling her ball of Play-Doh and looked up at Brett with big, blue eyes that indicated intelligence. Her blonde bangs were gentle wisps on her forehead while the rest of her short hair fell in unruly curls around her face. She was so much like Annie that Brett's heart ached. And yet, he couldn't stop smiling. This is my do-over. The one Brett had been praying for all these years. But in order to earn that second chance, he had to be an upstanding grandfather. He and Maddie were alone. Annie had left to sign the last of her employment papers and pick up the key to her corporate apartment. Did you want to say something? Brett asked his granddaughter. You have 3 doors in this house, Maddie said solemnly. 3 doors, a whisper of excitement chilled Brett. Could it be? If you count the kitchen cabinet doors, I have more than 3. It was a test of sorts. You have 16 kitchen cabinet doors, plus 2 bathroom cabinet doors, plus 3 doors people can walk through. Maddie squished her Play-Doh into a pancake. That's 21 doors. She has it. That brilliance and obsession with numbers, the same as Annie. The skill that had made her a sensation at backroom blackjack tables when she was 12. You like to count, do you? At Maddie's nod, he asked, what grade are you in school? First. Maddie nodded again. I went for 53 days before we left Harmony Valley. We have 21 chairs in room 12. She smoothed the skirt of her cotton dress, studying Brett as if he were a lab specimen. You have a lot of whiskers. So many I don't think I could count them all. Maddie reached up and touched his stubbled cheek. Brett chuckled. He could listen to his granddaughter talk all day. And if he played his cards right, he'd be able to. I bet you learned a lot in room 12. And taught her teacher a thing or two. I did. Maddie grinned. Mommy says I'm going to a new classroom soon, which is sad because I won't have my old friends. I'll have new friends. And not all new friends are as nice as old ones. That's true, Brett agreed. Do your friends in Harmony Valley like it when you count? Maddie's grin turned secretive. Her head bobbed. I love this kid. He had to say it out loud. I love you, Maddie. He hugged her, this wonder that Annie had blessed him with, taking in the waxy smell of crayon and the pungent aroma of Play-Doh. He'd rushed out this morning to buy them after Annie had called. You can count for me anytime. I love you, Grandpa, Maddie recited, the way children did when entranced by something new. And then she gave him a curious look. How come I haven't seen you before? Brett swallowed past a sudden, painful lump in his throat. You lived so far away. And, your mother said she never wanted to see me again. And I've had many pots in the fire. Work. You never came to visit, even at Christmas. I would remember. Solemn Maddie was back. Brett might have screwed up his relationship with Annie, but he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. The important thing is that you're here now. And I'll see you this Christmas. That's a promise. His cell phone chimed. Brett picked up. Where are you? Ernie's anger vibrated through the phone. You're supposed to have my back. Oh. When Annie had called this morning, Brett had forgotten all else, even his team's card-counting schedule. He and a handful of other gamblers were playing an orchestrated blackjack schedule to raise a very large amount of money for a very good cause, a friend's medical care. Perhaps sensing something was wrong, Ernie's tone mellowed. Did that old Ford Maverick of yours finally kick the bucket? Do you need me to swing by your house to pick you up? No. I'm not home. When Brett played, he was like a spy going undercover. A run-in with Aldo Patrizio 18 years ago had made him paranoid of being identified. He never got greedy. Never won enough at any one time to have to report his earnings. Never risked getting thrown out of any establishment. Brett didn't work with others but had agreed to this job for no pay. Didn't mean he was lax on personal security. Brett had paid cash for the temporary apartment and had registered under a different name using his fake ID. He drove his ex-wife's ancient Ford Maverick, which was still registered to her at a P.O. box he paid for under her maiden name. And he didn't tell anyone on the team where he was staying. Maddie walked down the apartment hallway, peeking in the bedroom door. Brett? Are you still there? Ernie captured his attention once more. Can you hear me? Are you going to show up? Well. You see. I needed a personal day. Brett tried to sound casual. The group had a week left to raise an additional $100,000 for a close friend's medical care. Brett didn't have time to take a day off, but he couldn't let this opportunity with Maddie and Annie pass either. Grandpa. Why is it so dark in here? Maddie called from the far end of the hallway. Who's there with you? Ernie demanded, voice sharp and full of suspicion. It's a neighbor bringing me chicken soup. Brett turned on the TV. A game show blared onto the screen. Grandpa, can I count your windows? Maddie shouted over the noise. Grandpa? Somehow, Ernie had heard her. Must be those fancy hearing aids of his. Is Annie back? Can she help us? No. No. Brett denied it too quickly. Truthfully, he'd wanted to ask Annie to help them the moment she arrived. She used to be fond of Chauncey. But she'd made it clear right away that she disapproved of anything to do with cards. He clutched his cell phone tighter, not wanting to risk losing her again. I mean, yes. Annie's here. A surprise visit. But no, she can't help. But, Chauncey needs this. He'll die if we don't. I'm sorry. Brett hung up. Chauncey might need money for an experimental cancer treatment, but Brett needed his daughter back in his life. It was reckless of him to have wanted to see Annie and meet his granddaughter in the middle of this unusual project, laughable to hope he could make any kind of relationship progress when he was still the same man Annie had cut out of her life. Harmony Valley, Railroad Stop Retreat. Jill's phone pinged with an alert. Why can't folks just call anymore? Glamma was folding towels in Jill's small office at the railroad stop retreat. She wore an oatmeal sweater over a long, purple paisley skirt and wide, silver bangles on her wrist. You and that phone are in a relationship all your own. Jill turned away from her computer screen to tend to her phone and her breath caught. A Google alert flashed on her screen. An obituary. He's dead. What is it? Glamma kept folding towels. She hated folding towels almost as much as she hated folding fitted sheets. A reservation request when we're already booked? A problem with our tax bill? He's dead, Jill whispered, feeling cold and shivery despite sunshine streaming through the windows and a cozy, railroad stop hoodie. Who? Glamma clutched a white bath towel to her chest. Snarky Sam? Mayor Larry? No. No one you know. In fact, it was someone Jill barely knew. But someone who'd changed the course of her life irrevocably. You scared me. Glamma set the unfolded towel back in the hamper. I think it's time for a coffee. You've already had a coffee break this morning. Jill turned her phone over, needing to think. Then it's an early lunch. Glamma wasn't to be deterred. Don't be a slave driver. Jill scoffed, almost smiling. Glamma was a high-maintenance employee, even if she was a good brand ambassador when the railroad stop was booked. Guests loved her. It was in those days and hours when they reset the retreat that getting work out of Glamma was like pushing a log uphill. Are you really going to eat lunch? Jill pinned her grandmother with a sharp stare. Or are you going to be like a hobbit and have an early lunch hour and then a second lunch hour later? Glamma tossed her shoulder-length blonde locks in diva-like fashion. Hobbits know the secret to a happy life. You still didn't answer the question. Jill's phone dinged once more. She flipped it over to find a text from Annie. A frown emoji. Take whatever lunch you need. Rather than text Annie back, Jill hurried outside and called her. The sound of road noise greeted Jill before Annie said, "Hello. I can't talk long. There's a glitch in the hiring process and I'm trying to track down the appropriate paperwork." Annie honked her horn. She wasn't the most patient of drivers. "Brian Salazar is dead," Jill blurted, staring up at the swaying pine trees. Her son's baby daddy. The man who date raped her on prom night. That's great news. I mean, how did he die? Annie honked again. No one will let me merge. Where did these people learn to drive? I've called it a bad time. Jill waved at Glamma, who had her nose pressed against the office window. She was probably wondering why Jill needed privacy on a phone call. Jill never needed privacy on a phone call. Call me later. No, Annie blew out a breath. No. This is huge. There are probably all kinds of emotions running through your head and, brake, brake, brake. The sound of squealing tires filled the airwaves. Are you in a car chase? Should I be concerned? Jill moved around behind a large tree trunk where Glamma couldn't see her. Don't worry about me. But I'm worried about you. Brian is dead. How are you feeling? What are you going to do? Well, Jill hesitated. I don't know. Teddy's nearly 12. He's been asking about his father. Maybe it's time I wrapped up that chapter of our lives. She was thinking out loud now. Maybe I should take Teddy to the funeral. There was bound to be a crowd and she wouldn't pay her respects to the family, retaining her anonymity. And then I should divorce Vince. The statement felt insubstantial. But surely, he wanted a divorce. The only reason she'd married Vince in the first place was because she'd been afraid Brian's wealthy family would take the baby from her. And theirs had never been a real marriage anyway. You don't have to make a decision today, Annie reassured her. Glamma poked her head around the tree trunk, a question in her eyes. Jill waved her off. Yes, that's for the best. Think about it. Only Jill didn't want to think about it. She wanted to act. She was a woman of action. She hated having too much time to noodle decisions. And there you are, Annie said with a bit of a maniacal laugh. I'll call you later, Jill. Hugs and love. Hugs and love, Jill echoed, tucking her cell phone in her jeans pocket and giving Glamma stern expression. Aren't you supposed to be at early lunch? Glamma's gaze challenged. Aren't you supposed to keep me updated on any news from Annie? It wasn't news from Annie that Jill was withholding. But withhold it, she would. Some secrets are meant for cousins only. Jill stuck her nose in the air and marched back to her office. But, Glamma trotted after her, burgundy skirt swirling around her ankles. I've always been one of the girls. Jill didn't have a heart to tell her that some secrets weren't meant for grandmotherly ears, no matter how cool said Granny was. Chapter 5. Sam pulled a hot dog from the warming rack at the 7-Eleven across the street from Slotto Gaming Machines headquarters, feeling pretty good about the morning. Another reprobate got what was coming to her. You've got some explaining to do, slacker. He'd been called much worse than slacker, but this taunt threw him for a loop. Sam turned. The woman before him looked like a petite, Swedish businesswoman. Short, ruffled blonde hair, boring if well-filled, white suit, plenty of leg, pearls around her neck and a small purse hanging off her shoulder. She was just the right combination of off-limits to him good girl with hints of bad girl promise to make him look twice. But No. No way is she talking to me. Sam turned his back on her and filled a soda cup with ice. The woman sidled closer to him, invading his personal space, whispering as if what she had to say was for his ears only. You're a disgrace to the private investigator profession and men in general, which is pretty hard to do. Wait a minute. I've seen her before. Sam blinked, trying to recall. Oh, yeah. She'd been in Carl's reception area at Slotto. Lady. My name is Annie Raye. Ring any bells? Bells were ringing in his head, all right. Stuffing Sam's ears and blotting out the noise in the convenience store. Annie Raye? Sam nearly lost his grip on his hot dog. She looks better than her mug shot. Granted, her makeup wasn't smudged like a raccoon and her hair wasn't a flat, defeated cap around her head. But she looked more resilient. More trustworthy. More the girl next door. The kind of woman who could make a man slay dragons. Or could slay her own. Annie Raye. Sam disliked her all over again. He didn't want to dwell on why. He tossed his soda cup in the trash and made for the coffee kiosk. Stronger caffeine was required if he was going to deal with Annie Raye. How did you find me? I followed you from Slotto. Annie trotted along beside him on her short legs and in those, gulp, non-corporate heels. Why is it that you could find my arrest record but you couldn't find anything about the charges against me being dropped? She scoffed. You're either lazy or incompetent. Her sharp blue gaze said she thought he was both. I don't have to explain anything to you, Sam groused. He punched the buttons of the cappuccino machine to start his coffee order, punching so hard that the machine wobbled. Since searching Annie's name this morning, he'd assumed she had a good lawyer, one that got her out of serving serious jail time since her arrest was 2 years back and she was looking for work. He'd considered the possibility that she'd thrown her husband under the bus, earning time served for turning state's witness. He'd never once considered she'd been wronged. Or proven innocent. Or wasn't deserving of being deep-sixed for a plum job. Was I wrong about her? A familiar, burning feeling of self-loathing wormed its way through his gut, reminding him of that day, clogging his throat with regret and sadness. How long did it take you to do my background check? Annie demanded, seemingly oblivious to his internal torment. One play in a football game? No. I gave it the proper attention it deserved. Sam wasn't going to admit he'd spent a mere 15 minutes. If the charges against you were dropped, they haven't been properly recorded in the system. He'd check later. Right now, Sam needed to get away from her and the gut-eating feeling that a horrible injustice had been made. By him. This is why I should stick to bounty hunting. My innocence wasn't properly recorded? Annie rolled her eyes. It's more likely you didn't spend more time getting the answers right. Her demeanor softened. She straightened the collar of his polo shirt, then gave his shoulders a cursory brush. But I won't hold that against you. I have a copy of the police department's letter on my phone absolving me of all charges. Let's head back to Slotto and tell Carl you made a mistake. Sam's mouth dropped open. What just happened? Annie had pivoted too quickly, from taking Sam to task like a true girl boss to extending an olive branch like an experienced diplomat trying to cover a country's crime. Alarms went off in Sam's head the same way they had that fateful day in front of the embassy. Annie Raye is exactly who I thought she was when I ran that background check. Annie smiled. It was a blinding smile, a magnetic smile. Inexplicably, Sam leaned toward her. Come on. Annie took a step toward the door, snapping her fingers the way she would when wanting the attention and discipline of the family dog. And for a moment, Sam was tempted to obey. But something held him back. No, Sam said lamely. Weakly. Half-heartedly. Annie was both sides of the coin, exactly the contradiction she appeared to be. Sam tried to make his next words sound firm. There is no recount, no redo, no make goods. Not for embezzlers. My husband, Annie's cheeks lost some of their color. My ex-husband is the crook. There's no reason Slotto shouldn't hire me. Annie glowered at Sam, but the expression was ruined by the bedroom huskiness of her voice as she whispered, "In fact, it's illegal for you to even use that information against me when my name has been cleared. It may be illegal in California, but we're much more lenient in Nevada, sweetheart." She made a huffing noise. "That's not a good enough reason, darling." "She makes me want to smile." Sam stared at her in wonder. "She makes me want to kiss her." But that was the last thing he was going to do. "I have good reason to keep slick crooks like you from working for upstanding companies." Sam frowned, not liking that he still sounded uncertain. He cleared his throat and hardened his expression. "There's more to your history than one arrest record to disqualify you. I did you a favor and didn't put everything I found out about you in the report." Annie froze. She might have held her breath. "Yes, I've got you now. Your father is a professional gambler," Sam told her with a triumphant smile, regaining his footing in his belief in himself. "There's no way you can work in any field even remotely connected to gambling when your father makes his living playing cards." "You're wrong." Annie's voice was husky. She touched the pearls at her neck, not bothering to explain what she thought he was wrong about. Sam headed toward the checkout counter. "You might get better results pleading your case to a reporter. Of course, you'd have to be willing to bare your soul and your past. But, hey, Vegas loves gamblers, right?" Sam glanced at her over his shoulder. A mistake. He was caught in her vivid blue gaze. And not by the magnetism of those orbs. There was no longer righteousness in Annie's eyes. There was fear. Which made him wonder if he'd discovered all the skeletons in Annie Raye's closet. Why couldn't Sam Knight have been a man of honor and reason? Instead, he was intimidatingly tall, with long limbs that outpaced and outreached a height-challenged woman like herself. His haunted green eyes hid a stubborn streak Annie hadn't been able to break. And she didn't want to acknowledge the solid curve of his biceps beneath the short sleeves of his black polo shirt or the way her heart thumped when his studied gaze roved over her face. She trailed after Sam out of the convenience store and into the November desert sunshine and cool breeze. The day was bright and clear, a false promise of warmth. Annie shivered. A false promise. Like my job at Slotto or my attraction to an intractable private investigator? Neither was going anywhere. Annie drew a deep, bracing breath. She'd come all this way. She couldn't give up yet. Just look at Jill. For years, Jill had done her best to protect Teddy from the wrong sort. Annie had to do the same. The question was, how to salvage this disaster. Her nemesis got into a big, black truck that said little about Sam's personality other than he might be compensating for something. Focus, Annie. Why had Dad's information come up when Sam conducted her background check? Had her father been thrown out of a casino lately? Protested being thrown out? Been arrested for not vacating the premises? Been busted for running an illegal gambling ring? She could continue hypothesizing all day. Instead, Annie got into her car, dug her phone out of her small purse, and called her father. "We're doing great, honey," Dad said before Annie could speak. "How are things with you at the job?" "Fine," she lied. It wouldn't be a lie when she convinced Sam to change his mind. If he'd just look at the letter she had stating all charges had been dropped, everything would be hunky-dory. She'd follow him to his next stop and give that a try. "It's taking longer than I planned." Sam backed out of his parking spot. Annie started her car, which only made her realize she'd heard engine noise from the moment Dad had picked up. "Is that? Are you in a car?" Her father knew nothing about parental limits. Sam accelerated out of the parking lot so fast that Annie had to peel out for fear of losing him. Not that she wasn't up to multitasking. "Dad, I forbid you from taking Maddie to a card game." Ahead of her, Sam stitched his way between and around vehicles with the precision glamour hemmed her ballroom dance costumes. It was the same driving technique he'd used when she'd followed him from Slotto while on the phone with Jill. "Annie, we're just going for ice cream." Dad's tone was placating. I borrowed a car seat from a neighbor. We're having a good time together. Ain't that right, Puddin'? Puddin'. Annie's heart lurched. He used to call her that. Back then she'd adored him and couldn't wait to do whatever he asked, including play blackjack against men 5 times her age and win. I was invincible then. But she cut in front of another driver. Who isn't at 12? Mommy, I love Grandpa, Maddie said in her dear, sweet voice. We drove past the airport and I counted 20 airplanes, 'cause Grandpa drives slow. And Annie didn't. She sped past a carload of silver-haired old ladies wearing rhinestone tiaras. They reminded her of Glamma. I drive slow because I wouldn't want my girl to lose count, Dad said, full of pride. He knows Maddie loves numbers. And here Annie had thought the day couldn't get any worse. Do I have to call the cops? Sam demanded when he'd reached the top of the stairs to his garage apartment and realized he had company behind him. Annie Raye stopped at the base of his stairs in those ultra-feminine heels and her suit jacket was buttoned up to her neck as if she was going to church. All I want is a chance to prove to you that all charges were dropped. I'm not like my father. I'd bet good money that you are exactly like your father, not to mention that ex-husband of yours. Before Sam could discard that thought and tell the woman to go away, his cell phone rang. He picked up the call even though he didn't recognize the number. Sam. It's Tiny Marquez from Tiny House of Cards. A small casino on the outskirts of the Strip. Tiny's name was a contradiction. He was a huge man and his deep voice rumbled like an out-of-tune Harley. Aldo Patrizio said I should call if I spotted suspected card counters. There's a dude at my blackjack table who's been drinking amaretto sours and winning steadily for over an hour. Casinos, large and small, had been sued for heavy-handed treatment of suspected card counters. That's why casino management employed former gamblers to identify them, confront them, and firmly encourage them to leave. Just one man? Aldo had said it was a group of card sharps. There's one at the blackjack table, Tiny repeated, his bass booming louder. Who's to say he doesn't have a partner around watching his back? I'll call my professional gambler and be right there. Sam disconnected the call and then dialed Rick Sabatini. When the retired gambler answered, Sam turned away from Annie and lowered his voice, quickly explaining the situation, emphasizing that Aldo Patrizio wanted Rick to be the gambling consultant that identified the cheats. Aldo said it was a group of card counters? Rick asked, an odd note in his voice. More than one? Yeah, why? I'll call you back. Rick hung up. But, swearing, Sam stuffed his phone in his pocket. Something wasn't right. He hurried back down the stairs. Where are you going? Annie ran to his truck door and spread her arms as if intent upon blocking him from leaving. We haven't settled this. I've got business, Sam growled, coming to an abrupt stop a few feet from her. Annie didn't budge. In her suit and heels she looked like she belonged on Vince's paving stone driveway bordered by carefully groomed hedges. That is, she would have if she hadn't been making a human X between Sam and his truck. What about my job? Annie demanded. What about my innocence? You're trying my patience, Sam warned, taking a step toward her. Another 2 steps and he'd be able to take hold of her shoulders and... Annie licked her lips. Sam's breath caught. She flashed a nervous smile. Carl Nunez said all it would take for him to hire me is your approval. I'll disappear if you give it to me. I promise. She held out her phone with a picture of an official-looking letter. I was absolved. I'm not reversing my report. Every action she'd taken since she called him slacker proved he'd been right about her. Annie made a noise in her throat that didn't jive with those pearls. It was feral, that noise. Not to mention enticing. Swallowing, Sam had to look away. He tried Rick's number. It rolled to voicemail. Rick, meet me at Tiny House of Cards ASAP. Annie gasped, clutching her phone to her chest. No. I need you to call Carl. This woman. She set his blood on fire. And if I do anything about it. Sam closed the distance between them and placed his hands on his truck on either side of her head. Get out of my life, Annie Raye, or I'll make this bad day look worse than the day you were arrested. They stared at each other for too long. Sam breathed in that hint of summer strawberries. His gaze drifted to her lips. Annie sucked in a breath. Then she ducked under his arm and ran to her wreck of a car, leaving a hint of strawberries in the air. His blood was pounding. His mind was racing. And by the time he'd collected himself enough to look down the driveway, she was gone. Good riddance. Sam hopped in his truck and gunned it down the street, all thoughts of strawberry scent and sunny blonde hair left far behind. That is, until he parked his truck at Tiny House of Cards, a small casino in the shadow of the strip, and strode toward the front entrance. It's your fault that I'm breaking another promise today, a familiar voice said from behind him. Annie Raye. Go away. Sam looked around the parking lot for Rick's blue Tesla. That car would have stood out among the rundown vehicles parked out front. But there was no Tesla. No Rick. With Sam's luck, Rick had chosen today to come out of retirement and was in a blackjack tournament on the other side of the valley. Why else would he blow off Aldo Patrizio's request? Sam wished the professional gambler bad luck times 5. I'm not with you, Sam. It's been a disappointing morning and I could use a drink. Annie pointed at the small casino. And look. I bet they have a liquor license. She sauntered in as if she was going to a PDA meeting, a group of which she was treasurer and skimmed funds from. Sam was expected in there. He had no choice but to follow her. They stopped just inside the double doors, near an obligatory row of slot machines. 4 of the 7 machines were occupied. The cacophony of beeping and canned music combined with the smell of stale cigarette smoke were a bad omen. But not as bad an omen as the lone player at the blackjack table, his face barely visible across the smoky lounge. From behind the long, curving bar, Tiny, a huge, cue-ball-headed Hispanic, gave Sam a slight nod, followed by a significant glance in the direction of the card table. Tiny was probably expecting Sam to be fully prepared. He might even imagine that Annie was a former professional gambler Sam had hired to identify card counters. Tiny was in for a surprise. And Sam. He rubbed his jaw, recalling the last time someone had punched him in the face. Regardless, Sam headed for the bar, not surprised when Annie stayed by his side. Thankfully, for once, she didn't say anything. Sam walked slowly, cataloging the distinguishing features of the blackjack player. He wore a nice pair of khakis and a high-end, navy bowling shirt. His frizzy, salt and pepper hair was pulled back in a thin ponytail. Mirrored sunglasses with large tortoiseshell rims hid his eyes and much of his face. A shaggy gray mustache sprouted near a liver-colored growth the size of a malted milk ball below his left nostril. In short, he looked exactly like the kind of shady character Sam ran into beyond the tourist zone of the city, a contradiction of passing respectability, shoddiness, and a strong will to survive. Like Annie. The blackjack dealer avoided staring the old man in the face. Sam didn't blame her. Most people wouldn't look closely at anyone who was disfigured, making recall of the details of his or her appearance difficult. Which made Sam wonder, was the growth real? Why don't you buy me a drink? Annie wasn't looking at the casino floor. In fact, she might only have had eyes for Sam since they'd come in. Nervous eyes, it turned out. We can talk, Anne. No chance. Things are falling apart here. My blackjack professional is a no-show. I'd leave before Tiny gets angry. Coming to a stop at the edge of the lounge, Sam indicated with a nod who Tiny was. He'd met Tiny a few months ago at a backroom poker game Vince had hosted at the Bella Vista. The game had ended early when Tiny had clocked the player who cleaned him out. Sam touched his jaw once more. I'm going to have to talk fast. Why don't you go on home to California? Annie's eyes widened, perhaps with concern for him, although she seemed to collect herself and think better of it. Go home? And miss all the fun of seeing you sweat? Nah. There she goes again. Pivoting from innocent good girl to experienced bad woman. Look, little Miss Shady Sunshine, Sam began. Do you see that 300-pound man behind the bar? The one who looks like he's in desperate need of anger management therapy? Following the direction of his gaze, Annie nodded. And do you see that man playing blackjack over there? Again, Annie obediently looked directed and nodded. The man behind the bar suspects that player of counting cards. Sam didn't bother going into any other details. And it's my job to walk in here with a gambling professional who can prove Tiny is right. Sam made a show of looking around the immediate area. And since I have no gambling pro at my side, I'm about to walk into a hot zone without backup. He glanced down at her. The last thing I need is you to bear witness to my demise. Annie's worried gaze bounced from Tiny to the blackjack table, and then back to Sam. She rubbed a hand over her stomach, as if she wasn't feeling well. Does Tiny have a gun? When you've got fists as big as ham hocks, guns aren't necessary. Tiny expects results from me, not excuses. Excuses just make him mad. And when he's mad, why bother completing that sentence? Annie looked pale. Was I wrong about her? Sam couldn't tell. She kept giving him contradictory signals. The current ones were giving rise to sympathy. He laid a hand on her shoulder. Hey, why don't you wait for me outside? Annie shook her head and gazed up at Sam, biting that tempting lip. Do you have $20? 20, yes. She'd come in for a drink. Do you believe in karma? I do. I cost you a job and now you want a drink and a ringside seat to watch my pummeling. I suppose after that you, me, and karma will be even. Sam tugged out his wallet in a 20, noting an odd, sweaty sheen to Annie's pretty face. Are you okay? No, Annie plucked the 20 from his hand. But instead of going to the bar, she walked over to the blackjack table and sat 2 seats away from the lone card player. She placed the $20 bill on the felt and smiled as sweetly as a churchgoer at the dealer. The gambler took one look at her and began coughing. Annie hopped off her seat and pounded his back like the squeaky clean good Samaritan she would have been if her dad wasn't a professional gambler and her ex-husband hadn't been so fond of other people's money. Oh, yeah. Karma was going to get Sam. Karma was going to get him good. Chapter 6. The man Sam suspected of being a card counter smelled odd and oddly familiar, Head and Shoulders shampoo losing a battle with the combined aromas of Bengay and. The man crunched a peppermint candy and mumbled his thanks for Annie's backslapping, angling his shoulder until he faced away from her. You're welcome. Annie returned to her stool. Do I know him? Her stomach pitched, as if to say yes. But it was hard to tell with that cyst on his face. She literally couldn't focus on anything but that, a fact he probably knew and was self-conscious about since he'd turned away from her. Does it matter if I know him? Sam just wanted confirmation that this man was counting cards. Annie received $20 in chips from the dealer, a thin Hispanic woman with sharp, cast-iron features. She flicked out cards from a dealing shoe with precision. 2 cards. Face down. Annie needed to look at those cards. She stared at her hands instead, at fingers gripping the edge of the blackjack table, fingers that refused to budge. Annie willed them to move, to do her bidding, to show her those cards so she could evaluate her hand. If I let go? If I look at those cards? Although Patrizio will know I gambled again. He'll make good on his promise to go after Dad, this time without mercy. Her hold on the table's edge tightened, turning her knuckles white. Without moving her head, Annie looked from the other card player to the dealer. It was her turn. They were waiting on her to decide how to play, stay, hit, or fold. But Dad. His face, younger, bruised, and bloodied, swam before her eyes. I can't do it. Her heart pounded so hard in her chest, it hurt. I need to leave, tiny house of cards, Las Vegas, Nevada. There was nothing for her here, no job, no home, no safety net. Jill had been right. She shouldn't have come. I need to go. Now. Before the promises I broke blow up in my face. And yet, Annie didn't move. Not a muscle. Because somewhere deep inside of her that survival instinct was rising again, the same way it had back at Carl's office. If she wanted a job she was qualified for, if she wanted to be a good provider for Maddie, she had to stand up for herself and do hard things. A nearby slot machine began the jackpot medley, a combination of a fire alarm, really bad video game music, and the bang 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 of a drum. Proof that there were rewards to taking risks. But that had never been why Annie gambled. She loved the strategy of the game, playing with numbers, calculating the odds as to what the next card would be. And, of course, she loved winning because then Dad smiled more and worried less. Annie touched her cards. Touched. Didn't pick up. Back in the day, she'd begin each game with a new deck. She couldn't start counting cards mid-deal, which meant she couldn't tell if this man next to her was counting cards either. Go with your gut, the gambler next to Annie said gruffly. I haven't got all day. Time is running out for me, too, old man. That survivor streak inside Annie found focus and turned into defiant determination, strengthening her backbone. Is it my turn? Sorry. Brain fart. She turned the cards over but for some reason they wouldn't come into focus. Give the young lady a drink coupon and send her on her way, the gambler grumbled. Do you know how to play? The dealer asked in a lilting, south-of-the-border accent that took the sting out of her words. Do I know how to play? Honey, you have no idea. Pride brought Annie back to the present, to a simple card game and a 12-year-old sense of invincibility. 2 tens came reassuringly into focus. A solid hand. Stay. Annie concentrated on the game. Sam had no idea what Annie thought she was doing at the blackjack table, but he was certain she'd be no help identifying the old man as a card counter. What's she going to do? Ask him if he's cheating? Sam chuckled. His cell phone rang. I'm working, Sam said curtly when he answered. Carl from Slotto called me. Vince didn't sound pleased. I thought you were going to rubber stamp those background checks. I thought you wanted me to legit conduct background checks for a company you'd invested in. Sam's gaze drifted toward the main casino floor and Annie. She lost a round at the blackjack table. Didn't that figure? I'd never ask you to do anything to compromise those high moral standards of yours, Vince was saying, a note of impatience in his voice. I reviewed the applicants for the chief financial officer position and recommended a candidate. And now, there's egg on my face because you found something you didn't like in her background check. Carl told me she's disputing your report, claiming all charges were dropped. What's the deal? It's not like she was convicted and jumped bail. Sam went on the defensive, his pride on the line. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And you can insert con artist or embezzler where I said duck. His gaze found Annie. Just the sight of her made him frown. She wasn't easily categorized and that in itself was a red flag. Everyone who met her during her face-to-face interviews was impressed. She blew the competition away. I'm telling you, she's a red flag, Sam said darkly. Just take a second look into her background. I've got to go. Vince hung up. At the blackjack table, Annie peeled off her jacket, as if she was getting down to business, seemingly just another weekday gambler. But Sam suspected there was so much more to her than met the eye. What if I took Annie at face value and tried to judge her the way those at Slotto had? Sam stared at Annie, searching for the finer details and what they conveyed. Short, tousled blonde hair said she wasn't fussy, as did the minimal makeup. The pearls at her neck were conservative or perhaps of sentimental value. Her suit was good quality, though it was white and the sleeveless blouse underneath was black. There's symbolism for you, the hidden truths about her ex-husband and father. But Sam knew that wouldn't be good enough to defend his background check results to Vince. So, he continued his perusal. Her white heels were high, not unexpected for a woman her age. Given she'd tracked Sam down, she was quick-witted and presumably good in a crisis. But that obstinance went both ways. Sam added stubbornly annoying to his list of face-value attributes. What if he rubber-stamped her background check? Annie would go to work with Vince at the company he was investing in. Eventually, sooner rather than later, she'd get under Vince's skin. And then every time Vince complained about Annie, Sam would be able to say, "I told you so." That would be something to look forward to. Annie and the gambler both won a round of blackjack. At the other end of the bar, Tiny scowled at Sam. Nothing Sam was working on today was turning out well. He should leave. Without Rick to identify the blackjack player, this was turning into a dangerous waste of time. Annie laughed, but it was an off-note sound. Forced? Fearful? An odd feeling of responsibility for Annie's safety kept Sam seated at the bar. And that odd feeling. Sam knew he wouldn't sleep well tonight until he figured out if Annie deserved his protection or not. Annie won a hand, settling into the zone. The table held a $4 minimum bet. The object of her scrutiny was betting $20 to $40 a hand, while Annie was sticking to $4. So far, they'd both won just as much as they'd lost, and the dealer hadn't shuffled. Annie hadn't seen anything to make her think the old man was counting cards. She was beginning to believe she wouldn't be able to spot him if he was. A new hand was dealt. The dealer's top card was a 2 of hearts. Annie glanced at her cards. She had a 10 and a 9 this time. "I'll stay." "Stay," the gambler beside her said in a smoke-roughened voice. The dealer turned over her remaining card. An 8 of spades which was added to the 2 of hearts. 10 points. Normally, that wasn't good. With a total of 10 points, a face card or an ace would beat Annie's hand. But Annie hadn't seen too many low cards played. They were due to come out. And low cards could spell doom to a hand. The dealer snapped out the 2 of spades. 12 points. Then a 4. 16 points. Annie tightened her grip on her cards. This was getting better for her and the man she shared the table with. The dealer couldn't hold until her cards totaled 17. She had to give herself another card, and she flipped over, a 6. 22. The nickname for blackjack wasn't 21 for nothing. You couldn't accumulate more than 21 points. The house had lost, which meant that the players doubled their money as soon as they proved to the dealer they had 21 points or less. 19. Annie revealed her cards. The gambler next to her revealed his. 2 8s, 16 points. Any combination from 12 to 16 was a stiff hand, one that would require taking a chance on drawing another card but put him at higher risk of losing to the dealer. It had been foolish of him to stay. Which told her nothing. Annie sighed. His play didn't mean he wasn't counting cards. Those who did often lost a little or made intentional mistakes to throw off any suspicion. Or perhaps the man had lost count and needed to reassess the probabilities of the cards. Her father's voice came back to her. "Annie, if you see a lot of high cards come out, 10s, face cards or aces, and you've lost count, start betting low. Chances are, a lot of low cards will be dealt, and low cards can kill you in blackjack. On the other hand, if you see a lot of low cards being dealt, bet big. That means the big cards are coming out and you're due for a win." Since Annie had sat down, there had been only 7 significant high cards dealt. If this guy knew anything about gambling, he'd increase his bet on this next hand. Unless the dealer refreshed the deck. The dealer stared at the shoe that held the cards, probably trying to decide if she should deal another hand with the nearly depleted deck. If she started anew, the odds favored the house, and a card counter would have to start a new tally. With a put-upon sigh, she chose not to shuffle. Whatever happened next could tell Annie if the old man next to her was counting cards or not. Annie hadn't touched her $8 in chips that sat in the betting area. She made a weak gesture to indicate she'd play the $8. The old man next to her bumped his bet to an uncharacteristic $100. The hair on the back of Annie's neck prickled. He's counting. The dealer flicked cards onto the table. Annie was dealt a jack and an ace. The ace could count as 1 or 11. She had a natural hand, 21 points, and was an automatic winner. She flipped her cards face up. The dealer stacked $8 more worth of chips in front of Annie. The old man brushed his cards across the felt to indicate he wanted another card. The dealer gave him a 7. The gambler laid his 2 original cards down without revealing them. No smile, no frown. Cool as an ice cube while he waited to see if the dealer could beat his hand. Annie could remember playing with that kind of composure when she was 12 and thought card playing held no physical danger. At 30, she knew every decision at a card table if you were counting came with a risk and a price. She cast a nervous glance Sam's way. From here, the trace of sadness in his eyes wasn't evident. Their gazes connected, but he didn't smile or nod or acknowledge Annie in any way. He doesn't care about me. Annoyed, Annie returned her attention to the game. Why should he? The dealer had an 8 showing. She turned her whole card over. A 6, giving her a stiff 14. The rules dictated she had to take another card, and she snapped one down. Another 8. 22. Once again, the house had lost. Tiny needs to train her better. The old man turned over his 2 original cards. A 7 and a 5 added to the 7 additionally dealt him totaled 19. He'd won, too. A coincidence? Annie didn't think so. The old man gathered up his chips, tossed a 50 to the dealer as a tip, then headed to the cashier window. Annie slipped her white suit jacket on, collected her chips and followed him, curious as to how much he'd won. She tried to stand unobtrusively behind him in the cashier's line but had to step closer to hear the attendant count out his money. $4,850. Annie drew back in shock. That much? He'd either been slipping his winnings into his pockets or he'd started out with a lot of chips. Only $50 in chips had been out on the green felt at any one time until that last bet. That was telling. Card counters played everything on the down low while high rollers put all their chips on the table. Moving quickly, the old man stepped back, almost bumping into Annie. She scrambled out of the way and dropped some of her chips. Excuse me. Annie crouched to gather them. The old man didn't move. Not to help and not to leave. Annie just knew that he knew that she knew that he'd been counting cards. And if this was how the man made a living. Annie's heart hammered. He could hurt me. But he didn't. He turned and left. You owe me. Annie tossed $36 on the bar in front of Sam and then glanced toward the door, not wanting to leave until she was sure the man she'd been gambling with was long gone. At the other end of the bar, the woman who'd cashed in Annie's chips whispered in Tiny's ear. Sam ignored the bills and stared at Annie. What did you think you were doing over there? What did I think, for the love of Pete? I was helping you out. She gestured toward an approaching Tiny. The last thing she wanted to witness was someone being beaten. What did you think I was doing? Bluffing, he said with a full-body flourish. Annie rolled her eyes. You don't bluff in blackjack. Que pasa night? Tiny rested his massive hands on the working side of the bar. Was the guy a cheat or just lucky? He was counting, Annie said swiftly and confidently. Annoyance would do that to a girl. Sam gave her a frustrated glance before facing Tiny. This is Annie Raye, my card-counting expert. He used my last name. My name. Annie gave Tiny a cursory nod, wishing she hadn't legally returned to using her maiden name. Nice to meet you. Was it too much to hope that Tiny, like Annie, forgot names within moments after meeting them? Tiny's shadowy eyes looked her up and down, then up and down again with a glance meant to put her in her place. He frowned. Wait a minute. Raye? Brett Raye's daughter? The way Tiny said her father's name made Annie queasy. Brett Raye isn't welcome here. Tiny rolled his tongue around in his mouth as if searching for some bit of food he'd missed at lunchtime, possibly to make room for a bite of Annie. And as for his daughter, Brett Raye isn't here, Annie said firmly, not wanting Sam to hear whatever Tiny said about her next. And the man who was here just took you for nearly $5,000. He was counting cards. Isn't that what you wanted to know? Tiny narrowed his already beady eyes. Was he better than you? He recognized my name. Annie's breath caught in her throat. She glanced toward the exit once more. If Tiny knows about my past, it won't be long before Aldo knows I'm back. Was he better than Annie? Sam's laughter undulated with disbelief, unexpectedly refueling Annie's temper, bolstering her courage to stay and bluff. Because there was a chance, no matter how slight, that Sam would agree that she'd saved his butt this afternoon and help her get the job at Slotto after all. And then, I solemnly swear never to enter a casino again. Mr. Tiny, I don't gamble for a living, Annie said firmly, leaning into her corporate boardroom demeanor, a slight smile, a clear voice, direct eye contact. Besides, identifying a card counter isn't about being better at the game. It's about recognizing the behavior of someone who counts cards. Sam and Tiny both nodded. Annie pressed on, trying to close the deal. Professional card counters like this man know how to read a dealer and assess their vulnerabilities. Often, they know which dealers they can beat and what days they work. Her father certainly had, back in the day. Sometimes, they know which house managers will toss them out right away and which will let them get by. They may play 30 minutes one day and then not play for an extended period of time. The good ones stop playing before the amount they win attracts unwanted attention. They might stop at $1,000, maybe $2,000. $5,000 was rare. Or it had been when she was 12. They're inconspicuously efficient. Tiny glanced over at his blackjack dealer, who was leaning against the table and studying her nails. Are you saying I should fire Yolanda? No, of all the things she'd said, Tiny had to focus in on the one thing he could most easily deal with. But Yolanda could use more training, particularly about when to start a new deck. Or, if you suspect someone is counting cards, give her the authority to close the tables for 30 minutes or so. That should scare them off. Tiny ran his tongue around his mouth again before eyeing the bills on the bar. How much did you win? Just $16. I bet the minimum. Here. Annie scooped up the pile of bills, sorting through them. Take the $16. It'll cover Sam's beer and be proof of sorts that I'm not out to fleece anyone. Annie handed Sam his 20. My job here is done. I should be going. Tiny frowned at Sam. Is she for real? Down to her natural blonde roots, I imagine, Sam said unhappily before finishing his beer. Can I get a copy of the security footage from the parking lot? I'll run a search on that man's plates. We might get lucky and find out he has an outstanding warrant. If so, I'll make sure he doesn't come back. For once, Tiny didn't look intimidating. Yeah. About that. Unfortunately, my camera system's on the blink. Annie suspected it had been for quite some time. In that case, you'll need to call me if he shows up again, Sam said, quickly and with a smile designed to reassure, not denigrate. You have my number. If he shows up again, I won't need you. Tiny cracked his very large knuckles. A cocktail waitress came up to the bar with a drink order for Tiny to fill. Annie took that as a sign to leave, filing this experience under quitting while she was ahead. If she was ahead. That was a great act in there. You had Tiny eating out of your hand. Sam took Annie by the arm when he caught up to her outside Tiny house of cards. The fresh air felt good after the smoky doom and gloom inside the small casino. You're right. I owe you one. The only thing you owe me is an all clear for Carl at Slotto Gaming Machines, Annie said crisply, a disdainful look in those pretty blue eyes. I don't owe you that much, Sam quipped. Annie scoffed. You say that now when you aren't within reach of Tiny's big fists. She extricated her arm, dug her cell phone out of her little purse, and then hesitated. Hesitation. Most un-Annie-like. She made a beeline for her old, beat-up Toyota. Giving up wasn't like her either. Sam walked alongside her, waiting for Annie to tell him something more, to berate him again, to ignite that spark of attraction that tempted him to kiss her. Sam brought himself up short. He wasn't the fawning type. It was time to say goodbye to Annie Raye. You all right? He asked instead. Peachy. That one word. Spoken like a dismissal. Translation. Take a hike, Sam Knight. Sam should be happy. Annie wasn't going to follow him. This was it. They were going their separate ways. Presumably, she'd head back to California and he'd return to tracking down bail jumpers who put up a fight. And yet, Sam couldn't help but feel disappointed. He gave himself a mental shake. Thanks for your help, Annie. I guess all that time with your father taught you something useful. He pulled $40 out of his wallet. Here's a little for your trouble. My trouble? Annie spun on him, late afternoon sunlight glinting off her short blonde hair. You have no idea the trouble you've caused me. Your pity money is insulting. She snatched the 20s from his hand anyway. You know what I wanted. And you know why I can't give it to you. And then Sam spelled it out just so she understood. A woman with your connections is an employment risk. I mean, if Tiny has heard of you, how beneficial would it be for Slotto to have you on staff? Very, Annie snapped. Then she slid into her seat and shut the door. Chapter 7. Las Vegas, outskirts of town. They sent a private investigator. Ernie sounded rattled when Brett answered the phone through the dashboard in his car on the way back from getting ice cream for Maddie. They sent Sam Knight. This is bad. Brett had known the Vegas casino community would respond to their card-counting palooza venture, just not with a professional presence. Sam Knight was friends with Vince Patrizio, who was the heir apparent for Aldo Patrizio at the Bella Vista, and someone Brett and Annie had history with. Someone I avoid. Brett touched the scar on his cheek, fear making his heart beat erratically. He hadn't pinged Aldo's radar for a long time and wanted to keep it that way. Self-preservation and all. I need a backup plan. Instead, the slow-motion memories of the night he'd been pummeled by Aldo's thugs strobed in his mind's eye. The jarring thud of fist to cheekbone, fist to ribs. The stinging crunch of boot on fingers. The intense stab each breath caused him afterward. And even so, none of it was as agonizing as the fear on Annie's young face as she was forced to watch. Behind him in the back seat, Maddie slurped on a milkshake and counted buses. She was a sweetheart, untarnished by the gambling world. Skill or no skill, Brett owed it to Annie to keep Maddie out of this life. But first, he had to meet their fundraising goal. Mind racing, Brett slowed to a stop at a red light. It gets worse, Ernie said in that thick, smoker's voice of his. Annie was with him. My mommy's name is Annie, Maddie crooned from the back seat. Oh, look. There's bus number 4. You aren't alone? Ernie snapped. Why did you pick up? I'm driving and you called. And I wasn't thinking like a leader. Hang on. Brett disconnected his Bluetooth function and pressed his cell phone to his ear, thinking fast. Say that again. About who you saw. Annie, Ernie grumbled. Your daughter. I know you aren't having trouble hearing me. Brett's voice cracked. My Annie? She was supposed to be at that new job of hers. Yep. She sat down at a table with me. Ernie sounded judgmental, as if this was all Brett's fault. And Brett supposed it was. I should have been there. Or called off today's schedule. Darn straight you should have. Ernie was quick to snap. Not that it was a complete waste. I made my quota, but I take it you didn't send Annie as my backup. No. Which begged the question, why was Annie there? Harmony Valley, heart of town. Jill went through the motions the rest of the day, arriving at the school for pickup early, for once. She waved at a few other moms in the pickup line and those hanging out in front of the school. Jill had spent the day reliving the past. When her parents had sent her to Vegas to live with her maternal grandparents while they put priority on themselves, Jill had felt like a problem they'd cast aside. Her grandparents had insisted Jill go to private school, where the hick from California didn't fit in. She'd been thrilled to be asked to prom, even if it was a last-minute proposal from a boy she barely knew. Brian had said 2 outsiders might stand a better chance enduring prom together than as singles. Vince had been Jill's lab partner. He warned her not to go. But that was Vince. He didn't fit in either. And he didn't like Brian. But Jill went anyway. She hadn't expected to go to an afterparty. But then again, she hadn't expected to have Molly slipped into her drink or to have, blacked out, waking up alone in a hotel room and knowing something had happened but unable to remember what. And Brian? He wanted nothing else to do with her. That first time she'd approached him to ask what happened, he'd leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Don't you know, California girl, you don't want to mess with the Salazar family." Jill had felt like a fool. Like a hapless, unworthy dupe. As if she deserved to be shipped off by her parents. That had been vulnerable, teenage Jill. Grown-up Jill knew better. And Vince. He said nothing, but he kept close during those last few weeks of school, almost as if he knew she needed protection from a predator. He hadn't known just what kind of protection she'd eventually need. Shortly after graduation, Jill went to a clinic with her suspicions and took a test. Pregnant. What would her parents say? They'd be so disappointed. She'd left the clinic and been accosted by a man in a cheap suit. "Jill Raye, you need to tell me the results of your pregnancy test." The older man smelled of cigars. He took her by the arm and walked her away from her car. "I represent the Salazars. Brian's parents. If you're pregnant, they want your baby. You'll be well paid, Anne." "I'm not pregnant." Somehow, Jill managed to lie and break free of the old man's hold. She ran for her car and raced home. But then, she couldn't go inside. What would she say? She didn't believe in abortion. But she feared what the Salazars would do with her baby. After a few minutes, Jill had turned her car around and driven to a gym where she knew Vince worked out. She needed a friend. And when he'd come out, she'd proposed. And even more surprising, he'd accepted. Jill hadn't planned to leave Vince after their hasty wedding. But she knew she had to disappear, moving as far away from the Salazars as possible. Because her pregnancy may not have been planned, but the Salazars had no right to her baby, not after what Brian had done to her. Which was why she'd put Teddy off every time he wanted to know about his father. To protect him. But as Teddy grew older, Jill had begun to wonder if she'd been doing it to protect herself, too. Outside Jill's SUV, children began to spill out of school into the soft November sunshine. Laughing, skipping, chattering, and saying goodbye to their friends. So innocent. So full of promise. Teddy climbed into the front seat of her SUV, buckled in, and gave Jill a smile that was loaded with requests. "Mom, do you know how much I love you?" Jill knew the next question Teddy put forth was going to involve a purchase of something she hadn't budgeted for, a new video game, a fancier television or cell phone. But for some reason, she also knew she wasn't going to be upset, no matter what he asked for. Chapter 8. Her father's apartment door was unlocked and Annie returned to the Harvard Arms. Annie entered, carrying several bags of groceries, and locked the door behind her. "Dad, I hate to ask you this, but can we stay here tonight? Things aren't working out the way I planned." She stared around the cheaply furnished apartment, spirits as low as the stained brown carpet. She was 99% decided that she'd head back to Harmony Valley in the morning. If she'd called Jill on the drive back, it might have been certain. Given the news Jill had been given, she could use a shoulder to lean on as she tried to decide what to do next. "Of course you can stay," Dad said, hurrying to take the grocery bags from Annie. Maddie was dancing to Shake It Off by Taylor Swift, which blared from Dad's phone. She had what looked like chocolate ice cream stains on her blue dress, but she looked happy. Annie swept Maddie off her feet and into her arms, searching for something that was familiar, something that said Annie hadn't made a complete mess of their lives by coming here. "I missed you. I hope you didn't eat too much ice cream." "Nope." Maddie returned that hug with all the fierce love and staunch reassurance Annie needed after such a demoralizing day. "I missed you too, Mommy." "We had small milkshakes after a lunch at McDonald's," Dad assured Annie, having deposited the groceries on the kitchen counter. He turned down the volume on his phone. "And since then, we've been dancing." "What have you been doing?" Dad stared at Annie. Was that suspicion in his tone? Mistrust in his eyes? Annie couldn't tell. "Grandpa makes me laugh." Maddie grinned, wiggling out of Annie's embrace and to the floor. "Especially when he dances." "Sometimes you've gotta dance," Dad crooned, doing a little jig, not serious at all. Not suspicious of Annie either. "Of course I'm dancing. I'm celebrating being a grandfather. Want to join us?" "Not right now." The sight of the two of them, so happy and at ease, only made Annie feel torn about leaving tomorrow. The song ended, followed quickly by the opening notes of Katy Perry's Firework. Dad and Maddie never stopped dancing. Annie drifted into the kitchen to put the groceries away. She opened the refrigerator to put the milk and eggs inside. And then her spirits sunk further. The refrigerator light was burned out and the top shelf was cracked and covered with duct tape. An airplane roared past overhead. The state of this apartment. The rundown neighborhood. The lack of a decent, well-paying job. I've come full circle. I'm letting Maddie down. "What's up with the job, Annie?" Dad called from the living room. "I don't think the job is going to work out," Annie said, as casually as she could manage through a throat squeezed by failure. "They didn't realize I'd been married to Frank until today." "That's too bad." Dad came into the kitchen and rubbed a hand consolingly across her shoulders. "You'll find something better in no time though. Good people always do." Not knowing how to react to his words, Annie turned to more mundane topics. "How does spaghetti for dinner sound?" He grinned. "Just like old times." And Annie should have taken those words at face value. But there was the way Tiny had recognized her name earlier. "Have you been tagged by the casinos? Banned anywhere?" "Nope." "Have you been telling people stories about me again?" she accused. "Nope." But he flashed that winning smile. "I could if it'd help you." "How could that help me? Tell me?" Annie demanded, voice rising. "I really want to know." Dad shrugged, still smiling. "Do you want to play cards later?" "No," Annie scowled. "I don't play cards anymore." "Really?" And there it was. That suspicious look. She hadn't imagined his wariness earlier. He must know she'd played cards today. But he couldn't have been at Tiny's this afternoon. She would have seen Maddie. But if he hadn't been there, how had he known she'd played? "Come on, Grandpa." Maddie danced into the kitchen, held a small hand toward Dad and ended their conversation. "Let's dance." Obedient as a love-struck puppy, her father boogied with Maddie. They quickly moved their performance to the living room, leaving Annie alone. And melancholy. How she'd loved to do things with her father as a child. Always full of energy and optimism, he'd been her best friend after Mom left. Losing that closeness had been the hardest part about refusing to play cards for him. And much as she'd wanted to find that brand of love with Frank, Annie realized now that her marriage had been lacking many things, most importantly, honesty and trust. The very things her father had been unable to give her all those years ago. The very things she couldn't give him now. Stupid. That's what Sam was. Stupid for following Annie after she'd left Tiny's. Stupid for lurking in the produce aisle while she selected zucchini and grapes. Stupid for tailing her to this run-down apartment complex where she'd walked into the second-story apartment as if she lived there. And the stupidest mistake of all was him driving all the way home, only to return, climb the shaky stairs to that same apartment Annie had entered, stand on the stoop and contemplate knocking on her door. Annie had too much baggage for him to approve her hiring at Slotto, no matter how badly Vince wanted Sam to reverse his decision. But that very same baggage, and Annie's performance at Tiny House of Cards, could be an asset on Aldo's card-counting case. Sam needed an asset. He was in a bind. And from the looks of the shabby apartment block, so was Annie. Sam knocked. "Can I help you?" The older man who opened the door looked like he'd seen too many late nights in smoky bars. Long, stringy gray hair. A scar on his face. The hollow cheeks of a man who drank more coffee or liquor than ate nutritious meals. He had to be Brett Ray. The furniture behind Brett was dated and worn. The walls were a dingy beige. But something smelled wonderful, warm and welcoming. "She's here." "I'm looking for Annie Raye," Sam said. Wiping her hands on a kitchen towel, Annie appeared behind her father, barefoot and wearing only that black tank over her white skirt. "Sam." She brightened, gaze warming. "Are you here because I got the job at Slotto?" Much as Sam hated to clear that welcome smile off her face, he shook his head. Annie frowned at him, slipping between her father and the door. "How did you find me?" "Get lost night," Brett said over her shoulder, which was odd. Sam hadn't introduced himself and Annie hadn't mentioned his last name. Sam ignored the old gambler and smiled at Annie. "A funny thing happened to me in the parking lot of Tiny's after you left." "You were at a casino today?" Brett's tone was loaded, as if he knew where she'd been and had been waiting for an opportunity to bring it up. "Not now, Dad." "But..." "Dad, not now," Annie said in a louder voice without shifting her gaze from Sam. Sam took advantage of that. "Annie, as I watched you drive off, I couldn't help but think that you were just the expert I needed for this assignment." "You're here to hire me?" Annie smirked, not marring her appeal to Sam in the slightest. "How ironic since you cost me the Slotto job. But do go on." "Maybe we could work something out," Sam continued, confidence building since she hadn't slammed the door in his face. "You help me for a couple of days and then I help you sort things out with Carl at Slotto." It was a win-win for both of them. Vince might even approve. "This sounds an awful lot like blackmail," Brett said, scowling. "I don't think I like you, Knight." "Let me handle this, Dad." Annie twirled the dish towel, as if about to swat someone with it. And that someone might be Sam. "This is not an even exchange. I can offer you a cut of my fee if we identify this card-counting ring. Enough to help you start over here. Or go back to California." "Don't go back to California, Annie." Sam performed a mental eye roll. He didn't need a complication like Annie Raye in his personal life. "Turn him down, Annie," Brett advised. "I need to think." Annie wrapped the twisted dish towel around her hand, similar to the way a fighter did before a boxing match. "Don't think too long. Or Sam would change his mind." He was already having second thoughts about the offer. Annie unwrapped the dish towel and twirled it again. By the look on her face, swatting Sam was undoubtedly on her mind. "How much are we talking here?" "I don't come cheap." Sam nodded. "At the salary Slotto was offering you, I wouldn't expect you to work for dollar store prices." A toilet flushed. A door opened down the hallway. "Is it dinner yet?" A little blonde girl wearing a stained blue dress skipped into the room, set her sights on Sam and hurried toward him. "Who are you?" "The parade, the people with guns, a little girl." Sam stumbled back. His palms felt clammy and something unpleasant climbed up his throat. A jet roared alarmingly close above him. Or maybe that was the blood rushing out of his head. Sam gripped the doorframe. No. Not here. His knees had other ideas, failing him. In an instant, Annie was there to support him. Are you all right? Dad, help me get him to the couch. Who's he? A young voice asked. The little girl was close. So very close. The roaring in Sam's head increased until he couldn't hear anything. The blue dress was floating in and out of his vision, blending and separating from images of the street parade. Shouting voices, dark robes, and the barrel of a gun propped between the legs of a screaming toddler. And then, Sam was sitting on something cushy. Too cushy to be an evacuation gurney. He chopped his head between his knees and gulped for air, fighting back images of the ambush, of bullets and him firing at. Hands pressed Sam back into a sitting position, pressed a glass into his hand, pressed a cool rag on his forehead. Drink some water, Annie said, so close that he could feel her warmth. Eyes closed tight, Sam sucked the water down. What happened? Annie asked softly. The smell of strawberries reached him, stimulating and calming at the same time. She took me by surprise, is all. Sam waved a hand without opening his eyes, without risking passing out again. Can that little girl go somewhere else? No. She's my daughter. Maddie isn't going anywhere. Annie has a kid? She didn't have a social media presence, which he'd thought was odd. But he hadn't taken more time to dig into her family situation, too intrigued by her husband's crimes and the few, dated mentions that had popped up regarding her father winning big in notorious blackjack houses. I need to go. Sam tried to stand but couldn't seem to gather his strength. Don't move, Sam. A small, firm hand clasped his. Annie's. Her other hand followed the bones of his arm up to his shoulder, resting there and keeping him in place. Not yet. You're dripping buckets of sweat and your face is green. Maddie, go soak this dish towel in water again for me. Hurry. Small feet pounded away from Sam. No need. Sam's tongue felt thick. I'm outta here. Job offer retracted. That should please Annie's father. You're not going anywhere, Sam, Annie said, hand still on his shoulder. If I let you try, you'll tumble down the stairs and break your neck. Then where would I be with Slotto? Small feet pounded back to them. Thanks, Maddie. Annie ran the cool rag across Sam's forehead and behind his neck, sending shivers down his spine, almost making him lose that hot dog he'd had for lunch. Face it, Sam. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. And as much as Sam wanted to protest, he couldn't summon the will to argue. Get rid of this guy. Dad took Annie by the arm and led her to the kitchen. He's trouble. Annie knew that 10 ways from Sunday. But one fact remained, the man nearly collapsed. I'm not going to shove him out the door. Dad shook his head. You always were a sucker for strays. I'll roll him out while you look the other way. No, Dad. Annie held onto his arm. Help me finish dinner. The water was ready for steaming the zucchini, which she had yet to slice, and the bread still had to be buttered so she could broil it. She handed her father a small tub of margarine and the loaf of bread, then peeked out at Sam. He was slouched on the couch with his hands over his face. Would you feel better if I sang to you? Maddie asked Sam sweetly. Without waiting for him to answer, she burst into song. 3 blind mice. 3 blind mice. Sam groaned. See how they run. See how they run. Maddie was in the groove now. She popped out of her chair and began dancing while she sang. Maddie has showgirl potential. Dad chuckled, slicing the zucchini. I like how she belts out a song. Nothing halfway from my granddaughter. He came to stand beside Annie, hands full of zucchini slices. Look at that PI suffer. It's just what he deserves. Annie nudged her father back into the kitchen and whispered, I never said Sam was a PI. Didn't you? Dad said innocently. He turned away from her, dumped the zucchini into the steamer, and then began spreading margarine over a slice of bread with the finesse and detail a surgeon devoted to brain surgery. Annie sagged against the counter, adding things up. Sam was looking for card counters. I'm looking at a card counter. Life was so much more straightforward in Harmony Valley. Annie touched her father's shoulder. Has Sam been hunting you before? Is he after you now? Before? No. Dad put the bread in the oven, then faced her, although he didn't look her in the eye, which told Annie more than his next words. I recognize the name, is all. Heard the scuttlebutt and such. That's a lie. What scuttlebutt? Most likely it was about Sam and a showgirl, or several. Everyone knew his dad. He was a PI, too. Her father lifted his gaze to meet Annie's. But Sam's father specialized in tracking teenage runaways here and in Phoenix. This one, it's hard to say what Sam's specialty is. I heard he's been bounty hunting. Annie took a step back. You're scared of him. Her father frowned but didn't deny it. He had fears. He just didn't have a healthy respect of fear and the decisions it should give rise to. If Dad was operating in a casino and there was an earthquake, he'd ask the dealer to show their cards before he agreed to leave the table. You're scared of him, Annie repeated, slower this time, testing the weight of the words. Scared of Sam? No. That wasn't right. She was doing the math all wrong. You're scared of who Sam works for. Dad's frown disappeared. And now, it was Annie who was scared. Maddie transitioned to singing Hot Cross Buns. Sam might have groaned. It was either that or the furniture creaked beneath his weight. You were at Tiny House of Cards today. Dad wasn't asking. Annie quickly and quietly explained what had happened at Slotto, as well as what she'd done afterward. Tiny recognized my name. The hot, sick feeling she'd had when she'd been arrested returned. I'm nobody. You're nobody. At least. That's how it should be. I know who I am and it's not nobody, Dad said gruffly. And you? The little girl with pigtails who beat Aldo Patrizio at blackjack has become something of a local myth. You'll never be a nobody either. Don't you see? That's exactly who I want to be. Nobody. Her voice rose without her consent, catching Maddie's attention since she quieted mid-verse. I don't want to be associated with embezzlers or myths or card cheats. Being good at cards is a skill, not a cheat, Dad said in a low, hard voice, eyes glittering with a rebuke. You don't see people accuse spelling bee winners or Jeopardy champions of being cheats. He was right, but I don't want to argue about that. Fine. Dinner's almost ready. Let's get rid of the snoop. Annie frowned. No. He's going to help me get a respectable job. Now that he'd dangled that possibility in front of her, the odds of her leaving tomorrow to return to Harmony Valley had diminished considerably. All she needed was to check in with Jill and make sure she was okay and for Sam to realize that he needed her. You don't need a respectable job, Annie. You can live a flexible life like the one you had while raising me? The one that ran hot and cold? The one that was either feast or famine? Annie was at risk of boiling over, the same as the water beneath the steaming zucchini. She turned the burner down. Took a breath. Looked her father directly in the eyes and pushed the words past her dry, aching throat. You want me to put Maddie through what you put me through? Watching you get beaten as punishment for me beating a dangerously proud, old man? You were always better than me, Annie, Dad said hoarsely, rubbing a hand over his cheek where he had a small scar. That won't happen to you. He's so naive. Not all scars are on the outside, Dad. Annie gently touched her father's marred cheek. Like you, Frank thought he was untouchable. And because of that, Maddie bears the scars of watching her parents being taken away by the cops. I don't want that kind of life for her. And yet, Dad bit his lip, as if considering his words carefully. He pointed toward the living room, where Maddie was singing about black sheep. That man. He's just a means to an end. A way to regain what she'd lost. So, why did it feel like she was gambling again? This time against the odds. Chapter 9. Is Sammy sick? Maddie chased spaghetti noodles around her plate with her fork. Sammy? Sam was glad Vince wasn't around to hear his new nickname. If he had been, Sam would never hear the end of it. I'm not sick. The pulse pounding obstinately in Sam's temples disagreed. Or maybe it pounded a warning since a child was in his peripheral vision, triggering his PTSD. Brett and Annie might have disagreed with Sam too, but neither one of them stopped eating to comment. It wasn't as if they hadn't heard. The four of them crowded around the expression on his wrinkled face. It makes him weak and vulnerable. Sam's hands clenched in his lap. Vulnerable. Maddie sounded the word out. You got the bull part right, kid, Sam muttered, giving Brett a bombastic side eye. I have PTSD from. He refused to admit what he'd done out loud to strangers. As it was, he was afraid Brett was going to ask how many people he'd killed. That was always the first question asked by insensitive idiots. When I was sent to serve overseas, I was worried about coming home with all my body parts. Did you? The little girl hopped out of her chair to look under the table. You did. I did. Sam nodded, staring at Annie instead of her daughter. He unclenched his fingers, then wiped the sweat from his brow with his palm. What I didn't worry about was coming home with my mind unaffected. That silenced everybody at the table. Even Brett, who might not be an idiot after all. The past haunts my dreams, Sam admitted. And was triggered by every child he came across, which was why he lived with Vince in a fancy neighborhood where no one ever let their children out to play. Which was why what few groceries Sam bought, he picked up at a convenience store in the middle of the night. Which was why he mostly lived on drive-through food. Still, no comment was made, not even by Brett in the peanut gallery. And sometimes, the dreams hamstring my days. Like they did earlier, Sam murmured, keeping his gaze on Annie as he wiped his hands on his slacks. Thank you for the meal. He'd hardly eaten any of it. But the pounding in his head had receded to a manageable level. It was time to leave. Annie placed a hand on his forearm. Sam, before you passed out. I didn't pass out. Although he'd been close. Potato, Brett quipped, regaining his sarcasm. Before you passed out, you were about to tell me how much you'd pay for my help on that job, Annie finished, smiling brightly. Work with Annie? The pounding resumed in Sam's head. I retracted my offer. Good. I don't think working for Sammy is wise. Brett hadn't been a fan of Sam's since he'd opened the door to his knock. Sam turned his head slowly Brett's way and focused all his frustration at the man. You got a problem with me? Yeah. The old man snarled right back at Sam. You're dangerous. I don't want you around my daughter. Dad. Annie made a strangled sound. Sam said he could fix things for me at Slotto. Sammy isn't a bad person, Grandpa. Maddie stroked Sam's hair, as if he was a well-behaved pet. I love him. Now it was Brett who made a strangled noise. I'm not a danger to Annie or Maddie, Sam said evenly, feeling sweat pop out on his forehead again, and wishing Maddie would return to her seat before he fell out of his. Of course you're a danger, Sammy. Brett shifted in his seat to make his case to Annie. He works for Vince Patrizio. Did you know that? You're asking for a job working for Vince Patrizio. Annie's pretty blue eyes widened. Why would she care about working for Vince? Sam frowned at Brett. I can't tell you who I'm working for, but it's not Vince. He stood, his gaze carefully averted from the little girl at his side. But your father is right, Annie. Working together isn't a good idea. Thanks again for dinner. Sam made it out the door into the cool, desert night. He stumbled down the stairs. Sure, he was walking on shaky legs. But he made it to his truck. Are you gonna be okay, Sammy? Maddie asked in a small voice that seemed far too close. Caught off guard, Sam spun to find the little girl on Annie's hip, her face inches from his. And then the world revolved into darkness. The subtle smell of strawberries brought Sam around, although he kept his eyes closed, not quite ready to face the world. Annie? I'm here. Annie's hand found his. Why was knowing she was near a comfort? We're in your truck. I drove you home. She chuckled. At least, I'm assuming where I followed you earlier is your home. It was. It is. The back of Sam's head throbbed and odd parts of his hands and arms stung. Sad to say, this wasn't the first time he'd passed out on the pavement. He shifted, taking stock of body parts. Nothing seemed broken. Nothing wet dripped from his extremities. You could have told me kids trigger your panic attacks, Annie said softly, thumb stroking the back of his hand. The memory of the rapid-fire shots he'd made outside the U.S. Embassy peppered him with guilt, holding him in his seat. I'm not scared of kids. Then my daughter's beauty must have swept you off your feet. She eased her hand from his. Literally. That's it exactly. Sam collected Annie's fingers before her touch left him completely, cradling them, circling her palm with his thumb. He didn't know how or why this multifaceted woman could console him. All he knew was that he welcomed the effect she had on him. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see her. The light sensors on the front of the house illuminated the gold in her hair and the warmth in her blue eyes. If that day at the embassy never happened, I could fall in love with her. But it had happened. And Sam was no Boy Scout with dreams of home and family. Not anymore. Sam released Annie's hand, missing her touch almost immediately. It figures my stalker today would be a doctor disguised as a chief financial officer. Who's stalking who? Annie frowned, facing forward and taking hold of his truck's steering wheel. You followed me home, too, remember? Two wrongs, Sam sighed. Annie gathered that tiny purse of hers. You should take better care of yourself. Less fast food. More salads and home cooking. Are you offering? Sam closed his eyes again, shutting out the possibility of things he didn't deserve. How do you know I eat fast food? I bagged up your trash from the floorboard so we could put you in the passenger seat. Dad and a burly neighbor carried you. She's scared. I should go. Dad and Maddie are waiting at the end of the driveway. She pressed a bottle of water into his hand. Take care of yourself, Sammy. Sammy? Sam gritted his teeth. You say that like this is goodbye. Isn't it? Annie sounded sad. You withdrew your offer of employment and helped clearing my name. Sam opened his eyes and drank her in. You're complicated. Because of my ex-husband. She nodded. Not just that. Sam drew a deep breath. Private investigators and bounty hunters kept the facts close. It wasn't in his nature to share. But with her. Your father must have taught you his trade. Annie's blue eyes widened, losing their warmth. And their innocence. A more honorable man would leave it at that. But Sam. He'd left his honor along with his bullet casings in front of that overseas embassy. And then there's your father's fear of Vince Patrizio. Her jaw jutted. It's not my fear of Vince. It's, Annie considered him. Who is Vince to you? Sam's gaze roamed over the large, impressive house in front of them. Its windows offered no warm glow. Its eaves were no home for the holiday lights springing up around the area. Vince is right. This place is too big and too empty. It's not a home. Vince is my friend, he said simply. My brother in arms. Annie chewed on that small tidbit of information for too long before admitting, he's also my cousin's estranged husband. You're still drinking? Vince entered Sam's apartment several hours after Annie left. It's my first. Sam took a drink of the now warm brew. Annie's announcement about her 2 degrees of separation from Vince had rocked Sam. Not because he hadn't known Vince had a wife somewhere, but because her being Annie's cousin couldn't be a coincidence. Nope. Sam was willing to bet that was the reason Vince had recommended Annie for the job at Slotto. That was the reason Vince had been upset when Sam hadn't approved Annie's background check. The question was, why did Vince want Annie to work in Vegas? That's your first beer? Vince hung his suit jacket on the hook near the door. Did something upset you today? You have no idea. What are you, my mother? Sam said instead. I should be. Vince went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of beer. I make sure you have a roof over your head and food in your fridge. Or at least, beer. He came to sit on the short couch next to Sam, propping his feet up on the wooden coffee table, the same as Sam. How long have the Clippers been losing? I don't know. I wasn't keeping track. Besides pondering Vince's motivations, Sam had been thinking about the things Annie had said to him today and the things she made him feel: attraction, contradiction, a longing to kiss her, and a suspicion that she had more secrets she didn't want to share. Like me. I worry about you, Vince said, smiling a little. Maybe that's because I'm an only child. I worry about you too. Sam wasn't smiling. And I'm not an only child. He had a younger sister in Phoenix, one he refused to visit since she had 2 young kids. What a disaster that would be. Vince leaned into the corner of the couch, studying Sam. We're not worrying about the same things. We're not. Sam was sure of it. Their service had created a bond between them that differences like wealth and college education hadn't prevented. Not for the first time, Sam wondered at those differences. They'd both been involved in a terrorist attack. They'd both been shot. But Vince seemed to have shed the bad memories. You're worrying about my PTSD, Sam continued. And I'm worrying about your motivation for recommending Annie Raye for a job at Slotto Gaming Machines. Oh. Vince was seldom robbed of words. He touched the simple wedding band he wore. Silent. Sam nodded again, then set his warm beer in the center of the coffee table. I've never looked for your wife or pried into your personal business. You told me yours was a marriage of convenience and, even though that's not something you hear every day, I respected your boundaries. Vince's jaw worked. You could have looked into Jill at any time. But you waited until understanding dawned in his black eyes. Annie told you. Which means. Your name came up in conversation. Sam nodded. There's more to this, Vince said slowly, as if carefully considering each word. You and Brett Raye have history, Sam guessed. No. Yes. It's a 2 ships kind of thing. Vince ran a hand through his thick, black hair. Of course, it fell obediently back in place. Nothing about Vince was ever rumpled or wrinkled. Why did you talk to Annie? Sam briefly summarized the day's events. And at the end of that update, Vince asked, You took a job with my grandfather? To uncover a card-counting ring? Sam nodded. Now it makes sense. Vince sipped his beer. To you maybe. Care to enlighten me? Nope. Vince stood and headed toward the door. Don't trust my grandfather. I won't, Sam promised. You will, Vince predicted in a doom-and-gloom voice. You're the trusting type. An image of Annie came to mind, blue eyes fiery when she'd poked him in the chest and accused him of incompetence. And yet, he'd held her hand earlier. He's right. I am the trusting type. Vince took his jacket from the hook, shook it out, then folded it over his arm. My grandfather can't stand anything he can't manipulate, which is a lot lately. You think this assignment he gave me is his way of finding something to control? Sam considered that for a moment. Why? Because I've been pushing for change. I need him to retire or, Vince spoke slowly, staring out the windows and into the night. My grandfather is 83. Old school. He shouts at our management team. Our employee turnover is horrendous. He's alienated everyone else in the family but me. My dad. My uncle," Vince shook his head. "My grandfather demands are getting out of hand, Anne." Sam came to his feet. "I think there's a lot you aren't telling me." "There's a lot I don't tell anyone." Vince's gaze collided with Sam's. "Even you. What are you trying to do? Run the Bella Vista?" Sam bit back an oath. Someday Vince might realize money and possessions wouldn't make him happy, like this house of his. But someday seemed very far away tonight. "This isn't like you." Sam lowered his voice although they were alone. "You don't scheme against your grandfather. You love him. Let whatever this is. Let it go. Like you've let go what happened the day we were shot." A challenge flared in every nuance of Vince's dark expression. "The day you fired your weapon to save me and scores of others?" "That's different," Sam choked out, fighting the rising sense of alarm with quick, shallow breaths that refused to slow. "That was my fault. It was a tragedy, Sam." "Say it," Vince insisted. "If not to me, at least, to yourself." Blood roared in Sam's ears. His mouth was dry and his lips seemed stuck together. And the words. Well, the only words in his head were stuck on repeat: "It was my fault." The apartment door slammed, leaving Sam battling the demons in his head. Alone. Chapter 10. Las Vegas, just off the Strip. Where is everyone? Brett stood in the private back room of the Red Feather School of Dance, staring at his two closest friends, Ernie and Chauncey, who stared back at him as if he was the ghost of Christmas past come to make them face their worst mistakes. Except they weren't staring at Brett. "I'm here," Maddie piped up. She held Brett's hand, swinging it between them. She wore a pink dress today and had been excited at the prospect of meeting her grandfather's friends. "And those two guys are here, too." Brett introduced his friends to Maddie. Annie had left the apartment early, ostensibly to help Sam Knight. But Brett doubted the PI had agreed to that. She'd asked Brett to watch Maddie. And, although Brett was thrilled to spend more time with his granddaughter, he had plans and responsibilities to the gambling team. "It's bring your granddaughter to work day," Brett told his friends. "Deja vu," Ernie whispered, staring at Maddie. He wore blue basketball shorts and a red t-shirt with white orthopedic sneakers. His head was shaved cleaner than his chin. "Maddie looks just like Annie at that age." "Come closer, Bug," Chauncey said in a strained voice, smiling kindly. He sat in a maroon velour recliner, footrest extended. His cancer battle had stolen his hair and his strength but not his charm. "I don't have my specs and I can't see if you have all your fingers and toes." "I do." Maddie scurried over to his chair. 5 fingers here." She held out one hand, fingers splayed. "And 5 here." She repeated the gesture with her other hand. "Plus I have 5 toes on each foot. Did you know that if you sing This Little Piggy Went to Market that there are 5 piggies?" "I did." Chauncey beamed. "Do you know the song 99 Pieces of Gum on the Wall?" Without letting Maddie answer, he began to sing, switching bottles of beer for pieces of gum. In no time, Maddie grasped the concept of subtraction and gleefully sang along with him. Lana, Chauncey's longtime significant other, entered the room with a swish of a flowing, floor-length blue gown. Her long, white blonde hair was in a neat bun at the back of her neck. She was the proprietor and chief dance instructor at the Red Feather School of Dance. Lana gave Maddie a cheerful wave before gesturing Ernie and Brett join her by a wall lined with all kinds of men's clothing. On the opposite side of the room, glittery outfits hung from roller racks. Behind that was a pair of small dressing rooms and a hospital bed for Chauncey. "You're late," Lana told Brett. Brett ignored the implication that he was letting the crew down. "Where is everyone?" he asked instead. There should have been 3 more men awaiting gambling assignments for the day. That was more important than being off schedule. Sam Knight scared our crew off. Ernie frowned at Brett. Did you find out why Annie was with him yesterday? It's a long story, Brett said evasively. The Big C had nearly put Chauncey in his grave and might still if the group didn't raise the money for his experimental treatments. His medical care had drained Chauncey's assets, and most of Lana's, too. The group had to meet their goal. But Annie seemed determined to help Knight uncover their card-counting team so that she could be gainfully employed. If Brett told her what was going on, she might understand. She might even stop helping Knight. But then she'd lose the job at Slotto Gaming Machines, leave town, and shut Brett out of her life once more. She might even blame Brett for ruining her life, again. But sometimes, a man had to keep to his word to a lifelong friend, even if it meant keeping the truth from a loved one. Brett had made the decision last night to keep playing. We'll call up the others and give them assignments on the far side of the valley. Far away from where he expected Sam to search. What about you? Lana asked, nodding toward Maddie. Can you play today? If I can find a babysitter. Brett glanced toward Chauncey. Do you think Chauncey's up to it? They all stared toward Chauncey and Maddie, who were happily lost in their counting song. We'll work together. She'll be fine, Lana reassured him. She already seems smitten with Chauncey. Now, I just have to win her over. I'll call the others and tell them to come get their disguises, Ernie offered. I'll check my database for new houses to hit. Brett consulted the notes stored on his phone. Lana approached the singers and joined in, smiling, swishing her skirt, and applauding each new round of the song. Soon, she'd won over Maddie, who stopped singing and started fidgeting. Are you a princess? Those are princess shoes. She pointed at Lana's rhinestone-encrusted heels. Thank you, sweetie. Lana crouched at Maddie's level. No one's ever called me a princess before. But you're beautiful and sparkly, Maddie said solemnly. You have to be a princess. Lana took Maddie by the hand. Do you like to play dress up? I have princess clothes you can try on, plus I'm teaching class soon on how to walk with a headdress on. You can join in. Or Maddie can count your shoes, Lana, Brett suggested, knowing the dance instructor had hundreds of pairs. My puddin' loves to count things. What are you gonna do, Grandpa? Maddie rushed over to hug his leg. I don't want to leave you lonely. I'm going to play dress up with Ernie. And as odd as that sounded, Maddie accepted it at face value. Yay! Maddie spun around. We're all going to have fun. That's right, Bug. Chauncey beckoned her to return to his side, waving fingers bedecked with flashy rings that spun on 4 of his spindly fingers. Expensive, those rings. One had once belonged to the mighty Aldo Patrizio. They were the symbols of Chauncey's success and something none of his friends would let him sell. Chauncey's got lots of rings. Is he your prince? Maddie beamed up at Lana, who was smiling at Chauncey with a bittersweet look in her eye. You're right, honey. Chauncey is my prince, Lana murmured, suddenly looking beaten and tearful. But she recovered quickly. Maddie, I need to help your grandfather and Ernie dress up for work. Can you count the shoes in the corner for me? Maddie's eyes lit up. I'll count them twice to make sure I do it right. While his granddaughter was occupied, Lana went to work applying makeup, first to Brett's face to hide his scar, and then to Ernie's. They donned costumes, Ernie as a motorcycle gang member with disfiguring scars on his face and a dirty blonde wig, and Brett as a nerdy British tourist with a wine-colored birthmark splashed across his face and his long hair in a bun at his nape. Brett set a British driving cap on his head, and large, dark glasses on his face. Inspecting his reflection in the mirror, he was certain no one would recognize him. Not even his own daughter. Harmony Valley, Railroad Stop Retreat. Where are my soccer cleats? At nearly 12, Teddy was too tall to dash around the small apartment he and Jill shared at the railroad stop retreat without banging into things. The arm of the couch, ow. The corner of the coffee table, ouch. A kitchen chair, oh woo. He was so loud, he didn't hear Jill telling him to look under the kitchen table, until his knees had knocked against every piece of furniture they owned. She finished tying her sneaker, then pointed toward the small breakfast nook where the toe of a bright yellow soccer cleat peeped out from beneath a heap of dirty boy clothes. His black railroad stop hoodie, his bumblebee striped soccer jersey and yellow soccer socks. They've been there since your game a few days ago. I kept telling you to pick them up. And he hadn't. And Jill had decided to let them sit until he put them in the dirty clothes hamper or washed them himself. A distant, rumbly sound penetrated the windows and walls of their home, followed by the deep toot of a large vehicle's horn. The school bus is here, they cried in unison, both springing into action, Jill to grab Teddy's backpack, Teddy to grab his cleats. They shared the school bus stop with a few others who lived on the far side of Parish Hill. The physical stop was 100 feet away at the end of the entrance to the retreat, and inconveniently out of sight. Teddy flung open the front door just as the bus tooted a second time, their signal that they were leaving. Gears shifted and the mighty school bus engine rumbled into life. I missed the bus. Teddy's shoulders slumped. And then he turned to Jill, dark brown eyes sparkling with mischief that was mirrored in his wide smile. You know what this means, Mom. It's missed the bus day. To reduce the worry and angst over missing the school bus, Jill had created Miss the Bus Day. It was really more like Miss the Bus Morning, because on those unlucky days, Jill would drive Teddy into town where they'd pick up a hot chocolate and sugary treat at Martin's Bakery. Jill hesitated. She had a group arriving before noon at the retreat today and needed to set up the main meeting room. Glamma was off this morning at a doctor's appointment and couldn't help. But Jill only hesitated a moment because Teddy was growing up. Someday soon, he'd ask her to call him Ted. He'd be heading off to college or to work somewhere far away from Harmony Valley. All right. She grabbed her purse and SUV keys. It's missed the bus day. Let's roll. Yay. Teddy gave her a quick hug and then they were off to town, passing the school bus along the way. They entered Martin's and headed straight for the bakery case. Luckily, there was no line. It wasn't until Jill had picked out a horseradish scone and ordered a latte that she realized Martin's was unusually quiet. While Teddy placed his order, Jill turned and scanned the room. All seemed normal. There was a checkers match going on at the back wall table beneath all those yellowed photographs of generations of the Martin family. The trio of elderly town council women sat at a nearby table with Mayor Larry, Harmony Valley's resident hippie. And over by the front window, an elderly woman held a pink quilt square while two toddlers played at her feet. Everything would have been normal except there was a stranger sitting alone at the back table staring at Jill and Teddy, and all the other regulars were staring at him. Jill glanced at him again. The man's face was sun-wrinkled. The sunglasses atop his snow-white hair had undoubtedly created the raccoon tan lines on his face. His polo shirt was a dingy tan that did nothing positive for his complexion. He wore thin, black parachute sweats and scuffed white orthopedic sneakers. In short, he looked like many of the residents in Harmony Valley, since the population skewed over age 65. And yet, Jill felt no desire to smile at him. Maybe because of the way he stared at her and Teddy. And the way the other residents stared at him. Jill turned back to Tracy and said quietly, "Put a rush on our order, please." Already on it. Tracy was the most efficient barista on the planet. She'd already bagged their goodies and was putting a lid on Jill's latte. Hot chocolate next. Teddy. Go wait in the SUV. When her son hesitated, Jill smiled as if nothing was wrong, as if the hair on the back of her neck wasn't rising. It maybe missed the bus day, but we're running late. Go on. Thankfully, he did, taking her coffee and their treats. The elderly man appeared at Jill's side. Jill Raye? There was something in his tone. Jill flinched back and gathered the urge to run with a tight hold. It's Jill Patrizio. And he was the same man who'd approached her outside the clinic in Las Vegas all those years ago. You should leave. That was Rose Casilla, who'd been the elderly Tinkerbell at Halloween. She was slim and slight, her white hair pulled into a tight, ballerina bun at the base of her neck. She got to her feet, ready to flit her way to Jill's rescue. "You're up to no good." That was Phil, the former barber, turned colorist. He was built like a scarecrow and always seemed to sway in the breeze, even if there was none. "We don't abide by bullies in Harmony Valley." That was Mayor Larry. His gray hair was in a long ponytail more than halfway down the back of his red and yellow tie-dyed hoodie. He stood, ready to defend Jill. The rest of the elderly contingent got to their feet, moving chairs, canes, and walkers to do so. And even if her group of elderly guardians couldn't do more damage to this man than with their words, Jill loved them all for it. "I called Sheriff Nate," Tracy said, handing Jill Teddy's hot chocolate. The warm cup was a steadying prop. The man from Jill's past held up his hands, as if in surrender. "I'm just a messenger." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out what looked like a twice-folded postcard. Then he placed it on the counter and walked toward the door. "Your presence is requested." Jill set down the hot chocolate and took the folded postcard with trembling hands, opening it. But she didn't look at it just yet. The door to Martin's closed. The snowy-haired man stopped at the hood of Jill's SUV, staring directly at Teddy, and then he walked away, heading toward the town square. Jill's guardians erupted with questions, so many that Jill couldn't make out who was saying what. "Who was that? What did he want?" "He was asking for you." "Where's the sheriff?" Holding her breath, Jill stared at the card in her hand. At first, she thought she was looking at photos of Teddy, as a baby, as a toddler, as a preteen. But there were also pictures of his look-alike as a teenager and a man. "It's a funeral service," Tracy said, glancing from the postcard to Jill. Jill folded it before Tracy could make the connection between Teddy and his biological father, Brian Salazar. Thanking them for their help but ignoring everyone's questions, Jill walked out of Martin's on shaky legs, drove Teddy to school and returned to the retreat, all the while constantly looking over her shoulder and in the rear-view mirror for the man with the snowy white hair. Most likely, he'd returned to Las Vegas, mission complete. Invitation to Brian's funeral service in her hands. Chapter 11. "So, you've seen an older man like that?" Sam asked the jaded-looking, female blackjack dealer one more time, just to make sure. He'd been out canvassing casinos all morning. Without Annie at his side. He was better off without her in his immediate orbit. That wasn't to say she was far from his mind, especially since she'd been following him this morning. But she never came inside a casino. Which was fine with him and his wounded pride. He may not have found any card counters, but Sam was beginning to form a portrait of the men themselves. Sam repeated the description of the man he'd seen at Tiny's yesterday. "The guy is retirement age, wears big, dark glasses, has a mustache and a growth on his face." "Honey, I've seen hundreds of old guys with tinted glasses and glaring facial features." The dealer snapped her gum. Her name tag said breezy, but she was more like grave, pessimistic and heavy on the sarcasm, eyes on the swivel, possibly for someone to sit at her table beside Sam. "This is Vegas, the vacation destination for retirees. But there are some who don't talk much, win quietly, and then leave, dropping me a generous tip. It's a type, you know. Not any one man." Just as Aldo had said. Sam nodded, encouraged. "Does someone like that come in on a regular day or time?" "No. Nothing regular. Last time I saw anyone like that was Friday. Late afternoon. Just after I came on shift and the weekend rush started up." Sam handed the dealer a business card and a 20. "Thanks, Breezy. If one of them comes in, give me a call." Sam had been to 5 of the smaller, independently owned casinos, the ones that attracted mostly locals. He'd had no problem finding dealers who remembered someone partially fitting the description of the card player he and Annie had run into the day before. There were inconsistencies in their builds but always tinted glasses and something unique about their features: scars, birthmarks, blemishes, growths, something that made the dealers avoid looking at them too closely for fear of hurting their feelings. Back outside, Sam blinked in the morning sunlight and slipped on his sunglasses. It wasn't long before he was pulling out of the parking lot on his way to the next small casino on his list, with a familiar Toyota sedan a few car lengths behind him. Annie. Sam smiled. She must have set a share location feature on his phone while he'd been passed out last night. That was smart. But even if she was clever, Sam didn't want her involved in his business, especially since there were too many unanswered questions when it came to Vince's recommendation for the Slotto job. Sam ran a hand over the scabbing scrapes on his arm from his parking lot pass-out last night. Why had Vince wanted Annie to work at Slotto? To get his wife back? Or did he need Annie for some kind of power struggle with his grandfather? Sam didn't know. And since he didn't know, it was best to keep her out of it. And if that kept his emotional scars at bay, so much the better. Sam turned into the Lucky Horse Casino. And so did Annie. Despite the kindness she'd extended him and the interest he felt for her, Sam needed to send Annie a message. She had no place by his side. Annie hadn't realized tailing Sam would be so easy. What's a little shared locations between friends? She liked being able to watch Sam without him knowing she was there. He had a strong posture, a confident walk, a physical presence that said he was a force to be reckoned with. Or he would have if she didn't look too closely at the condition and quality of his wardrobe. Faded blue jeans. Collar curling, black polo shirt. Leather loafers that had seen better days. As for those gaunt eyes. Annie hadn't seen Sam up close. But from a distance, Sam didn't seem as burned out today. She was hoping that meant he was in a more amenable mood when it came to helping her get the job at Slotto. Last night's visit had given her a renewed sense of hope, even if it did feel like a last-ditch effort where she was grasping at straws. Returning to Harmony Valley would be admitting defeat. Annie couldn't do that without one last try. She was just waiting for the right moment to approach him. Or to be nearby if Sam found a card counter and called her for verification. At the entrance of the Lucky Horse Casino, Sam greeted an elderly couple coming out of the double doors. They nodded and pointed inside. Had they seen someone matching the card counter's description? Was their card counter in there now? Annie dug her cell phone out of her small, tan purse, waiting for Sam to call. No call came. But something else happened. That couple he'd talked to were about to walk past her parked car. Annie executed the magic motions to open her car door, pulling door toward her while yanking on the latch to pop it open. Annie jumped out of her car. "Excuse me." She hurried to flag the pair down. "I noticed you gave my husband directions while I parked our car." "Where did he go?" "We sent him to the gift shop," the woman said with a helpful expression. She wore a yellow Sunshine State t-shirt and a sunny smile. "He was looking for a new deck of cards. He mentioned something about teaching you how to play blackjack. He knew I was following him." Annie was speechless. She glanced toward the casino, mind blown. And then, she scoffed, returning to her car as reality set in. Of course, Sam had seen her. He was a professional PI, trained to note the unusual. If only he wasn't trying to rub her nose in that fact. Frustrated, Annie wanted to kick something, preferably Sam's shin. "Yeah, I've seen lots of guys like that. They're lucky, but given the way they look, maybe they deserve some luck." The blackjack dealer in the Lucky Horse was trying very hard to make light of the card counter. Flo fit the profile of the other dealers Sam had located who'd seen the card sharps, middle-aged woman driven more by tips than a passion for their work. "Do they tip well?" Sam asked. "Better than most," Flo said ruefully, glancing around. She had thin, shoulder-length brown hair and the tan, wrinkled skin of a long-time, sun-worshipping Vegas resident. "I haven't seen anyone like that lately. Could use a good tip about now though." Sam gave the dealer his business card and a 20, even though he suspected she'd never call him, not when it seemed as if she enjoyed her tips. Her cooperation didn't matter to Sam. Given the card counters hadn't visited recently, the Lucky Horse topped his list for a stakeout. Buoyed by his progress, Sam made his exit, smiling as he headed for his truck. He'd shake Annie in the late morning traffic, drive through a fast food restaurant for lunch, and check in with a bail bondsman for any bail jumpers. Things were looking up. Or they had been. Sam's steps slowed as he neared his parking space. What the heck? Annie's car was parked behind his truck, blocking him in. The Toyota's hood was up as if she was having car trouble. The car wasn't trouble. Annie was. Sam. What a small world. Is this your truck? Annie couldn't quite pull off the ruse that this was a coincidence. Her smile kept breaking into a grin. She wore a tan, flowery blouse, beige jeans, and fancy, brown ankle boots. My car stalled right here. What are the odds? Nil. Sam propped his hands on his hips and leaned over until they were nearly nose to nose, close enough to kiss. Move your car. Oh, Sam. I wish I could. But it won't start. Annie blinked those baby blues without backing away. Didn't she have any sense of self-preservation? Didn't she realize that he was close to losing all sense of professionalism and kissing her senseless? She dangled her keys in front of him. Here. You try. Sam snatched the fob from her hand and squeezed behind the steering wheel. He worked the manual seat handle on the side, trying to slide the seat back. But it wasn't going anywhere. Giving up, he jammed the key in the ignition and cranked it. Nothing. Not so much as a click of the starter. Annie dropped into the passenger seat, still trying to float that poor helpless me routine past him. What's wrong with it? I'm too busy to play games with you, he growled. Movement by the casino entrance caught Sam's eye. Through gaps between vehicles, Sam caught sight of a man leaving. He was older with what looked like a birthmark on his face. He wore dark glasses and an English driver's cap. The man wasn't as heavy as the gambler they'd run across in Tiny's. He wore black pants and an untucked, gray checkered shirt that hung off his thin shoulders. Annie followed the direction of his gaze. It's one of them. Sam was sure of it. Every dealer I've talked to this morning said the card counters always have some disfiguring facial feature in dark glasses. And the dealer inside the Lucky Horse lied to me. Sam bit back an oath. The man climbed into a red car several rows over and backed out a little too quickly. He's seen us. Move your car out of my way. Sam tried to open the Toyota's door, but it was stuck. He rammed his shoulder against it. But the latch held. It's easier to open from the outside. Hang on. Annie leaped out of her car. She tightened the screws on the clamps on top of the battery, closed the hood and jumped back in. What are you doing? Sam demanded, considering squirming out her side of the car. Why didn't you let me out? Because we're going to follow him. Sam's mouth dropped open. We? Yes. What are you waiting for? The excitement in Annie's blue eyes was almost palpable. Let's go. This isn't a game. It's not fun. But Sam's pulse was pounding and excitement was building in his gut. Who doesn't love a car chase? Annie slapped the dashboard in front of her. Let's go. She's annoying, Anne, my kind of woman. Frowning, Sam turned the key. Annie's car backfired and shuddered to life, as rough as him thinking Annie was his type. Who are you? Really? You don't know by now? She laughed. No, Sam concentrated on finding room for his elbows in her small car as he sped toward the exit. According to you, you're supposed to be a boring numbers cruncher and a dependable employee. You're not supposed to be a woman who claims to know her way around a blackjack table, or one who knows how to disable a vehicle. He sped out onto the street, spotted the red car, and started weaving through traffic. What you see is what you get. I'm boring, dependable, yet full of surprisingly useful skills, Annie teased. But there was nothing funny about her next words. Does that make me more or less qualified for the job at Slotto? Yeah, about that, He needed to tell her about Vince's role in her being offered the job. I can't believe you'd renege on the deal we made just because my daughter made you pass out. Annie was winding herself up, raising her voice and tossing her hands about. Are you still without a professional gambler to catch these card counters in the act? Yes. No. Not right now. Sam wanted answers. And that gambler had them. You need me, Sam. Annie was adamant. I can help you identify the card counters plus give you a shoulder to lean on when another child triggers your PTSD. And then you can smooth things over at Slotto, just like you offered last night. I won't clear you for the job. His father had always told him to follow his instincts. And that's what his instincts were telling him was the right thing to say. Why not? Annie demanded. On the road ahead, the red car made a sharp right. There are extenuating circumstances. Sam leaned into the curve, if only to help his cramped arms turn the wheel. Annie scoffed. Excuses, you mean? Swallow that excessive pride of yours, Sam. He didn't. He gritted his teeth. Another quick turn by their quarry. Another scrunching of elbows by Sam. He was less successful this time. Annie's car drifted into another lane to a chorus of horns and squealing tires. Annie had her hands on the dashboard and her disapproving frown on Sam. The least you can do is be honest with me about why you won't help me. Because you're hiding something, Sam snapped, not wanting to tell her the rest about Vince until he could see her face and focus on her expression. You've packaged yourself to sell boring and predictable, but you are anything but that. There's nothing wrong with creating the right impression. But Annie's voice lacked her usual bravado. An employer deserves to know exactly what they're getting. Which is why you tell all your clients that you have child-triggered PTSD, Annie quipped, sharper than a Bowie knife. Sam didn't say anything. But he knew he'd hit close to home. Unfortunately, so had she. Chapter 12. Annie poked Sam's shoulder. You make me so angry. Can we argue later? Sam hunched deeper over her car's steering wheel. Why is this guy using the back roads to get to the main part of the strip? I was told they were only gambling at smaller, independent houses. Annie glanced up and gasped. The red-tiled roof of the Bella Vista loomed ahead. What's wrong? Nothing. But her stomach flip-flopped. I bet he's going to park and lose himself in the crowd. There were hundreds of people walking around, even a block off the main drag. The red sedan pulled into the Bella Vista. No, Annie muttered. Of all the casinos in Vegas, why had the gambler picked the one Annie couldn't enter? You want to fill me in on the no-nos? Sam slowed in front of the opulent resort until the cars behind them started honking. But he didn't turn. Yes. We're not going in there. Sam made a last-minute turn into the parking lot. The air went out of Annie's lungs in a rush. Sorry. I wanted him to think we weren't coming inside, Sam explained. Wouldn't want that. They drove down one parking aisle after another, up one level, then another. There was no sign of the red car. Annie relaxed into her seat. Looks like this is a bust. Got him. Sam nodded in the direction of the casino entrance on the third level. The man was scurrying inside. Inside. Why don't I stay here? Annie suggested weakly. There was no way she was going in the Bella Vista. She could still see Aldo Patrizio's face as her father lay beaten and bloody on the floor, as Aldo warned her to never set foot in his resort again. You wanted to be part of this. Sam whipped her car into a compact space. Here's your chance. Pass. She planned to huddle on the floorboard. You wanted to help me. Now's your chance. Annie clenched her hands, trying to hide her fear. If she entered the Bella Vista, she'd be in trouble. Her presence might even put Sam in danger. And Maddie. Who would take care of Maddie if something happened to her? Dad? No way. She closed her eyes. Breathed raggedly. Wished she'd given up on the Slotto job and driven home today. Hey. I'm sorry. Some of the edge disappeared from Sam's tone. He clasped her shoulder and then moved his hand downward, stroking her arm. Tell me what's got you spooked. Sam's voice was smooth as velvet as he turned her to face him. He slid his hand behind her shoulder and eased her toward him. This feels nice. The kindness. The emotional support. It had been a long time since she'd been held by a man. She wanted to snuggle closer, to rest her head on his shoulder, to trust that she wasn't alone. Sam isn't my knight in shining armor. Annie needed distance and detachment. All she had to do was open her eyes, identify the annoyance and calculation in Sam's gaze, and this warm, fuzzy, dangerous feeling would disappear. All she had to do was open her eyes and destroy the illusion that Sam cared. All she had to do was open her eyes and continue to face the world alone. With effort, Annie forced her eyes open and searched Sam's expression. Shoot. There was compassion in his green eyes and tenderness in his tentative smile. She was tempted to kiss him. What a mistake that would be. Annie managed to scoff. Why are you being so nice to me now? Why can't you be nice to me when it comes to that job at Slotto? Why can't you do anything predictably? Despite his gripe, Sam's expression didn't change. He continued to stare at her with tenderness and compassion. You were kind to me last night when I suffered a panic attack. And now? I figure I owe you a favor. I'm very experienced with trying to manage panic attacks. This is me returning the favor. Take a breath, Annie. Take a breath and try to beat this thing. He led by example, drawing a deep breath in, easing her more completely into his embrace. Annie would have thought being this close to Sam would steal all the oxygen from her. It didn't. She was able to breathe. They breathed in and out together, all while she stared into those deep green eyes and wondered what it would be like to kiss him. Everything's going to be all right. Sam's voice soothed Annie's jangled nerves. He brushed his hand back and forth across her shoulders. I'm not going anywhere. Stay in the here and now. Stay with me. Stay with me. Annie's heart fell onto a long-lost path, one that led toward friendship, and possibly something more. It was a compelling path, a seemingly safe path. That's it, Annie. Breathe with me. Look at me. Annie had been. She noticed how his green eyes had deepened in color, how the stress lines around his eyes had disappeared. She leaned closer until their mouths were almost touching, waiting to see his reaction, hoping she wouldn't find rejection. Because this man. This moment. It was as rare as a child trouncing professional gamblers. Sam's eyes widened slightly, but he made no move to kiss her. Disappointed, Annie started to shrink back. She'd ventured too far down that long, lost path toward love, taken a branch that she shouldn't have. Sam isn't the man for me. Look at me, Annie, Sam repeated, holding her so frustratingly near. And then he covered her mouth with his and kissed her as if he couldn't last another minute without the taste of her lips. Sam inhaled strawberries as he kissed Annie. He ran his fingers through her soft blonde hair, imprinting the silken feel in his mind. He drew her as close as he could with a plastic center console between them, wanting her closer still. These were new sensations, new feelings, new thoughts. He'd never kissed a woman and felt as if he never wanted to let go. Why Annie? Why now? She was the wrong woman for him. A single mother with secrets. Oh. Annie lurched out of Sam's arms and bumped against the car door behind her, cheeks blooming a deep red. I'm sorry. Sam laughed unreservedly. How long had it been since he'd laughed that way? And reached for Annie again. I kissed you. And he wasn't going to apologize for that. This shouldn't have happened. I need to. Annie nearly fell out of the car in her haste to get out. Don't we have a job to do? But hurt, Sam banged against and wrestled with the sticky car door until the latch released. Then he strode after Annie, more confused about her than ever. "Are you feeling up to working?" "Yes." And yet, Annie hesitated at the casino's double doors, shoulders hunched and looking like she might suffer another panic attack. She needed to think about something other than her fears. "Great. Let's get to work." Sam took Annie's hand and led her through the casino doors. "Follow my lead." "Are we going in undercover?" She dug in her tiny purse, found a pair of small, round sunglasses, and stuck them on. "Annie," Sam drew her name out slowly, in a voice meant to calm. "The good guys don't wear disguises." "Right." Annie stuck the sunglasses on top of her head, cast her gaze downward and then slunk ahead toward the open atrium ahead. For once, she was doing what he'd asked. So why was Sam disappointed? "This is a bad idea." Annie sucked in a ragged breath. "On so many levels." Sam held her hand. His grip was strong and should have been reassuring. The midweek crowd ebbed and flowed around them, giving Annie a small measure of comfort. She tried to calm her breath. The years had changed her appearance. All those security men couldn't possibly recognize her. Annie approached the railing that overlooked the lobby on the ground floor. The Bella Vista was a gorgeous casino, walls painted the soft tan of fresh-baked bread. A large fountain was the centerpiece of the primary lobby. The service counters were white marble. The soothing serenade of mandolin music filled the air, nearly covering the faint cacophony of slot machines. "Let's look for our guy," Sam said. "Sure." Annie rubbed her forehead, trying to shield her face with her hand as Sam headed for the first in a series of escalators going down to the ground floor. "Keep your eyes open," Sam continued his instructions. "If he's still here, he'll be on the casino floor." Annie went on the lookout, all right, but for security, not the gambler. That card counter would be a fool to try anything in Aldo's Place, or any of the other major houses on the Central Strip. It didn't take them long to reach the first floor and rows of blackjack tables bordered by a bank of rare, coin-eating slot machines. Most slots at the larger houses only took plastic nowadays, but Aldo apparently had a retro thing going on in this section of the casino floor. Several people held large paper cups full of coins and were feeding the slots with a steady rhythm. "You're doing great," Sam told Annie, a welcome bit of reassurance. "If we spot our guy and he turns your way, look at something else as casually as you can. I'd rather follow him and find out who he is than risk losing him in the crowd if he knows he's being watched." "Right. He couldn't have identified us in the car." Annie's legs still felt wobbly as she searched for a checkered shirt and beige cap. "There he is." Sam followed the direction of her gaze. The man circled the blackjack tables, English derby cap pulled down to the rim of his dark glasses. No doubt he was looking for a few smiling patrons being treated well by a dealer. "What do we do now?" Annie wondered aloud. No way did she want to play blackjack here. The man's a runner. He's bound to spook easy. Let's watch and wait. Sam nodded toward the black, half-globes jutting from the ceiling at regular intervals. They disguised video cameras. Sam dug into his pocket for his wallet. "Here. We can't just loiter. Get some quarters so we can play slots near his table." Shoulders hunched, Annie hurried off to the cashier. The line was long. And when she returned, Sam was gone. Annie considered leaving until she remembered that Sam had her car keys. And sadly, the man they'd followed had sat down to play blackjack. Annie took a seat at a slot machine and began feeding it quarters, glancing frequently toward the blackjack tables. The card counter was losing. Badly. That was confusing. If he wasn't a card counter, why had he driven like a NASCAR racer? From her vantage point, Annie could see the man fidgeting. He rolled his head from shoulder to shoulder, a move oddly reminiscent of the way her father relieved the tension when stressed. Annie's slot machine suddenly came alive, lights flashing, sirens sounding. And it began coughing up quarters like nobody's business. Of all the bad luck. Annie tried to make herself look small. "It's your lucky day, honey." A blue-haired woman patted Annie's arm and gazed covetously at her flashing machine. Annie glanced back toward the blackjack tables, only to find the gambler they'd been following was no longer there. Her eyes darted around the casino floor, but she couldn't see him. What am I going to tell Sam? She was a bust at this private investigator thing. Annie scooped up her quarters, but it quickly became clear they wouldn't all fit in her cup or her little purse. "Looks like you could use another one of these." An empty quarter cup came into view. "Thank you." Annie glanced up and froze. The man they'd been following stared at her without expression. "And after you fill that cup, you should leave. With me." How much longer is it going to be, boys? Sam sat in a leather chair in a stark back room of the Bella Vista, wondering which Patrizio had pulled him from the floor. He hoped it was Vince. The silent pair of stocky men in burgundy jackets stood on either side of the only exit, staring impassively at him. Their gigantic arms and barrel chests made it necessary to comply, at least for now. "I've got someone waiting for me." And Sam was worried that Annie might panic when she couldn't find him. "I'm not doing anything wrong, fellas. I'm a working man." Aldo Patrizio entered the room. Sam's spirits sank. Aldo wore an expensive suit, sparkly, gaudy rings, and a frown that warned Sam he was in trouble. "Mr. Knight, I thought our agreement was clear, find those card sharps. And yet, I find you in my casino. Why?" Aldo spoke crisply, precisely, his white brows drawn down in annoyance. "One might think you aren't earning your fee." "I'm working, all right." Sam tried to laugh. "I've had a slow start since Rick Sabatini was a no-show." Aldo's brows rose and he glanced toward his security detail. "Sir, Rick Sabatini was gambling in Henderson yesterday," one of the security guards said. "Really?" Aldo seemed to consider this. "I found my own gambling expert, Annie. And I've discovered the group strikes the same casinos about once a week. Tell me something I don't know or why I shouldn't fire you." Aldo spoke carefully, as if holding back his fierce annoyance. He pushed each of his large, flashy rings down to the base of his age-spotted fingers and then fixed Sam with a cold stare. "Why you were in my casino?" There was no more getting around it. "I followed one of the card counters here," Sam admitted. Aldo scowled. "Describe him." After Sam did, Aldo turned and told his security bookends to find him. One of them disappeared through the doorway. Irrationally, Sam hoped the gambler had left. He may be working for Aldo, but it was Sam's case and he preferred to handle it his way. "I want this wrapped by Monday," Aldo said. "Who is your card expert?" Sam opened his mouth to answer honestly, but then recalled Vince's machinations to bring Annie to Vegas and pivoted. "You don't know her. She's new to town." Aldo made a rumbly sound in his throat. "And Vince? Is he dating anyone?" "The man has never broken his wedding vows." Sam shrugged. "Ask Vince." "I have been." The security guard poked his head back in. "There's no sign of him on the main floor, sir. Do you want us to keep looking?" "I'll take care of it." Sam shot up from his chair and darted out the door. "Where are you taking me?" Clutching 2 large cups of quarters to her chest, Annie took a deep breath of fresh air outside the Bella Vista and gave her arm a tentative tug, trying to free herself from the card counter's hold. She was more comfortable making a scene now that they were off the casino floor. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. The gambler's grip on her elbow tightened. "Keep walking. This is how serial killers made victims disappear. I'm never going to see Maddie again." A burst of survival instinct took hold. "No," Annie dug in her boot heels and turned to confront her kidnapper. "How did you know we were following you?" "Anne." "Dad?" Annie nearly dropped her quarters. Her father's face swam into focus beneath the port wine birthmark, dark glasses, and those overly large dark glasses. "Oh, for crying out loud, Annie, move your butt so we can talk." Anger flushed through her veins. "Dad," Annie said again, this time, an accusation. Her father shushed her, hustling further down the sidewalk, dragging her with him. "You're one of the card counters?" "I should have known." Annie yanked her arm away and came to a full stop. "Where's Maddie?" "If you left her alone." "Maddie's with a babysitter I trust." "It's you I worry about, waltzing into the Bella Vista." "I came here because I thought you had enough sense not to follow me inside." "What were you thinking?" Dad removed the beige English cap and tucked it into the back of his waistband beneath his shirt, replacing it with a purple baseball hat and settling it on his head. And then he removed his outer shirt, revealing a bright red t-shirt beneath. A scrub of a handkerchief removed most of his birthmark. Annie had never seen him disguise himself before. But that wasn't important now. "Where's Maddie? If anything happens to her." "She's fine." Dad glanced at his watch. "I need to pick her up soon." "I should have known it was you at Tiny's." She frowned at him, weighing the threat to Maddie against her need to get answers. "But you were winning." "Pardon," her father said, smiling almost apologetically, "you won't believe me when I tell you, but once you left me and I didn't have to provide for anyone but myself, I found I could win easily." His smile fell. "But you're wrong about yesterday." "That wasn't me." Dad pulled Annie over to the palm frond landscaping, out of the way of most foot traffic. He faced the casino, scanning the exit. "You're in trouble." The fear returned. This time, for him. The heavy cups weighed down her hands, her hopes. "How could you leave Maddie with strangers?" "She's just a baby." "I tell you, she's fine." "She's with." "He's coming." Brett wrapped his hand around Annie's arm again and urged her farther away from the Bella Vista. "Who's coming?" She tried to look over her shoulder. "Aldo?" "Don't look back." Her father quickened his pace. "I can't believe you don't remember how to disappear in a crowd." Annie did remember, and the kaleidoscope of memories from following her father's lead had her digging in her heels. They'd never counted their winnings at the table. They'd always left, disappearing into a crowd like this and blazing a crooked trail back to their car. "I'm not running. I did nothing wrong." "Fine. Don't come with me." Dad's gaze bored into her with more than a hint of betrayal. "I've got to do this, Annie." "But you. Don't go near the Bella Vista again. Too many people in town know you. And don't trust that PI." Her father turned and was quickly swallowed by the crowd. Annie stood frozen in place, remembering what it had been like that summer of her 12th year. The thrill, the adrenaline rush, and eventually, the fear. Most girls her age spent their summers dreaming about boys, doodling hearts around initials and trying to dance the way kids did in music videos. Annie had spent that summer in private rooms at casinos like this one. She'd been an oddity. Someone every gambler shook his head at and swore he could outlast. Which would have been fine if Brett Ray hadn't underestimated the sting Aldo Patrizio would feel at losing to a 12-year-old with blonde pigtails. "Annie!" Sam cried, spinning her around, grasping her shoulders with his strong hands and staring at her. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you? Too many people know you're in town. Why would anyone care? Except Aldo. What are you doing out here?" Sam craned his neck, scanning the throng in the direction her father had disappeared. "I thought I saw you with our guy, but..." "I won and then Annie clutched the cups of quarters to her chest. Her father was making her choose again, as he had so many years ago. The choice should have been easy. Maddie. A respectable job. You can quit if you want, Pudden. But we can go far. There'd been a gleam in her father's purple and black-rimmed eyes as he stared up at her from his hospital bed. Annie knew he didn't want to quit. But she'd also known she couldn't have her dad's death on her hands. She tossed a nervous glance over her shoulder at the Bella Vista. After the Patrizio incident, she and her father hadn't discussed Annie's retirement, just as they hadn't discussed her mother's departure earlier that year. Dad bought a house in Henderson, a suburb of Las Vegas, set up a college fund for Annie with most of her winnings, and then, without warning, her paternal grandparents had brought her to live with them on the other side of the valley. Sam drew Annie into his arms, the bulky cups between them. "Hey. I'm sorry. This had to be hard on you. Talk to me. Tell me what's wrong." "Everything. No job. No money. No temporary housing." Her father with a scheme up his sleeve. And as much as she'd like to trust Sam, she couldn't. He was searching for her father, not to mention staring searchingly into her eyes. "I saw the gambler leave. And then I followed him out here and got too close. He looked right at me." Annie backed up a step, reluctantly stepping out of Sam's embrace. "I guess I should have left the private investigator stuff to you." She smiled weakly, unable to meet Sam's inquisitive gaze. "I'm sorry," Sam said again, enveloping her in his arms once more, making her feel safe if only temporarily. "It's my fault. I ran into trouble with casino security and it took me a while to straighten it out. Let's get out of here." Annie marched toward a side street and a parking lot entrance. "Hey, you won. I'll carry these for you." Sam took the coin cups from her, shaking them a little, making them rattle. "You're lucky." Annie managed a nod of agreement, but she was feeling anything but lucky today. Chapter 13. Las Vegas, the Strip. Brett pushed through the crowds, circled the fountain at the Bellagio and then crossed the street. Anyone could be following him, that PI or someone from the Bella Vista. In this crowd, it was hard to tell. He paused at a street corner and lingered, casually searching the crowd as if he were just stopping to take in the sights. No one paid him any mind. Relieved, Brett cut through the back of another parking lot, then took several side streets further and further away from the Strip, finally ambling into an alley that ran behind the Red Feather School of Dance, one that accessed Lana's private garage. Destination in sight, he breathed easier. Brett Raye. Brett whirled, heart pounding. And faced one of his worst nightmares. It's been a long time. Vince Patrizio sauntered toward him wearing a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, fine wool slacks and a tie. He looked like he was coming out of the elevator at the Bella Vista, not around the corner from a rundown dance studio. "I almost didn't recognize you. I knew you right away. I mean, when you had that birthmark on your face," Vince continued, gesturing at his own cheek. Brett's mind raced, trying to identify a path of retreat. "I bet you're wondering how I found you." Vince didn't look angry or menacing. He looked pleased. "I set up alerts with Bella Vista security. For example, if Sam comes in, you get notified of his presence." Brett's knees buckled so badly he had to lean against the cinder block wall. "I ducked inside to try and shake him. I'm not working on your turf. I lost every chip I bought before I left." Brett held up his hands as if Vince had a gun. The younger Patrizio frowned. "Put your hands down." Brett slowly lowered his arms. "What do you want from me?" Names of his card-counting team? He wasn't giving them up. Vince gave him a searching look. "I want Annie to play my grandfather again." "No." Brett blurted. He forced himself to breathe, to swallow, to be as deliberate with his words as he was with his card play. "That last game." Vince winced. People sometimes do things they shouldn't." His gaze swept the concrete. "It won't go down like that this time." His dark eyes found Brett's face. "I need this to happen. The sooner, the better." A shiny, black sedan with a stereo blaring rocketed past the end of the alley, drawing Brett's attention. When he turned back toward Vince, he saw the younger man disappearing around the corner, walking with an almost imperceptible limp. Brett had the strongest urge to run the other way, as far away from the Red Feather School of Dance as possible. But he couldn't. There was Maddie to collect. A bond of friendship to fulfill. But Annie. Sweating, Pulse racing, Brett entered the dance studio's back door, immediately assaulted by loud music. Class was in session up front. A dozen women he slipped into Lana's office, and from there through the door to the private back room. Grandpa. Maddie clumped toward him in oversized high heels and a Cleopatra headdress. Her free-flowing curls were now ringlets and makeup colored her face. Chauncey gave me math problems and taught me how to play a card game called 21. Oops. Forgot to tell Chauncey that cards were a no-no. She's good at games, Chauncey praised Maddie from his recliner. Next time, we might play poker. There won't be a next time. Sounds like you've been busy puddin'. Brett tugged in his pockets and in his waistband for pieces of his disguise, setting them on the makeup table. And then he bent to hug Maddie, surprised by how much just holding her settled his nerves. You give good hugs, Maddie said, squeezing him tightly. She removed the Cleopatra headdress. What took you so long? She was born to be a princess, Lana said upon entering the room. For a moment, she looked 20 years younger, flawless makeup, trim body in a black unitard, white blonde hair in her usual, neat bun. She had a flush to her cheeks from leading her dance class and carried a large, pink feather fan. She dropped the fan near her office door and came over to fuss with Maddie's short, blonde curls. I'm glad Maddie had a good time. Brett tried to sound chipper, but Lana glanced at him sharply. He waved a hand. We'll talk later. I've got to get Maddie back. Your car's at the Bella Vista. Level 3. The Bella Vista? Chauncey wheezed. I'll explain later. Brett set Lana's car keys on the makeup table, along with the wad of cash he'd won at the Lucky Horse before night came in. Fortunately, he'd seen Sam enter and had quit the table, lurking in the midst of a row of slot machines as the PI talked to every blackjack dealer. And then he'd waited a good 10 minutes before leaving to give the man time to clear the parking lot. But wouldn't you know? Annie had car trouble and he'd stopped to help her. Ernie's not back yet. Perhaps you can swing by later. After dark. There was desperation in Lana's eyes as she handed him a makeup remover cloth to take the rest of the birthmark off his face. Her fear of losing Chauncey was almost tangible. As real as my fear of losing Annie and Maddie. I can't come back tonight. But we'll make the deadline, Lana, don't worry. There's still time. Chauncey needed the money next week to continue his treatments. Lana blinked back tears. Maddie was no problem. She's always welcome here. Annie wouldn't let that happen. Brett would consider himself lucky if she didn't leave for California tonight. And maybe she should. Aldo wanted a rematch. Lana walked with them into her office, sniffing. We appreciate what you're doing, Brett. Chauncey responds so well to this treatment. They say this round should do it. If he needs another, we'll raise the money again. Brett was committed to help. Sighing, Maddie lay her head on Brett's shoulder. How bad is it? Lana murmured, closing the office door behind her. This trouble you found today? Nothing we can't manage. Brett would make sure Annie and Sam stayed away from his team. Somehow. But Vince. That was another story. Poor thing is ready for a nap. Lana tucked one of Maddie's blonde curls behind her ear. I worry about all of you. You can't keep this up forever, even with disguises. Wouldn't it be easier on everyone if Annie played at a high-stakes table? Chauncey said she has skill. She's new to town and I could make her look different. Brett shook his head, unable to speak, to think, or to plan. Seeing Vince seemed to have shriveled his brain cells. If Vince found me, he'll be able to find Annie. Maddie snored softly. He held her tighter. Think about it, Lana whispered, unwilling to let the idea go. She was a stubborn, determined woman. We could end this with just one game. One game. That's what I thought 18 years ago, Brett said ruefully, voice growing hoarse. I put everything on the line for money, but in the end it cost me my daughter. He blinked back tears. Are you willing to stand by and watch the fallout, knowing none of it would have happened if not for you? I'd sell my soul to the devil for more years with Chauncey, she whispered, teary-eyed again once more. Would you sell your soul to the Patrizios? Brett demanded in a hard, low voice. Vince wants to arrange a rematch between Annie and his grandfather. A rematch? Instead of looking fearful, Lana's eyes lit up. Don't you see? This is just what we need. Now it was Brett who raised his voice. It's worth the risk. It's dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous, Lana countered. Brett stared at her, wondering when this beautiful woman he'd respected had turned into an ugly opportunist. I'm walking away, Lana. Not from Chauncey but from you. Lana scoffed. Don't argue. Maddie stirred. Family doesn't argue. Where had she learned that? Brett was reminded that his former son-in-law had betrayed his family. He could imagine Maddie's words came from overhearing the hard, possibly heated conversations Annie had to have with that loser. Lana had the good grace to look ashamed. Brett drew a shaky breath before trusting himself to speak once more. Sorry, Pudden. Princess Lana and I may disagree, but we're still friends. He hitched Maddie higher into his arms, turning away from Lana. Let's go home and dance. Okay. Maddie sighed. Wait until I tell Mommy what we did today. Without a backward glance, Brett carried his granddaughter out the door. Yes, about that. Harmony Valley, Railroad Stop Retreat. You've got the whole of Harmony Valley wondering whose funeral you've been invited to. Jill finished stocking the refrigerator in the meeting room with beverages and straightened, staring at Glamma with a heavy weight on her shoulders and a padlock on her secrets. The Clean Air Quality Board will be here any minute. One of their requirements was that we don't use scented cleaning products and that the staff doesn't wear perfume. Something Glamma did every day. Tossing her blonde hair over her shoulder, Glamma glided forward in her loose beige trousers and black tunic sweater. The chunky jewelry she wore around her neck and wrists clanked, at odds with her flowy appearance. She came up to Jill and hugged her, bringing a cloying scent of vanilla. Was it your husband? Is that who died? You can lean on me. How Jill wanted to lean on someone. But her preference was Annie, who wouldn't divulge at whose funeral Jill's presence was required. And Annie had texted that she wouldn't be able to talk until later in the day. Glamma was well-meaning but also very much plugged into the gossip network in town, both giving and taking. How was your doctor appointment? Jill put her grandmother at arm's length. Happiness filled her grandmother's eyes. I'm as fit as a fiddle and ready for my next adventure. And then she sobered. Hey. You're trying to distract me. Where and when is this funeral? Jill wasn't falling into that trap. She took a lap around the meeting room, straightening the placement of already straight pens and notepads with the Railroad Stop Retreat name and logo. I'm expecting our guests any minute. Please go wash off your perfume. I'll get right on that. After we hash out the details. Glamma caught up to Jill and linked arms. For once, her demeanor was subdued. If your husband is the dead one, I suggest you wear the one dress you own, thankfully, black, and a pillbox hat with a short veil over your face. Black, of course. I have one in my closet. And shoes, you'll need something that says grieving but not heartbroken over a husband you haven't seen for a dozen years. My husband isn't dead. Jill extricated her arm. You know my feeling about that, Glamma said with a flounce. If he's not dead and he isn't paying you child support, he should be your ex-husband. What's his first name? I'd like to deliver him a personal message about what a marriage truly is. This was old territory. Jill had taken Vince's last name but she'd never disclosed his first name. And she kept her marriage license and Teddy's birth certificate in the safe. Glamma, you have enough on your plate. I don't want you to get involved in my personal affairs. Jill made her way out of the meeting room and across the parking lot to the office and her living quarters. Fine. But at least, tell me who the dead person is. Walking beside Jill, Glamma tilted her head, as if that would make her hear better. Come, now. Who the deceased is influences what you wear to this somber thing. I'm not going. Jill refused to be bullied by Brian's family. She entered the office, immediately noticing a manila envelope on the check-in counter. She came to an abrupt halt. That hadn't been there earlier. Jill glanced out the window, but other than hers and Glamma's vehicles, the parking lot was empty. I'll go in your place, Glamma said, having followed Jill inside. People of importance send their representatives to funerals and weddings all the time. Jill approached the counter slowly. Someone had written, Jill Raye, on the outside of the manila envelope. She eased the envelope open. It contained several sheets of paper. She slid them out. Glamma peeked over her shoulder. That's a printed itinerary to Vegas, leaving Friday night. The last page was a letter. Jill scanned it, heart sinking. When did you decide to take a vacation? Glamma asked. Poor timing given the funeral invite. It's not a vacation. Jill shoved the papers back in the envelope and came around the check-in counter, tossing it on her desk. And I'm not going. Not to Vegas. Not to the funeral. Not anywhere. Chapter 14. This is where we say goodbye, Annie said quietly as Sam pulled her car in front of his parked truck at the Lucky Horse Casino shortly after 2. What if Maddie wasn't there when Annie got back to her father's apartment? What if Dad wasn't there? Giving up? That's not like you. Sam didn't move from the driver's seat. I need to get back to Maddie. Annie tried to hand Sam the quarters without looking at his handsome face and those lips she wouldn't be kissing ever again. You should take this. You keep it. Sam eased her hands back over the center console. Your secret's out. Is that why you no longer want to work with me? Annie's gaze flew to his. What? You have some kind of gambling phobia, don't you? You were hyperventilating before we went in the Bella Vista. Sam studied the keys on her ring. And you looked ill before playing cards yesterday. I'd just like to point out that you triumphed over your anxiety each time. Barely, Annie said through gritted teeth. Better than I've done. Sam gently brushed Annie's cheek with his knuckles. What are you afraid of? Annie stopped herself from leaning into his touch. I could ask you the same question. Why does a child trigger your PTSD? His expression slammed closed and he wrestled her car door open, seemingly without effort. Annie deposited the heavy change cups in her cup holders and then opened her door. Sam had come around the car. He took her hand and helped her to her feet. Annie clung to him, staring up at his handsome face and wondering if she could ask him to give up this card-counting job. For her. Annie, don't be a fool. He'd kissed her once. Just once. She had no right to meddle in his livelihood, especially when she wasn't going to tell him why. Instead, she stared into those intelligent green eyes and asked, What will you do when you find them? He shrugged. Ask them to stop playing. The alternative is to give their names to Aldo Patrizio. But, I don't trust him not to be forceful. Me either. I promised Aldo I'd track them down by Monday. 4 days. Maybe Annie could talk her father into holding off playing, at least until Aldo's interest died down. Sam drew her closer. We make a good team. Not with all these secrets between us. I need to get going. Jill needed to talk to her. And yet, Annie didn't move. In fact, she leaned into Sam, wishing there were no secrets between them and that she had a right to snuggle deeper into his strong embrace. Sam pressed a kiss to her forehead, then released her and handed over her car keys. I'll see you tomorrow. Annie didn't tell him he wouldn't. In fact, he'd probably never see her again. Sam climbed into his truck, started the engine, and stared at the Lucky Horse Casino sign. Not that there was anything special about that sign. In fact, Sam wasn't thinking about the casino. He was thinking about Annie and his attraction to her. When he was a teen, Annie was the kind of woman he dreamed of someday marrying. Pretty, principled, but also brave, stubborn when pushed, and with a sense of humor that helped deal with life's ups and downs. After the attack on the embassy, the demons he wrestled with had made it clear that he was unworthy of the traditional American dream. And then along came Annie, the girl next door that he'd dreamed of but was off limits because of her child and his PTSD. And yet, it wasn't that simple. Annie had a past she was just as unwilling to talk about as he was. But she was braver than Sam. She'd faced her fears today. He'd been humbled. And tempted to kiss her again. But when he'd helped her out of the car, he'd noticed she had a wavy, pepper-gray hair on her flowery, beige blouse. The same color hair as the card sharps. She'd been close to him all right. Like it or not, Sam was going to have to uncover her remaining secrets. And since he only had 4 days to find the elderly card counters, he wasn't going to wait until tomorrow to do it. "They found me," Jill blurted in a whisper when she picked up Annie's call. A man came to Harmony Valley and delivered an invitation to Brian's funeral. Annie eased to a stop at a red light, struggling to transition from her emergency to Jill's. "That seems awfully fast. Didn't he just die?" "The invitation said he died last week. The funeral is this weekend." In a low voice, Jill explained about a man appearing at Harmony Valley's most popular bakery and an envelope with a travel itinerary and letter appearing at her office. It wasn't a long explanation, but Annie was nearly back to her father's apartment when Jill concluded the letter. In it, "Brian's mother says she won't take me to court to establish his paternity if Teddy and I go to the funeral. But I know her. She wants to take Teddy from me." And here, Jill's voice finally broke. "Oh, honey. I wish I was there to give you a big hug. And to receive one in return." Having their child taken away was every single mother's worst fear. And Jill. It had been a fear she'd carried since before Teddy was born. "You're not honestly thinking of going?" Annie frowned, passing by the airport. "This feels really creepy. That letter. It's no guarantee she won't do you dirty." "I know. But I also think I have to go. Then leave Teddy at home with Glamma." Annie slowed, preparing for the turn into the Harvard Arms. "No," Jill said thickly. "Teddy's old enough to judge for himself. He's old enough to know the truth about why I raised him alone. He's been asking Anne. Teddy's a good kid, but that's a lot, even for him." Annie scared. "I don't envy you this. But you'll be there?" Jill asked hopefully. "I could use you by my side this weekend." Annie had been planning to pack up and leave in the morning. But she couldn't leave Jill high and dry. "I'll be here." But she didn't want to be. "Maddie? Maddie?" Annie pounded up the stairs to her father's apartment, the wrought iron railing warm from the afternoon sun even though it was November. Her dad opened the door before she reached it. A bouncy Ed Sheeran song filled the air. Maddie was dancing in the living room, holding Dad's phone. Her blonde hair had been fashioned into tight ringlets and someone had put heavy makeup on her precious little face. Annie rushed in, swept her daughter into her arms, and held her tight, breathing in the heavy scent of perfume and the waxy aroma of cheap lipstick. "Mommy, too tight. I missed you so much." Annie eased up, paused the music on her father's phone, and then stared at him accusingly. "Makeup? Lipstick? Perfume? I played with a princess today." Maddie drew her head off Annie's shoulder and puckered her lips. "She made me look like a princess, too. And I learned all kind of things, including a new game called." Maddie had a good time. Dad had changed into black shorts and a white t-shirt. She's probably the only one of us who did. Sad, but true. Annie sank onto the couch and pulled Maddie into her lap, trying not to lose her temper. "That won't happen again. We're going to leave this weekend. And I'm not letting Maddie out of my sight between now and then." "No," Maddie wailed, flopping off Annie's lap and onto her back on the couch. I like it here. Annie sighed. It was the same reaction she'd had to the news that they were moving to Las Vegas in the first place. Where will you go? Her father posed that question as if she'd run out of options. Back to Harmony Valley? Will you forget about your dreams of working in the corporate finance? Yes. Maddie and I did fine when we lived with Glamma. Annie's spirits sunk lower than before. You have family here too, Dad reminded her mulishly. If it makes you feel better, I left Maddie with Chauncey today. You remember Chauncey, don't you? Annie did remember. Chauncey was one of her father's oldest friends. She'd always had a soft spot in her heart for the tall man with a habit of playing high-stakes poker with flashy foreign tourists. He wore the rings he'd won over the years like trophies. He even had one ring he'd taken from Aldo Patrizio. I didn't even get one of those. Someone knocked on the door. Her father nearly jumped out of his skin. Annie raised an eyebrow. Expecting someone? No, Dad peeked through the peephole, and then threw open the door. You. It was Sam. He leaned his head in to see around the door. I thought I'd treat you to dinner this time. I picked up burgers and fries. Sam didn't come in any further. He probably couldn't come in all the way without catching sight of Maddie on the couch and passing out. How could he live like that? Annie just wanted to hug him, heal him, and have an opportunity to love him. Annie fell back against the couch once more, covering her eyes with one hand. Love? It was one kiss. Who said anything about love? I'm leaving town this weekend. I smell French fries. Maddie hopped off the couch and trotted to the door. I love French fries, Sammy. Me too, Annie murmured, still wondering why she'd think Sam was the one for her. She glanced at him. Sam was brave, his military service proved that. And he was clever. Granted, he could be caring and was a great kisser. But love? Annie was too smart to fall in love with Sam. Between them, they had a backlog of baggage that would take years to unpack. Maddie bounced in front of him. Holding the fast food bag in front of him like a shield, Sam pitched sideways against the door frame, lost his footing, overcorrected and banged his head against the wall. Maddie grabbed the bag from his lax fingers. I got the food before Sammy fell on it. Let's eat. Sam took one look at Maddie and crumpled on the threshold. Did he pass out again? Dad grumbled. I think so. Annie got to her feet, intent upon dragging Sam out of their doorway. Not that I'm complaining. Unlike you, despite all his faults, at least he's predictable. Dad scoffed. Nobody needs predictability like that. I did not pass out, Sam said as he tried to stand upright. His head was pounding and his legs felt like sticks of room temperature butter. There must be some medication you can go on, boy. Brett took him by one arm and tugged upward. Sam didn't budge. He couldn't get his feet under him. Why are you here? Annie took his other arm, helped her father move Sam to the cheap, brown burlap couch. You lied to me, Annie. Sam spotted the little girl out of the corner of his eye. She seemed to be counting French fries, laying them out on the table. Tell me what really happened at the Bella Vista. The truth this time. Annie exchanged a look with her father, guilt written all over her pretty, expressive face. You talked to the man we were following, Sam continued, needing a line of inquiry to focus on the now, not the past. I want to know why you talked to that card counter and what you talked about. The silence from the other adults in the apartment was proof that Sam's suspicions about Annie were right. She knew the man. 72 French fries in this big box, Maddie announced. She made a sound of enjoyment, as if she were eating something that tasted good. 71 now. Who invented French fries? Whoever it was, they deserve a statue. Sam pressed his fingers to his pounding temples. You played me, Annie. I don't know how or why, but I've been played. You think too much of yourself, Brett muttered. I knew him, Annie blurted, her cheeks pink. The man we followed. I knew him from when I lived here before. Sam experienced a rare moment of hope. He could wrap up this job. Right here. Right now. Who is he? Annie, Brett whispered, clearly in on it, too. She waved her father off. I can't tell you his name, Sam. There was something more going on here, more than Annie recognizing the gambler. If Sam wasn't feeling so nauseous, he might have been able to pinpoint what was wrong. He slumped deeper against the hard couch cushions and rubbed his forehead. Are you okay? Annie sat next to him. He needs fixing. Maddie passed in front of Sam on her way to the other end of the apartment. Sam's autofocus went on the blink again as the room spun. He dropped his head back and closed his eyes, fighting the bad memories, the nausea, the sweats and dry mouth and dizziness. Maddie, return to the table, please. Annie's voice wasn't firm enough to be obeyed. It was more suggestion than command. But Sammy needs fixing. The little girl's voice. She was too close. Grandpa says he's broken. And it's hard to be brave when you're hurting. Sam didn't dare open his eyes. You have an OE, Sammy. Small hands lifted one of his. Maddie pressed a kiss on the back of Sam's shaking hand, and then put something sticky over the warm, damp spot. You need love to make it better. Sam couldn't breathe. He kept his eyes shut tight. The bad memories had stopped at Maddie's touch. But there were words on repeat in his head. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Sammy, I fall out of bed sometimes when I have a bad dream. Mommy picks me up and tells me I'm not alone. Maddie kissed the back of Sam's other hand and covered it with something sticky as well. It makes me feel like she fixed my OE. The little girl tugged at his arm. Now, come eat, Sammy. Come on. The French fries are getting cold. Sam drew a shuddering breath. And then another. Against his better judgment, he cracked open his eyes. Maddie wore a toothy grin outlined with red lipstick. That grin would charm the socks-off boys in another 10 years. It had a different effect on Sam. Maddie splashed in the bathtub, Sam slept on the couch, and Dad fumed at the kitchen table. It wasn't exactly the life in Las Vegas Annie had been dreaming of when she'd accepted the position at Slotto Gaming Machines. And now, she had to try and talk some sense into her father. All you need to do is stop playing cards, and Sam will go away. Annie kept her voice low so that a passed-out Sam wouldn't hear. I should have recognized Annie playing at Tiny's yesterday. He always did wear that cheap brand of cologne. If I tell Sam you've stopped, he'll want proof. Names. I'm not betraying my friends, and you aren't either, Dad said, voice rising. Sam has good instincts. He'll find you when you play. And then he'll tell Aldo. Annie didn't think she could bear it if that happened. She glanced around the rundown apartment. Tell me you haven't been living like this since I left. Tell me. Tell me you were safe. You think Aldo doesn't know I never stopped playing? Dad's mouth puckered as if he'd sucked on a lemon. Aldo knows everything that happens in casinos all over the valley. But he never cared about me. It was you he wanted to scare away. And he did a good job of it. Annie considered her father's words, trying to believe him. But why would Aldo want to scare me away? Dad still had that puckered expression on his face. Maybe he saw too much potential in you. Don't try to flatter me to distract me. Her voice was no longer low. Annie huffed like a kettle about to blow. And blow, she did. You need to retire. Let people like Sam hire you to identify other card counters. Her father scowled. That's a betrayal of the gambler code. The gambler code? Annie rolled her eyes. There is no such thing. Sam stirred. Annie waited. But he didn't rouse. She studied her father's unhappy expression. Why is it so important that you play? Chauncey has cancer. Her father tried to smile, but for once he couldn't pull it off. His statement swiped the legs out from under Annie's ire. Dear, sweet Chauncey. Chauncey's health coverage is nearly non-existent, Dad continued. There's a group of us who are covering his expenses. Annie. You know, I'd do almost anything you ask. But I'm begging you not to ask me to stop this. I need you to buy us some time. Dad nodded toward Sam. With him. Can't you stop for 4 days? She explained about Aldo's request to wrap the search up by Monday. What difference does a few days make? Dad shook his head. If Aldo fires Sam on Monday, he'll just hire someone else on Tuesday. Where does that leave us? There is no us, Dad said, surprising Annie. His gaze turned distant. I'll have to end it quickly with one big pot. There were only a few ways to earn large sums of money at one time. You're going to set up a high-stakes game? Annie felt like the world was spinning too fast and she was being flung off into space. She gripped a kitchen chair back for stability. You can't be considering playing a high roller. You need a bankroll for that. Dad waffled. Annie sat back in her chair. You can get a showcase game. One where people paid a player to gamble for a fee. You're that good now? Dad almost looked proud. If you'd speak a little louder, I could make out more than every other word. Sam pushed himself upright, but he had one hand over his eyes, as if he wasn't yet ready to take in the world. Here's my takeaway. We were following Brett today. He and his friends are gambling to pay someone for something, and lives are at stake. This last was spoken with heavily seasoned sarcasm. And despite Annie's sweet pleas, Brett is determined to persevere. Can we parade Maddie in front of Sam one more time? Dad smirked. No, Annie considered both men. Dad, he's caught you. I think we need to. Don't say it, Dad moaned. Combine forces, Annie finished. We all have something we want and together, we stand better odds of succeeding. If you're suggesting I initiate this, Dad shook his finger in Sam's direction. This loose cannon into my inner circle. The answer is no. I'm afraid I'm already spoken for. Sam removed his hand from his eyes and squinted at them. I have a client. You too are. Annoyance gathered in Annie's chest like tumbleweeds blown into a stack against remote fence, wide and thorny and brittle. Do I have to spell it out for you? She didn't wait for them to answer. Dad needs to hit his charity fundraising goal, but he can no longer gamble now that Sam knows who he is. Sam can't tell Aldo Patrizio who you are, Dad, because he fears Aldo will school you with a violent fist. Just saying that out loud scared Annie. So, the only way to stop the card-counting ring is to finish raising the money. Fast. That means the charity will be fully funded. Then the card counters will disappear, or at least, stop the high-figure play, making Aldo happy and getting Sam paid. Annie didn't mention her position at Slotto. That was lost to her now. But she couldn't return to Harmony Valley without making sure her father was safe. And Jill. Oh, the weekend couldn't come fast enough. I refuse to participate in this ruse without knowing everything. Sam sounded adamant. Annie and her father exchanged looks. Annie nodded. What do you know about Las Vegas blackjack lore? Annie's father asked Sam. Specifically, the myth about Aldo Patrizio being beaten at the game by a young girl. Chapter 15. I find this all hard to believe. Sam sat at Brett's kitchen table, head pounding and nerves jangling. Annie beat Aldo at blackjack when she was 12 and won $500,000. Every myth has a nugget of truth in it, Annie murmured. I played Aldo by counting cards. But we each started with $100 worth of chips. That's it. Well, Brett dragged out the word. We were to be paid $10,000 just for playing. And another 10 if Annie won. And there was a side bet. That's where the big money is usually made. A side bet? Sam sat back in his chair. With who? The older man hung his head. Vince, Aldo's grandson. Vince? Sam was flabbergasted. But, he's Annie's age. 5 years younger than Sam. Brett nodded, looking remorseful. I didn't want to take the bet. Vince was just a kid. And then he began to smile. But he wouldn't give up. So I agreed. Brett gestured toward Annie. And before you berate me for it, let me clarify that I took the bet, but I told Vince that it was a bet of pride, not money. And he accepted. Sam could easily see Vince as a boastful teenager. He did. Brett nodded. Annie and Aldo played in a private card room in the penthouse suite at the Bella Vista. Vince and his father were there, too. Weren't you scared? Sam asked Annie. She shrugged, cheeks pinkening. By that time, I'd played a lot of people in a lot of back rooms in private homes, card houses, and casinos, big and small. Frankly, I was more interested in making my dad proud and getting ice cream afterward. That says something about your character, Sam allowed. He'd never think of her again as being in the same class as the bail jumpers he tracked down. But she wasn't the pure-hearted woman he'd once dreamed of marrying. Which somehow, he was all right with. Brett cleared his throat. Unfortunately, after Annie won, Vince let slip that we'd made a side bet. Despite me claiming no money was involved. Vince's father backhanded him and dragged him out of the room. Annie paled. Brett took hold of her hand. Aldo told me the Patrizios always pay their debts, but that I'd broken the gambler's code and needed to be punished. Aldo's thugs beat him, Annie said quietly. And Aldo? Well, he gave me a bag of cash and told me that if I ever stepped into the Bella Vista or played blackjack again. She stared at her father with tears in her eyes. Dad spent a week in the hospital after that. Which is why you had that panic attack at the Bella Vista today, Sam surmised. Annie nodded. And now, Vince wants Annie to play Aldo again. Brett's white brows lowered. He told them about his meeting with Vince earlier that day. I could do it, Annie said in a trembling voice Sam didn't believe. For Chauncey. Hang on. Sam held up a hand like a student interrupting a lecture to ask a question. Why does Vince want this rematch? He didn't say why. Brett stared at Annie. But you can't play him puddin'. You're as rusty as a nail in the desert. It's like riding a bike. Annie tried to joke. It fell flat. Brett worked his jaw. You shouldn't play anyone, Sam told her. At least, not until you know why this game is important to Vince. And how are we going to do that? Brett tossed his hands. We can't just go up and ask him. Annie pinned Sam with a knowing gaze. Yes, we can. Vince is Sam's friend. Ha! Brett crowed. This is perfect. And when you talk to Vince, you can tell him that Annie won't play Aldo. I will. Dad. Annie frowned. You can't. But I can puddin'. You aren't getting near Aldo again. Sam agreed with that statement wholeheartedly. What you both seem to forget is that I can talk Vince out of setting up this rematch. Annie and Brett took one look at Sam and bust out laughing. Son, have you ever played blackjack? Brett asked. For high stakes, I mean. Sam shrugged, feeling slandered for some reason. Nothing more than the table minimum. And my money doesn't last very long. Might just as well admit that. Sam, Annie laid her hand on his forearm. Her touch made him want to bring her closer, to feel her breath on his cheek and her lips on his. Good players. Really great players. They relish the challenge of facing other great players. Aldo doesn't want to play against a dealer. He wants to outlast what he considers worthy competition. I'll get the cards, Brett told Annie. He got up from the table and began rummaging through kitchen drawers. Why do I feel like I'm about to be schooled? Sam wondered aloud. Because you are. Annie gently eased the hair off Sam's forehead. He took her hand, threaded his fingers through hers, and stared into those pretty blue eyes. She could be something to me. Mommy, I want out of the tub, Maddie called. Her voice was like a cold dousing of water. Sam released Annie's hand. He'd forgotten about her daughter, forgotten about his PTSD. Annie gave him a reassuring smile. It's her bedtime. After we show you some things, you're going to understand the attraction of the game. Brett returned to the table with 2 decks of cards. It's like playing golf. Do you like playing golf? Before Sam could answer, Brett began to talk about blackjack fundamentals. Sam's mind drifted. There were sounds from the back of the apartment, Annie's warm voice, Maddie's higher-pitched one, laughter, and snatches of a soft song. A longing to belong rose up inside Sam, making his arms feel empty and his head feel heavy. He could never be part of a family, much less this family. A door closed gently. Footsteps came down the hall. Sam stared at Annie when she appeared in the kitchen, drinking in the hues that defined her, hair the color of sunshine, sky blue eyes, the palest shade of rose on her cheeks. On the surface, she was angelic. And everything he'd sensed about her being less so had been explained away with the story of her past, the shady deeds and character of her father, the experience Annie's husband had put her through. Sam vowed then and there to help her file the proper paperwork to have her arrest removed from the system. Ante up. Brett tapped the center of the table with one finger. $20 will do. Before Sam could reach for his wallet, Annie disagreed with her father. Let's make a different kind of wager, Annie said, looking grim. I'm betting Sam won't win more than 4 hands. Before Sam agreed to the terms, Brett dealt the cards out on the table. Shouldn't I have a say in this? Sam asked. No, the father-daughter duo chorused, albeit quietly. How many hands will you win? Brett asked Annie. Oh, 6 or 7. That's my girl. Brett grinned. Both Annie's and Sam's cards were face down, while Brett had one card showing, the 10 of hearts. Feeling more than a tad intimidated, Sam pulled his cards tight to his chest and peeked at them, 8 of spades, 7 of diamonds. 15. Great. If he asked for a card, there were too many that might put him over 21. Annie lifted the tips of her cards, taking stock by only viewing the corners. Hit me. Sam slid his cards back down and Brett dealt him a 4. 19. Stay. Stay. Annie stared at her father's cards. Brett flipped over his second card, Ace of clubs. 21. He indicated Sam should flip over his cards. I had 19. Sam sighed. I guess I lose. Yep. Brett seemed thrilled with that result. 20. Annie tossed 2 10s toward her father. I lose, too. What's the count? Brett asked, sweeping the cards played out of sight and dealing more. -3, Annie replied without hesitation. Before Sam could ask what they were talking about, something rustled near his elbow. Can I play? Maddie's blonde curls tickled Sam's arm and he stiffened. Chauncey taught me today. Look at me, Sam, Annie commanded. She gripped his chin to make sure she had his full attention. With her other hand she drew Maddie into her lap, never breaking eye contact with Sam. Little girls who should be in bed can't play this time. But you can watch. And Dad, even if it was Chauncey who taught her, I blame you. Noted. Brett dealt a new hand, unable to contain a smile. Trying to be a little cooler this time, Sam released Annie's gaze to peek at the upper corner of his cards, 2 6s. He needed anything but a 10 or face card. Hit me. Brett gave him a 6. 18. Stay. He breathed easier. This game is stressful when you think about it. Not when you play with family. Annie flicked her fingers and Brett tossed her a 5. She shook her head, indicating she'd stay, and Brett flipped over his other card so both were showing, a 9 and a queen. 19. Well, that sucked. I had 18. Sam tossed his cards into the center of the table face down. Wait a minute. Brett turned over all Sam's cards. What does it matter? Sam asked. I lost. Annie's got to count, Brett explained, shaking his head. We're teaching you about the game, remember? He'd forgotten, having gotten caught up in the game itself. His game. Not the tables. Ooh, counting. I want to count. Maddie leaned forward. I see 7 cards. That's great, Maddie. Annie sounded tense, staring sternly at her father. Don't get any ideas. Brett laughed. I won't, but she could be great. Better than you. We'll never find out, Annie insisted. Maddie reached over and patted the bandage on the back of Sam's hand. Sammy is still fixed, Mommy. Sam gritted his teeth, willing his body to stay upright, willing his brain to decipher the subtext of the conversation. Are we talking about card counting? Is Annie keeping track of which cards are played? Specific cards? No. Brett smiled happily. Not like how many 10s or aces have been played. Mommy has 2 5s and a 10, Maddie observed. She murmured what sounded like a string of numbers before announcing, she has 20. Out of the corner of his eye, he took note of a smile on the little girl's face. Oh, that precious grin. It made him want to smile, too. Or at least, it had until the woozy feeling returned, gathering strength within Sam until his vision began to tunnel. He turned his attention toward the kitchen faucet. It had plastic knobs for handles and hard water stains on the spigot. This was the kind of place he'd be living in if it wasn't for Vince. Sam drew an easier breath. Much as I'd like to learn how to count cards, he staggered to his feet. I need to go. I'll walk you out. Annie set Maddie down. Unfortunately, she put her directly in Sam's path. He stared up at the ceiling. What's the count, Annie? Brett demanded. In a minute, Dad. Annie took Sam's arm and walked with him to the door. Maddie, wait here. It sounded like the little scamp climbed onto a chair. I want some 6s, Grandpa. I'm 6. Give me all the 6s. What's the count, Annie? Brett repeated. Sam reached for the doorknob. It was cool beneath his palm. Annie's hand covered his, tempting him with everything he couldn't have. They opened the door together, struck by cool air that tried to wash away the bad that was inside Sam. You lost it, Annie, Brett accused, softening his tone almost immediately by adding, how could she do this to me, Maddie? I didn't lose count. It's +1? Annie sounded as if she was guessing. No. It's 0. 0. You didn't count my cards. Brett seemed beside himself. Did Mommy win or lose? Maddie asked. Someone's cell phone rang. Cool desert air brushed over Sam's clammy skin. The sun was moving low on the horizon, but it was still bright outside. He was beginning to feel more like himself as he reached the top step. Goodbye, Sammy, Maddie called sweetly. Sam pitched forward. With unexpected strength, Annie dragged him back, hooking his arm over her shoulders and keeping him from tumbling down the stairs. Easy, big fella. Grab that handrail and we'll take it one step at a time. Here comes the first step. That's right. You're doing great. Annie talked him all the way down. When they reached the bottom, Sam felt compelled to say, I've walked before, you know. I've seen you walk. Annie slipped from beneath his arm, leaving him feeling empty. I've seen you fall. I much prefer you upright. I'll keep your preferences in mind. He reached for her hand as if he had a right to hold it. They neared his truck. Sam was no longer unsteady, but he didn't let go of Annie. In fact, he didn't think he ever wanted to let her go. And to do that, he had to keep her talking. She disappeared when she got quiet. So, card counting is about counting cards. Yes. Sam slowed his pace. It's not counting the way I thought. No. Basic counting is high-low. Her thumb stroked the back of his hand. The cards from 2 to 6 are each worth 1. The face cards, 10s, and aces are -1. And the 7, 8, and 9 are 0. The running tally helps you decide how to bet on each hand. A tally of 8 when your hand totals 16 means the big cards have higher odds of coming and you should hold at 16. While a tally of -8 when you have a hand with 12 points gives better odds of receiving a card with a value less than 10. Sam came to a stop and faced her. That's challenging. You have to play the game of 21 while keeping a running tally and not get distracted. He slid his free hand to the base of her neck, easing his fingers through her soft hair. That's impossible. Nothing's impossible. She captured that hand so that she held both of his. Like every other skill, it just takes practice. And the ability to multitask like that is applicable to other things, like presenting annual performance results while reading the room to see who wants to challenge your conclusions and who's confused. But you lost track of the card count after only 2 hands. Sam leaned against his truck fender, planted his feet hip distance apart, and drew her closer, foolishly hoping for a goodnight kiss. I'm not the right man for her. For any woman. I haven't played in a long time and you distracted me. Annie released his hands and rested hers on his shoulders. If you really want to know how to count cards, let's go back upstairs and I'll teach you. I want to learn but, not here. Not with Maddie. He'd only pass out again. Don't you want to get over this? Whatever bothers you when you see a beautiful little girl? Her fingers curled around his shoulders and she gave him a little shake. When I think about you, I imagine your life is incredibly lonely. If she only knew. Sam kissed her. He kissed her because he wasn't good at calculating odds, but he was willing to bet that if he ever got a stronger handle on the residual effects of that fateful day overseas, she'd be long gone. Chapter 16. Tell me what happened to you, Annie whispered when she'd been good and thoroughly kissed by Sam. Overseas. She wanted to understand this man. Despite the way they'd been at odds and the plans she had to leave town. The need to know him better burned inside of Annie like a new candle on a church altar. Sam was pulling away from her, so gradually she'd only just realized it. Annie twined her arms around his neck. Don't. Sam's dark brows rose. Don't what? Don't pretend what happened to you overseas is manageable. The first time I set eyes on you, there was a haunted look in your eyes. Annie searched for the right words. You looked like you'd done something you'd regretted and could never make amends for. Sam scoffed. Annie speared her fingers into his overgrown, dark hair, grabbed hold, and gave his hair a good tug. You think I don't know about regret? I know plenty. She released his hair and eased back. I knew when I was 12 that I shouldn't have been playing blackjack for big money. But I thought. Maybe I thought the games would end when school started up at the end of summer. And then, during that game with Aldo, I sensed the Patrizio men were growing angry. But I didn't draw the line. I played it out to the finish. That wasn't your fault. You were doing what Brett told you to do. Sam's voice was gruff, at odds with his tender touch. The same way you were doing your duty overseas? She sensed his withdrawal once more. You don't know that. His voice was pitted, scarred, filled with regret. I know that in the military you're trained to follow orders. They discourage independent thought. Annie wanted to trace the line of his hard jaw, but a large airplane flew overhead. They both raised their gazes skyward. You can't know that, Sam said softly. The part about the military discouraging independent thought. Sure, I can. I saw a documentary. Annie scared. Whatever you did, you were following orders, just like me. And most likely, you blamed yourself, over and over again. Just like me. Sam's jaw jutted outward. It's not the same. Let me be the judge. Annie gave in to temptation and traced the line of his jaw with her hand. Tell me what happened. Sam dropped his forehead to hers. They had a big height difference and he had to come down a long way. But that gesture. It meant a lot to Annie. Sam was coming to her level. He was going to tell her what he'd gone through. She was sure of it. It was just another day on duty outside the embassy, Sam said in a strained voice. I was there. Vince was there. And there was a parade. I can't remember what for. There were people of all genders and ages. Singing. Dancing. Moving along. Until they moved toward us. Annie framed his face in her hands, thumbs circling the spot in front of his ears while she waited for him to continue. There were children in the parade. Dancing next to the adults while carrying what looked like thickly decorated staffs. Sam drew a shuddering breath, tucking his face in the crook of her shoulder. And babies. There were so many babies strapped to people's chests. Annie was growing cold. She could see what he saw. She could see what came next. And then the singing and dancing stopped. Vince was, she felt him swallow thickly. Vince was shot in the leg. And my weapon came up. Sometimes it feels as if it wasn't me who brought the barrel to target. Annie pressed a kiss to his cheek. He was right. Their two situations weren't the same. But she wasn't going to stop him from getting it out. In fact, she felt like he needed to say the words out loud more than he needed someone to listen. It was impossible to hold the gate and not shoot a woman, a child, a baby. Sam drew a shuddering breath. I remember shooting. And shooting. Someone dragged Vince behind the gate. I kept shooting because they kept coming. So many. His body seemed to sag. And then someone grabbed hold of my bulletproof vest and dragged me back, too. And that's when someone shot me. Oh, Sam. Annie wanted to gather him close and soothe away all his hurts. The bullet passed over my hip and out the back without hitting a thing. His voice had become a soft lament. You wish they'd have hit something more vital, like a leg or... He nodded. My head. An artery. Anything vital. But they didn't. And there's a reason why you came away relatively unscathed. Sam lifted his head, curiosity in his gaze. Because you'd need your physical strength to counter the injury to your psyche. She grabbed hold of his biceps. I see how hard you struggle to stay standing. It's amazing. You're amazing. He shook his head, still stubbornly clinging to the idea he obviously had of himself as a villain. Annie wasn't sure how she could reach him. And by the way his gaze turned to its default expression of unresolved guilt, she imagined he knew it, too. And for some reason, her inability to reach him had her talking about Frank, of all people. When Frank was arrested. I mean, when they came and arrested both of us, they put us together in the back of a squad car. And Frank. He turned to me with the most vindictive expression on his face. She'd never forget that sneer or the cold look in his eyes. He said it was my fault. Sam frowned. He said if I'd just noticed that he was struggling with temptation or our mounting credit card debt, that I could have stopped him from embezzling at any time. Sam's gaze narrowed. I read the articles. He was your boss. And he handled all the household finances. I was clueless. It hurt her pride to admit that. And I thought. Maybe he's right. No, Sam snapped. You can't control what someone else feels, Annie told him. And it took me more time than I'd like to admit to work through those feelings of guilt, mostly while talking to my interrogators. And then there was anger. Oh, the anger. She leaned forward to whisper, I still have very angry days where it feels like a good thing that Frank is locked away in prison and I can't just call him up and shout at him. She leaned back to look in his eyes once more. They were no longer haunted. He looked thoughtful. And I avoided my father for the past 18 years for much the same reason, she admitted. First, I blamed myself. Then, I blamed him. And because we didn't really talk for all that time, I kept on blaming him, putting all my messed up guilt and resentment on his shoulders. Annie drew a deep breath, realizing something amazing had occurred while she'd been feeling sorry for herself and desperately grasping at the straws of redemption at Slaughter. And then, I took a job in Las Vegas, and somehow, despite my best intentions and the loss of said job, I've unpacked a lot of my baggage with my father. Sam seemed to withdraw without moving an inch. And you think that's what I need to do? Annie nodded. Sam set Annie aside, got into his truck, and drove off. Hey, do you have a minute? Sam had pulled into his driveway right after Vince had parked in the garage. He wanted answers, the whys behind this rematch Vince seemed intent upon orchestrating. Because Annie had a heart of gold and deserved his protection. He wasn't fool enough to think they could have a future together. But this he could do. Vince checked something on his cell phone before surveying Sam. His suit was as black as his hair today. His tie a deep swirl of purple silk. Are you asking as my friend or as a private investigator? It was Sam's turn to consider things. As your friend. Vince nodded toward Sam. Did you get boo-boos on both hands? Sam looked down, noticing the cartoony bandages Maddie had placed on the backs of his hands. He headed toward the stairs to his apartment, not bothering to take them off. Didn't you know? I'm broken. These bandages will help fix me. Huh. Vince followed Sam upstairs to his apartment. I heard you were spotted in the Bella Vista today. Business? Yeah. Sam unlocked the door, kicked off his loafers, and made straight for the refrigerator and his stash of beer. I heard you encountered Brett Ray in an alley. Business? He handed Vince a beer. Vince kept his hands at his sides. You know Brett Ray? Sam nodded, willing to wait and see what Vince had to say about that. Turns out, Vince had nothing to say. He accepted the beer Sam offered him and stayed where he was, leaning against the open door jamb. Leaving Sam no choice but to take the lead. I know about Annie beating your grandfather at blackjack when she was 12. I know about the side bet you had with Brett. No sense in going into what had happened to Vince afterward. What I don't know is why you want a rematch of the game. Vince sipped his beer. There are two kinds of people in this world, those who know when to retire and those who don't. My grandfather doesn't realize it's time he retired. He needs to step aside before he drives the Bella Vista into the ground. A rematch would help him realize he's losing his touch. One more straw on the proverbial camel's back. If he loses, Sam said, thinking about how Annie hadn't been able to keep the count earlier. Vince nodded. That's a big if, Vince. And a lot to put on Annie's shoulders. Sam noted the creasing lines of guilt around Vince's eyes. Is that why you recommended her for the job in the first place? For this opportunity of a rematch? Or to get your wife back? She and Annie were cousins, after all. Sam hadn't brought that up at Brett's apartment or with Annie in the parking lot, but perhaps he should have. Vince hesitated, looking decidedly unlike his usual, confident self. I'm not entirely sure. As frustrating as his answer was to Sam, the fact that Vince wasn't certain of his motivations was heartening. If Annie wins, are you going to take over the casino? Again, Vince hesitated. Again, he said, I'm not entirely sure. What a mess you're making. Sam extended his beer bottle toward Vince. Vince tapped Sam's beer bottle with his own. They each took a drink. Vince gave him an inscrutable look. Didn't you know? The only way to make change is to get messy. Sam scoffed, not wanting to admit he was grateful on some level that Vince's plans had brought Annie into his life. Even if they couldn't be together, she'd awakened something inside of him. Something that made him want to try to manage his PTSD better. I'm glad we're on the same side. The same side? Vince frowned. Are you the one who texted me about setting up a blackjack game with Annie? I didn't recognize the number. Sam's sip of beer went down the wrong pipe. When he was done coughing and Vince was done pounding his back, Sam managed to say, "It wasn't me. And I'm willing to bet it wasn't her father either. He was against the game." Huh. Vince nodded. Annie can't play. That came out more defensively than it should have. I mean, she hasn't played in years. Her odds of winning would be low. And her anxiety high. Not to mention his. He wanted to protect her. Huh, Vince repeated. Let's talk about this. Sam moved toward the couch. What's your end game? And how could Sam help without involving Annie? Things are moving faster than I anticipated, Vince admitted slowly. I thought Annie would get the job at Slotto and that I'd ease into her circle of contacts here in town. In the hopes that you'd be able to see your wife again? Vince nodded, his gaze distant. And whatever resulted from me seeing Jill again. That would determine if you needed Annie to play your grandfather or not. You wouldn't need the game if Jill wanted me back. I've always loved her even when I was just the guy who shared a microscope with her in science class. Vince looked surprised at how much he'd admitted to. But the wheels have been set in motion for the game. Hit the brake, Vince. Vince set his beer on the kitchen counter, determination lining his features. I can't. I talked to my grandfather and he agreed to the game. Annie didn't. But no matter what Sam said, Vince wouldn't change his mind. Chapter 17. Sam watched the bail jumper he was following enter a massage parlor on a small, crowded strip mall in a really bad part of Las Vegas. It was Friday morning. Sam had planned to head over to Brett's apartment and check in on Annie. There was something about her he couldn't seem to resist. He wanted to protect her. And although he had no right to tell her what to do, he didn't want her to enter into a blackjack match with Aldo. But before he drove her way, Sam had gotten a call for bounty work, a call about a man not making his court date, a man known to traffic teens. When a call like that came in, it reminded Sam of his father. He couldn't refuse. Even if he knew Vince wouldn't approve of him bounty hunting because of the physical risk, and Annie wouldn't approve if she knew Sam felt he was no better than the men he tracked down. But Sam knew his father would have approved. Dad's passion had been finding teenage runaways. Those kids. They were often taken advantage of in horrifying ways. It was rumored that 1 in 5 runaways were trafficked within the first year of leaving home. Anytime Sam could get one of those lowlives off the street, he'd gladly risk his own safety. So, Sam had removed the bandages Maddie had placed on his hands and gotten to work tracking the man down. First to his place of employment, then his house, then the homes of his family members. He'd located the man's car leaving his mother's house 20 minutes prior. Luck was on his side. It was a typical November day in the desert, brisk air, soft sunshine, a breeze that might build to something stronger later. Sam hopped out of his truck, crossed the parking lot and tried to enter the massage parlor. But the door was locked and the shades were all drawn in front. Sam rapped on the glass door. A woman with heavy makeup and long, colorful nails pulled back the blinds. Her wide eyes questioned why he was here without her saying a word. Are you open? Sam asked, glancing quickly behind the woman into a small lobby area. I want a massage. The woman said something Sam didn't catch to someone behind her. And then she gave him a strained smile and opened the door. Thank you. Sam eased inside, taking stock. I've got a hitch in my get-up. I need a not whisperer. Haha. A woman fake laughed at the entrance to a long hallway leading to the rear of the building. There were several closed doors behind the hallway monitor, but otherwise, the parlor was empty. Where had his quarry gone? Sam didn't see a back door. Electronic dance music played loudly from speakers in the lobby while a television on mute played the latest sports scores. There was no real decoration or theme to the place. No pictures hung on the wall. The front door was locked behind Sam by the gatekeeper. "You're new here." The gatekeeper went to stand behind the counter, smiling stiffly. Then she named a figure that was double what a legitimate full-body massage should cost. Full-body massage price. "It's just my shoulder." Sam stalled, rolling his shoulder and wondering what awaited him down the hall. Guns? Knives? More muscle than these two women offered? Then Sam blinked, wondering why he was making excuses. "Is there a military discount?" "No," the gatekeeper shook her head, beginning to lose her smile. "Do you take credit cards?" Sam took a slow step toward the hallway. "Cash," the gatekeeper said coolly, tapping her multicolored nails on the counter. Someone cried out down the hall. Sam stopped stalling, stopped thinking, and started running, bumping the hallway monitor aside as he ran past her. He yanked open the first door, revealing an empty room. The door across it was empty, as well. Small, female hands gripped his shoulders. One of those women hopped on his back and tried to wrap her legs around him. Sam slammed her against a wall and lost that cargo. Then he lunged for the second set of doors just as another cry ripped through the air. The next door revealed a group of teenage girls. They screamed and threw various items at him: candles, bottles of massage oil, and cans of soda. "Hey!" Sam dodged the missiles. "I'm here to save you." He shut the door and turned, seeking the bail jumper, who just so happened to be standing in an open doorway in front of Sam. The hall monitor screamed and leaped toward Sam. Too late, it turned out. Sam had already tackled his bounty. Jill. Annie enveloped her cousin in a big, long hug on the pickup curb at the airport Friday night. And then, she drew Teddy into a briefer but no less intense version of that embrace. "I'm so glad to see you too." She hustled them into her car. "If you hadn't arrived so late, I'd have brought Maddie." Instead, she'd put her to bed at Dad's apartment. "Thanks for picking us up." Jill buckled in beside Annie. Teddy took the back seat, placing some serious headphones on and bobbing his head, ensuring the two women some privacy. "Are you okay?" Annie spared Jill a glance in between pulling out into traffic. "You look tired." There were dark circles under Jill's eyes and her long brown hair seemed limp and lifeless. She wore her usual uniform of blue jeans and a black railroad stop retreat hoodie. "I can't sleep," Jill admitted, spinning her wedding ring. "I don't think I can just walk away this time. I don't think Brian's family will let me." "I'll go with you tomorrow," Annie promised. "I'm tougher than I look." That got a laugh out of Jill, no matter how brief. They drove in silence for a few minutes. It being Friday, the traffic was heavy. Annie glanced at Jill's son in the rear-view mirror. "Does Teddy know?" "You mean, what does he know?" Jill slunk in her seat. "I told him we're going to a funeral. I told him that we're going to meet his father." "His father is dead," Annie whispered. "You're going to Brian's funeral. His father is meeting us at the funeral tomorrow." Jill grimaced. "Vince is meeting us at the funeral tomorrow." Annie made the turn onto the street that led to the Harvard Arms. What did Vince say about that? She'd always wondered why Vince stayed married to Jill in the first place. "I chickened out." Jill managed to slump further into her seat. "I texted him and asked him to meet me at the funeral home tomorrow without explaining anything." "Jill." Her cousin stared out the passenger side window. "You can't say anything to me that I haven't already said myself." "Noted." Annie made the turn into the Harvard Arms. "I guess now's the time to tell you that my dad is living in this dump and this is where we're staying tonight." Jill stared at the two-story building. "And here I thought things couldn't get much worse." A figure sitting on top of the stairs came to his feet. Sam. Annie wasn't sure if his presence made things better or worse. "Sam." Annie wrestled her way out of that sticky car door of hers and hurried forward to meet Sam. "Not," he noted with disappointment, to leap into his arms. Annie pulled Sam aside, turning his back on the woman and boy getting out of her car. "What are you doing?" she gasped and grabbed hold of both his arms. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" "That's more like it." Sam gave in to temptation and pulled her into his embrace. "I'm fine. Just a fat lip, a couple strands of missing hair, various scratches, and a few bruised ribs. All in a fine day's work since a dozen teenage girls had been rescued and 3 arrests made. Sam had even stayed to give moral support to the teens when they called home. I chased down a bounty today. The guy led me to a location where he was trafficking young girls." Annie's hold on him tightened. "I hope you gave as good as you got." "I did. My dad would be proud." Possibly more importantly, Sam was proud of himself. "Annie," a woman's voice. Annie pushed herself out of Sam's arms wearing an expression that said she'd forgotten they had an audience. "Hey, she glanced up at him. "Sam. This is my cousin and her son Teddy." "Jill." The slender brunette held out a hand to shake. She had a small duffel slung over her shoulder and wore a black hoodie promoting railroad stop retreat. Sam shook her hand. She had a firm grip and direct eye contact. And then Jill gave him a weary smile that was at odds with the tease in her tone. "Apologies for Annie introducing me as her cousin without adding my name." "Her cousin. Jill. Vince's wife. And this is my son Teddy." Jill encouraged her son, a preteen who was a tall, lanky collection of arms and legs with a pair of headphones hanging around his neck and a backpack slung over his shoulder. Vince's son? Vince had never mentioned a son. The boy had a surprisingly strong grip and direct gaze. He had dark brown hair and dark brown eyes. Not the black of Vince's hair and eyes. And manners. "Nice to meet you, Sam." His voice cracked and he rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed with puberty. "Nice to meet you," Sam murmured, gaze shifting toward Annie. "I didn't know you were coming." "It was a last-minute trip," Jill admitted. "We're going to a funeral tomorrow." Before Sam could express his condolences, a door on the second story opened. "Mommy?" Maddie called from the top of the stairs, not that Sam looked directly at her. "Did you bring me my teddy bear?" Teddy heaved a put-upon sigh but smiled good-naturedly. "Is that little Maddie count a lot?" "Teddy!" Maddie cried, scurrying downstairs in her bare feet and a flannel nightgown. Not that Sam looked right at her. And then an odd thing happened. Or didn't happen. Sam's head didn't spin. His body didn't break out in a cold sweat. And maybe that was because he was getting used to Maddie and had learned how not to look at her in his peripheral vision. Or maybe that was because Annie had put her arm around Sam's waist and held him close as her daughter scampered down the steps. But maybe that was because something inside of Sam was finally beginning to heal. Later, when Dad headed off to sleep somewhere else for the night, and the kids were camped out in the living room, and Jill had retreated to the bedroom for the night, Annie walked Sam out, grateful of some private time with the man her daughter called Sammy. "You did great in there," Annie told Sam, holding his hand as they walked down the stairs. "You mean, I didn't pass out?" Sam chuckled. "You did notice that I sat in the kitchen and didn't watch anyone too closely." "I noticed everything about you," Annie admitted. And it was true. They reached the bottom step and Annie stopped, suddenly hesitant. "If I take one step further, I'll fall in love with him." It was the most ridiculous thought. But Annie stayed on the last step anyway, still clinging to Sam's hand. Sam didn't stop. He stepped onto the sidewalk and turned looking at her with a half-smile. "What?" "I like you, Sam Knight." Annie twined her arms around his neck. "But sad to say, I'm leaving town on Sunday." Which meant she shouldn't be kissing him, especially since he had a fat lip. She did anyway. Gently. Tenderly. As if this kiss was their last. "I like you, Annie Raye," Sam told her when their sweet kiss ended. I came over tonight to tell you something I don't think you wanted to hear. Annie frowned, pulling back her arms. Sam took hold of her hands. Someone arranged a blackjack game between you and Aldo Patrizio for tomorrow night. Dad. Annie jerked her hands back. We were together all day today and he never told me he'd arranged a game. Wait until I see him tomorrow. I don't think it was him. Sam still held on, shaking his head. Remember, your father was adamant that you weren't going to play him when he learned there was interest in a rematch. Why would he change his mind? One of his cronies then, Annie murmured, although she couldn't believe that of Chauncey or Ernie, her father's closest friends. They'd been like uncles to her back in the day. I don't want you to play Aldo. In fact, I don't think you should play Aldo. There was a hard note to Sam's voice. Who wants me to play? Vince? She stared up at him and when he nodded said, I can't imagine why. Sam explained about Vince's determination to have his grandfather step down. Don't get involved with Aldo and Vince's power struggle. I need to ask my dad who set this up. Players don't play without a paycheck. And no one's offered me one, unless, Annie's gaze found his. A gust of wind pushed past and she shivered. Unless the proceeds from the game are going to pay for Chauncey's medical care. In which case, Annie didn't think she could refuse to play. Chapter 18. The Red Feather School of Dance. Who betrayed me? Brett demanded as he entered the back room of the Red Feather School of Dance shortly after 8 Saturday morning. There was a yoga class going on in the studio, filling the building with peaceful music. Who set up my daughter and put her at risk? Because Annie had called Brett first thing this morning, telling him a game had been arranged for tonight without her consent. He'd notified the core group to meet him here immediately. And they had. Ernie nursed a cup of coffee. Unlike Brett, there were no bags beneath his eyes. He wore a wrinkled Raiders t-shirt and a pair of stained, red basketball shorts. Chauncey sat in his recliner. He wore a pair of brown-checked flannel pajama pants, a gray hoodie, and a fierce frown. But he wasn't frowning at Brett. Lana was the object of Chauncey's displeasure. She wore a pair of white leggings and a fuzzy pink sweater. Her white blonde hair was in a messy bun. And her smile. Her smile was reminiscent of Lucy's when she pulled the football away from Charlie Brown. But this was no comic. Brett wasn't laughing. Well? He stared them all down. I'll say it. Ernie took a step forward and pointed an accusing finger at Lana. I bet she contacted Vince Patrizio about a rematch between Annie and his grandfather. And Vince accepted the offer. Lana's smile seemed strained. You said it yourself the other day, Brett. We need a big win or that private investigator will take names. Vince asked you to arrange the game and you let the chance pass you by. Brett, everyone knows that when opportunity knocks, you have to answer. When were you going to tell me? And when she didn't answer, Brett felt sick. Overheated. Afraid that he'd lose Annie and Maddie over this, not to mention whatever rank scheme Lana had up her sleeve. What were you going to do, Lana? Knock me out tonight and kidnap Annie in front of her little girl? Drag her kicking and screaming to the Bella Vista? Lana didn't deny it. You three are always talking about playing the odds. Her voice took on a desperate note. Vince isn't asking us to put up any money. He's going to pay Annie, pay us, when she wins. $250,000. Half the amount Vince had wanted to bet all those years ago. If she wins. Brett smiled apologetically at Chauncey. Annie can't do it. She's lost the gift. Lana made a sound of disbelief. Brett scowled at her. Talent doesn't forget. Ernie seemed to momentarily forget whose side he was on. Annie was the best, better than any of us. Chauncey's chin had a stubborn lift to it. He wasn't on board with Lana's scheme. But that didn't make Brett's refusal to let Annie play any less difficult for any of them. Chauncey needed that money. Brett went to the small refrigerator, the silence in the back room heavy in his ears. He took out a bottle of water, drinking half of it down before he trusted himself to speak again. "I'll play Aldo." "You?" Lana gasped. "I made the deal for Annie, not you. One Ray is just as good as another." Brett punched each word in her direction. "If you don't believe that, well, you'll have to go through me to change my mind." And the way Lana was scowling at him, she just might. The Eternal Rest Funeral Home. Jill stood outside the funeral home clinging to Teddy's hand, a fact her preteen had mixed feelings about if his limp grip was any indication. But she needed something to ground her. Jill was wearing a dress, first time in years, and heels, likewise. Vince was a no-show. And Brian's funeral service was going to start. "Mom, why are we waiting for him?" The way Teddy spoke about his father, Vince, gave away his reticence to meet him. Her son wasn't going to leap into any man's arms who claimed to be his dad. And Jill supposed that was a good thing. "Hey, sorry I'm late." Vince appeared from behind a large, black SUV that was parked in front of them and had been for several minutes. There was something odd about his gait, as if one of his legs had fallen asleep and couldn't quite keep up with the other. There was an accident on the freeway. The years had been kind to Vince. Too kind, if truth be told. He was no longer the gangly teenager just growing into a man. He was 100% man. And a hot man, at that. Jill let her gaze drift over him, from head to toe, trying to reconcile this man with the teenage boy she'd married 12 years ago. Vince didn't wear a school uniform. Instead, he wore a corporate uniform, a very high-quality suit that didn't wrinkle or pucker anywhere. His white dress shirt was buttoned all the way to his neck, where a very fine-looking gold paisley tie was fixed with a pearl tie clip that matched the pearl cuff links at his wrists. His black hair was still cut conservatively short. But his eyes. His black eyes studied Jill with a mixture of warmth, wariness, and hope. "That can't be." "Hi." Vince came forward, extending his hand toward Teddy. "I'm my dad." Teddy barely shook Vince's hand before breaking free. "Yeah, I know. You'll want to catch up, maybe give me a few excuses as to why you haven't been around or why Mom kept you a secret. I'll give you a chance, but only because Mom never had a bad word to say about you." Vince took a beat before nodding. Thank heavens, he didn't deny being Teddy's father. "Excuse me," a man in a plain suit and tie called to them before Jill could pull Vince aside to explain anything. "We're about to start. Shall we?" And without waiting for Jill's answer, Vince placed his hand on the small of her back and headed for the doors. He walked with a limp, a slight one, to be sure. But a limp, nonetheless. Jill wanted to ask him about it. But there was so much she needed to tell Vince. About the invitation to this funeral. About her concerns that Brian's parents would try to take Teddy away from her or try to take a DNA sample from Teddy while they were here and then come knocking with a lawyer. Jill needed Vince to be on her side to protect everything they'd gotten married for. "I will not let my rapist's relatives lay claim to something they have no right to." Jill entered the large chapel, head high, a husband in name only at her side and the joy of her life trailing mulishly behind them. No heads turned around to mark their arrival. They found seats in the back just as the doors closed behind them and the lights dimmed. Vince took Jill's hand, lacing his fingers with hers. Jill's heart began beating faster. And not because of the threats she imagined the Salazar family was going to make regarding Teddy. It was Vince. He was making her comatose heart come alive. And she would have resented him for it if his touch wasn't also reassuring. An hour later, after a minister had spoken words Jill couldn't bring herself to listen to, after Brian's father took the podium and spoke of a son who sounded nothing like Brian, after friends and coworkers put in their 2 cents, and a montage of photographs documenting Brian's life were shown, including their prom picture, the service was finally over. "Let's get out of here." Jill stood, releasing Vince's hand and urging Teddy to vamoose. They'd fulfilled their duty. They had no reason to follow the procession to the graveyard. And Teddy. Teddy, who was a good kid but not the kind to sit quietly for an hour for a chain of eulogies about a man he didn't know. Teddy. He didn't budge. Did Teddy recognize the resemblance between Brian and himself? Did he recognize me in the prom photo? The wrinkled, craggy old man with snowy white hair that had shown up in Harmony Valley with the funeral invitation appeared at the end of their pew. Mrs. Salazar would like a word. Jill's blood ran cold. Somehow, she managed to turn to Vince and say, "Take Teddy out to the car, honey. I'll just be a minute." "Mrs. Salazar wants a word with all of you," the snowy-haired man said. "We can spare a moment." Vince took Jill's hand. "Teddy and I have a tea time later." "As we normally do," Teddy quipped, playing along. Jill didn't want Teddy to meet Brian's mother. She was afraid the truth would come out and, this wasn't the way she wanted him to discover his biological father's identity. The snowy-haired man led them upstream through the crowd of exiting mourners to a room just off the pulpit. The room wasn't fancy. It was lined with firm-looking, brown couches, small coffee tables with a box of tissues on each, a large cross on the wall, Brian's parents each sitting in a couch corner, and, sitting apart from them, a distinguished-looking gentleman with a bored expression on his face. That is, until his gaze landed on Vince. And then he frowned. "My ace in the hole." Jill gripped Vince's hand tighter. "Jill." Brian's mother got to her feet and held out her arms, as if Jill was someone she was close to. Mrs. Salazar had the look of the fancy, corporate wives who came to the railroad stop for yoga retreats. Slender, highlighted hair, overly Botoxed face. Only the smear of mascara beneath her eyes made her seem different. That and the threats she'd once made to buy Jill's baby. Jill submitted to the woman's hug without letting go of Vince, who stood tall and steady at her side. "Let's be civilized," Mrs. Salazar whispered. "For Teddy's sake." She took a step back and raised her arms again. This time, with Teddy in her sights. Vince extended his long arm in front of Teddy. "My son may be a teenager. But we've taught him not to let strangers in his personal space." Mrs. Salazar walked slowly backward toward her couch corner, sorrowful gaze on Teddy's face. Jill's son eased a few inches behind Vince's shoulder. "That's my boy. He knows a rattler when he sees one." "As you know," Mr. Salazar spoke for the first time. His voice thick with grief. "My wife and I had 2 sons. Strapping boys, full of life. And now," his voice cracked. "All we have is your memories," Vince said, cutting the man off. "We came here today to pay our respects to Brian. He was our classmate. But now, we have to be going." Mr. Salazar began to cry, quietly, shoulders bent. Mrs. Salazar frowned at the man Jill had assumed was her lawyer, but whatever help she sought, the man shook his head. Again, Jill was certain it was because Vince was with them. Vince led them out the door, his limp barely evident. And in the moment, Jill would have followed Vince anywhere. Until they walked through the open doors that led to the parking lot when Vince turned toward her and said straight-faced, "We're reconciling." Chapter 19. The Harvard Arms. Brett pulled up to the Harvard Arms, fuming. Before he got out of the car, Ernie parked next to him in his nondescript, white Ford truck. Chauncey was in the passenger seat. "I'm not talking to you." Brett marched toward the stairs. He was going to take Annie and Maddie somewhere safe. Somewhere Lana couldn't find them. "Wait." Chauncey had his door open and was struggling to get out, an audible effort that had Brett slowing and turning back to watch with concern. "I agree with you, Anne. Legs. Move. Arg. We both agree with you." Ernie ran around his truck to help Chauncey. "You should play Aldo, Brett, not Annie." And Ernie struggled to support Chauncey into a standing position. "Help me, will you, Brett?" Brett relented. Didn't mean he didn't stomp over to do so. Seems like all I'm doing lately is helping tall men out of seats and off of floors. When both his friends looked askance at him, Brett mumbled, "Don't ask." He hadn't told them how well he'd gotten to know the private investigator who was looking for them. "We have a plan. But we need Annie's cooperation." Ernie hefted Chauncey's arm over his shoulder and with Brett's help heaved him to his feet. "Aldo's not going to let you walk in without her." "Plan?" Brett scoffed, even though he recognized the truth in Ernie's words. "So now you've got a plan. But what about Lana?" "I'll take care of Lana," Chauncey wheezed. Every step was a struggle for him. But they made it to the bottom of the stairwell before pausing and looking up. "That's a lot of stairs," Ernie commented. "Let's sit on the curb and talk this through." Chauncey started moving before Brett and Ernie were ready and nearly brought them all to their knees. They managed to sit on the curb in front of the staircase without knees giving way or tailbones getting bruised. They were a sight. 3 old men of varying shapes and sizes perched on a curb, Ernie's thick legs sticking out of his red basketball shorts, Chauncey's rumpled sweats hanging off his bony body, and Brett's crisscrossed, blue jeans-clad legs. It took them a moment to catch their breath before anyone spoke. Chauncey crossed his arms over his chest, swaying slightly as if he lacked the strength to sit still. "The last time I remember sitting on a curb was when I was 12 and waiting for my turn to play kickball." "Kids play soccer nowadays," Ernie noted. "Nobody sits in soccer. Everything changes." Brett watched a plane roar overhead, waiting until it passed to ask, "What's this plan of yours?" "Simple." Ernie rubbed his palms together. "We show up at the Bella Vista tonight with Annie. And then on the way to Aldo's penthouse suite, Chauncey will pretend he can't walk any further." "I won't have to pretend," Chauncey said gruffly. "And I'll pretend to have a heart attack," Ernie finished, sounding proud of himself. "We'll both latch onto Annie, and you tell her you're going to see Aldo and call off the game." "But you won't call off the game." Chauncey swayed too much this time. His torso bumped into Brett's. "You'll play Aldo." Brett rolled his eyes, righting his friend. "The part about Annie playing nursemaid to you two might have worked when she was 12. But now? No way." And yet, the idea that he could walk into Aldo's penthouse without Annie had its appeal. Jill drove Annie's car into the Harvard Arms parking lot, which would have been nothing of note if a slick, red sports car hadn't pulled into the lot behind her. "Vince." "Teddy, go up to the apartment." Jill struggled to open Annie's car door, not succeeding. Vince's fancy chick magnet of a car pulled into a nearby parking slot. He'd followed them across the funeral home parking lot and all the way back here. Teddy didn't budge from his seat. "I want to hear what he has to say." "He." "Vince." "No, you don't." Jill wrestled with the door, trying to remember what Annie had said about the sticky latch. Was it pull on the handle while shoving her shoulder against the door? Or pull on the latch and shove at the handle? "He said he wants us back." There was hope in Teddy's voice, just a thread but enough of one that Jill became more determined than ever to protect him from the web of lies he'd been told. And that meant he shouldn't be talking to Vince. "Vince doesn't want us back for the reason you think." Jill was certain Vince just intended to protect them from the Salazars. She gave up trying to get out, sagging over the steering wheel. "This stupid door. He doesn't love us, Teddy. Maybe not anymore. But he could." Jill didn't have to look at Teddy to know her son had his chin stubbornly thrust out. She recognized his obstinate tone. She'd skirted the truth for too long. She had to face it. She turned toward her son, intending to tell him the whole ugly truth. But she didn't have time to say a word. Her door was flung open. "I prefer to do my negotiating face-to-face." Vince leaned down to look at them. "Teddy, can I have a private word with your mom?" "Sure." Traitorous Teddy unbuckled his seatbelt, grinning. "Nice car." And then he got out and ran toward the stairs. "Hey, Uncle Brett." Brett was actually Teddy's great-uncle, but they didn't stand on formalities. "Did you see my dad's car?" Thankfully, Teddy didn't wait for an answer before running up the stairs. The old men sitting on the curb began whispering furtively. Jill rolled her eyes. I spent 12 years keeping your identity a secret, and all it takes is one fancy red car for you to win my son over. Our son. Vince lowered himself to his haunches, staring at Jill with the oddest expression on his face, one she couldn't decipher. She turned in her seat, facing him head-on. Why didn't you divorce me? I knew a day like this would come. That was Vince's "I told you so" voice. Well, it's come and gone. I have the clout of your last name and presence to thank for that. The lawyer type had been there for a reason. And it wasn't to act like a bored bookend. But now, I think it's time I told Teddy the truth and let you go. Vince shook his head. You know their fight is only the beginning. The Salazars may have been shocked into letting us put them off today, while they're mired in grief. But they'll make another run at visitation or custody. All the more reason to tell Teddy the truth. He can know the truth, but if you want the power to protect him, we need to reconcile. Vince took her hand, brushing a thumb over her fingers, such a soft, tender caress. When I offered to marry you, it was with the understanding that we'd use the Patrizio name to protect Teddy. Vince stared at Jill compassionately. Let me take care of this for you. A cool desert breeze swirled around them. Only them. Attraction shimmied down Jill's spine. She didn't move. She barely dared to breathe. This isn't the same Vince I married. The Vince of old had done whatever she wanted, only stopping Jill when she tried to put a wrong answer on their lab homework. This Vince is a force to be reckoned with. It was tempting to let Vince take control of the Salazar situation, to let him ease her worries over secrets and the fear that her son would be taken from her. But what he wanted in return? Their joined hands. That increasingly intense look in his black eyes. You don't really want to make this marriage real? Jill didn't ask. She stated. I want to do what's necessary to protect what's mine. Vince's expression was no longer compassionate. He looked fierce. And yet, Vince stood and gently guided Jill out of the car, steadying her with an arm around her waist. My grandfather will back us up, too. He's been nagging me about having kids, and he's never been fond of the Salazars. His grandfather? The one who nearly killed Uncle Brett? Jill's gaze drifted toward the three elderly men watching them from the curb, including her uncle. She shook her head. There was too much coming at Jill all at once. Vince, we don't know each other anymore. I'm not moving to Vegas. I have a business in Harmony Valley. Friends. A life. We'll figure it out. Vince kissed the back of Jill's hand. A longing blossomed inside of her. A longing to be held, to be cherished, to have someone by her side when guests stole towels and Glamma talked her way out of cleaning toilets. But there was Uncle Brett. And when she glanced to the second story, there was Annie, Maddie, and Teddy watching them from the railing. I can't pretend to be your wife, Jill whispered, gazing up at Vince. Everyone will know we don't love each other. His eyes darkened. And then, Vince kissed her. He kissed Jill the way he had at the end of their recited wedding vows at that little chapel on the Strip. And Jill had exactly the same reaction. She ran. Chapter 20. Sam Knight, P.I. What have you done? Aldo Patrizio's grumbly voice filled the truck speakers on Sam's dashboard. The gamblers have all disappeared. Didn't you want them gone by Monday? Grinning, Sam made a left turn toward the road leading to Brett's apartment. I'm 2 days early. I wanted to know who they were. Aldo's voice rose. There's power in knowing. You've simply chopped weeds at the base with the roots intact. Those same weeds will return. Where should I send my invoice? Because Sam wasn't going to work for Aldo anymore. Last night, he'd thought long and hard about his life, taking the way Annie and Maddie had reawakened his heart and combining it with the deep feeling of self-worth rescuing those teenage girls had given him. Vince had been right about Sam needing to think about the past differently and move on to living in the present. But it had taken a dynamo of a woman to bump him into a new perspective. And because of Annie and those teens he'd rescued, Sam had made a decision. He was going to live up to his father's legacy and track down runaways. Oh, Sam knew there'd be setbacks. PTSD didn't miraculously vanish. He'd embarrass himself by passing out at the most inopportune times. But he believed he'd found a path to self-forgiveness. At the end of that road, he knew he'd eventually come to peace with the past. Invoice? Aldo was fuming. If you can't tell me about those weedy card sharps, at least tell me where my grandson is. I thought I saw him at a funeral this morning with a woman. But he disappeared in the crowd. You honestly believe he'd take a date to a funeral? In an unusually good mood, Sam turned into the Harvard Arms. Only to pull next to Vince, who was on his way out. Hang on, sir. I've got another call. Sam muted the phone and rolled down his window. What are you doing here? Vince gave Sam a look that was all business. I want to hire you. I need dirt on someone who's threatening my wife. Things began adding up for Sam. Vince wearing a nice suit on a Saturday, leaving the apartment where his wife was staying. But Sam didn't have the right answer totaled, because Brett sat on a curb nearby with two other elderly men. Were they compounding trouble? And if so, how much? No one should put me on hold. Aldo shouted before disconnecting. Was that my grandfather? Vince asked, smiling wryly. Yep. Sam smiled. In good spirits, as always. I won't be home tonight, Vince said, as if they were a couple. He revved his engine. And because Sam was good at math, he was able to at least come up with a partial answer. You're going to attend a blackjack game where you expect Annie to play. Sam was determined she wouldn't participate, but in looking at the old men and thinking about the things she'd said regarding the game, he was suddenly uncertain that he could stop her. Can I tag along? Vince's gaze turned assessing. Only if you agree not to interfere. Sam touched his still fat lip. I agree to behave myself. He'd be a complete gentleman when he whisked Annie safely away. I'm leaving for the Bella Vista at 7, with or without you. Vince sped off. Sam parked, got out, and approached the old men. You three look like trouble. What are you up to? Brett introduced Sam to his friends, Ernie and Chauncey. And surprisingly, they told him of their plan. What a mess I've made. It's not a complete disaster. Annie had her arm around Jill. They sat on her father's bed with the bedroom door closed. Teddy and Maddie were watching TV in the living room. Given Annie didn't hear her father's voice, he and his friends were probably still down on the parking lot curb. Vince kissed me, Jill whispered, still looking pale and shaken. Yep. It looked like a doozy, too. It was nice to worry about someone else's problems for once. Jill jerked away from Annie, color returning to her cheeks. That's not the point. Vince thinks the Salazars won't stop with just seeing Teddy. Vince thinks he and his grandfather can stop them from trying to win visitation with Teddy. But only if Vince and I reconcile. Reconcile? What does that even mean? More kisses? Annie ventured. Because she'd seen the blissful look on Jill's face in the few short moments between the end of that smooch and the beginning of her bolting up the stairs. Stop. Jill plucked at the cheap brown quilt on the bed, face still aflame. Annie took her cousin's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Jill, you want to protect Teddy, right? Jill nodded. And you're married to Vince, right? Jill's nod slowed down considerably. Invite him to Harmony Valley for the holidays. He can stay in one of the retreat rooms. And in exchange for that visit, where there might be more kisses, or not, let him and Aldo put this thing with the Salazars to rest once and for all. Use him, you mean? The way I've been using him for the past 12 years. Jill flopped onto her back. Vince mentioned his grandfather was keen on having great-grandchildren. What if I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul? But Teddy isn't Vince's. Aldo won't lay claim to. Annie didn't know how to complete that sentence because Aldo was unpredictable. She flopped backward on the bed next to Jill, noting a curving crack on the ceiling that looked like the outline of a man's face. What you need to do is find out what Aldo thinks of this situation, your marriage of convenience. You're using the Patrizio name as a shield, his interest in Teddy. Vince's interest in you. After seeing the way Vince kissed Jill, Annie was convinced Vince hadn't married Jill out of kindness and friendship. And how do you propose I question Aldo? Stroll into his casino and ask for an audience? Jill scoffed. I'd never get past the front desk. And after what you and your father went through at his hands, why would I even try? A series of thoughts crossed Annie's mind. Rather wild, those thoughts. Annie turned her head and stared at Jill. Are you up for something a bit reckless? No, Jill didn't look at Annie. She was probably staring at that crack in the ceiling and seeing something entirely different than Annie had, like the outline of a tree blowing in the wind. They didn't always see eye to eye. You know, I'm not the reckless type. You're dressed for reckless. Annie gently prodded Jill's hip. Black cocktail dress. High heels. Hair and makeup looking fly. No wonder your husband kissed you. Jill finally turned her head and met Annie's gaze. Is this like the time you cornered Matthew Burns into asking me to prom, promising me that we'd have so much fun together? It was Jill's turn to prod Annie's hip. His grandmother was our chauffeur and chaperone. She ate with us. Sat with us at the dance. She even took prom pictures with us. Is what you have in mind that kind of reckless? Nah. Because this time, I'm going to be your date. And we won't be asking to see Aldo. He's expecting me. But he wouldn't be expecting the two of them or what they had in mind. And it wasn't a game of blackjack. Chapter 21. How easy it had been to make excuses to Sam. He'd readily accepted Annie saying she needed to spend time with her cousin after the funeral. Sam had kissed Annie's forehead and left. How easy it had been to make excuses to Annie's father. He'd readily accepted that Annie and Jill wanted to get dressed up and go out for happy hour. Dad had been overjoyed to babysit, asking them to return by 7, as he had plans with his buddies. Annie knew what those plans were, play a game of blackjack with Aldo in Annie's place. But she didn't plan to return by 7. She planned to be in Aldo's penthouse suite at the Bella Vista with Jill. Neither one of them wanted to leave Las Vegas without putting a few things to rest. Annie and Jill walked into the Bella Vista at 5. They were dressed for a night on the town. Jill in her black dress. Annie in a red one. And the funny thing was, Annie felt none of the fear she had upon entering that casino the other day. This time, she'd planned to face Aldo on her terms. They walked up to the concierge's desk. Annie Raye to see Aldo Patrizio, Annie told the man in the maroon uniform. He's expecting me, but I'm early. The concierge looked skeptical. No doubt, few people showed up at his desk asking to see the casino's founder. Go on, Annie told him. We'll wait. She led Jill over to the grand fountain. Water shot up 20 feet in the air, splashing down in a big pool filled with coins. Kids and adults alike sat around its edge. This is a bad idea, Jill whispered. She'd been telling Annie that all afternoon. You know, when I used to make big financial presentations, I'd always take a moment to think about the results I wanted from the meeting. Delivering a clear summary of the company's financial position. Helping the management team understand options available to increase that position. And most importantly, not to make a fool of myself by stuttering or not knowing my facts. Is this supposed to be my pep talk? Because it sucks. Jill drew a deep breath. I have very few facts to present. What if Vince is with him? What if Vince never told his grandfather we were married? What if? My point is that you need to remember what you want from Aldo, Annie said levelly. His help with the Salazars. And him to understand that you won't give him a rematch game of blackjack. Jill nodded, a nervous series of head bobs. Ms. Raye. The concierge appeared before them. Mr. Patrizio will see you now. Annie had been fine until then. Calm. Determined. Mr. Patrizio will see you now. She couldn't seem to move. Jill hooked her arm through Annie's and dragged her forward. Pull yourself together before we get to the elevator, or I'm making a run for it. Aldo Patrizio greeted Jill and Annie at the penthouse elevator high above the strip. In the 18 years since she'd seen him, Aldo had shrunk in size. He looked like an old man. His shoulders were hunched in a high-quality, tan suit. His head was nearly bald. His face covered in age spots. Only his dark eyes seemed the same. They weighed and measured, collecting data and assessing odds, providing input as to his next move. Annie. Aldo offered his hand to shake, squeezing Annie's bones before releasing them. And this must be your handler. He turned toward Annie's cousin. Jill introduced herself by her first name, accepting the same bone-constricting hand shake that Annie had received. Come in. Aldo shuffled toward a door held open by a burly man in a plainclothes suit. You're early, but I take it that means you're eager. He chuckled. That sound. It brought back too many bad memories. Ones that turned Annie's stomach. She focused on her surroundings. The penthouse seemed empty, lacking life or air. A round card table had been set up in the middle of the living room. It was covered in a green felt cloth with white designations for each blackjack player to indicate where their cards should rest. There was a tray with chips next to the dealing shoe. And two places had what looked like $100 in chips set in neat stacks. I'm not playing, no matter what. Annie turned away from the table. The exterior walls of the penthouse were glass, floor to ceiling, with an unfettered view of the strip. The sun was beginning to go down. Bright, blinking lights began to come on up and down the strip. Aldo indicated they should sit at the table. Our dealer will be here soon. We'll wait on the couch. Annie sat. The white leather cushions were stiff and unwelcoming. We'd like to talk. She glanced toward Jill. Yes. Jill sat next to Annie. I'm Jill Patrizio. Vince's wife. Aldo sat across from them in what looked like another uncomfortable chair. He didn't look surprised at Jill's announcement. Ah. You've come for your payoff. I've been waiting years for this. I told Vince when he married you and you took off that you'd resurface with a number in mind. What's it going to take to divorce him? I'm not. I don't, Jill swallowed, reaching for Annie's hand. My son, in a halting voice, she explained the situation with the Salazars, making sure to emphasize that Teddy wasn't Vince's. Aldo listened in silence, occasionally staring at Jill, occasionally staring at Annie. And when Jill finished, he gestured toward the two of them. I'm told you're cousins. Annie and Jill exchanged glances, nodding. After all that, he brought up the fact that we're family? Annie mentally buckled in. In her experience, unpredictability meant things were about to go sideways. I'll help you with the Salazars, Aldo began, quite unexpectedly. But only if Annie plays me in blackjack tonight. No. Annie blurted. I'm not here to play you. I didn't agree to this game, even though the proceeds are supposed to go to pay for someone's medical treatment. That made her feel guilty. I haven't played blackjack since. Annie couldn't hold his gaze. She glanced around the room, not seeing things as they were today but as they'd been 18 years ago with a much younger Vince and her father in attendance. She found the courage to fix Aldo with a level stare. I don't play anymore. Me either, Aldo said gruffly, running his hands over the arms of his chair. No one wants to play an old man. That's why I was looking forward to this game. And if Annie plays, you'll help me? Jill asked, earning a sharp look from Annie. Aldo nodded. And you'll retract all those nasty ultimatums you made toward Annie all those years ago? Jill continued. The threats of bodily harm to her and her father? Aldo's thin lips puckered. Annie imagined her lips had flatlined. Jill was pursuing a dangerous line of questioning. We all say things we don't mean when we're angry, Jill said, apparently having found her stride. And in our youth, that's when we say the most foolish things. Aldo stopped puckering. In our youth? And then he laughed, a full-body series of guffaws that ended in a deep round of coughs as he fought what sounded like thick phlegm in his throat. Annie went to his side and rubbed his back, unwittingly drawing Aldo's bodyguard closer. I'm fine, Aldo wheezed. He waved off his security guard. I'm fine. Annie returned to her seat. I'm glad. You don't want me dead? Aldo asked in a thready voice, squinting at Annie. That wouldn't be very Christian of me. Aldo chewed on that answer before saying, I took something from you though. You stopped playing cards. You seemed to love it when we played before. It amused me. He almost smiled. I don't, Annie glanced at Jill, who shrugged. I don't remember having fun. We played in my card room. Aldo gestured toward a closed door behind them. Your father brought a bag of gummy bears and grape soda for you. You danced in your chair after every hand you won, then ate a gummy bear and took a sip of soda. Annie had a vague recollection of this. Very vague. Aldo chuckled, and this time, it didn't strike fear into Annie's heart. I thought I'd been scammed into playing you. There was no way a slip of a girl with blonde pigtails who bopped in her chair could be a phenomenon. He smiled at Annie, truly smiled. But you were a phenom. You beat me fair and square. Annie couldn't reconcile his recollection with hers. But then, I became aware of my grandson having made an unusual side bet. Aldo stared at his hands, clearing his throat with effort. And when he realized it, my hot-headed son began to get physical with Vince. When Aldo raised his gaze, there were tears in his eyes. He looked ancient and defeated. It was the first time I was aware of the abuse. And the last time it happened. I don't abide by violence. Annie gave him a very skeptical look. Those were my son's goons that beat your father. Aldo sat up straighter. They left this house when I banished my son. When neither Jill nor Annie said anything else, the old man added, it was part of the reason I honored Vince's bet, to make sure we weren't associated with dishonor. And it was also why I made certain your father's hospital bills were paid. I'm sorry to be your childhood boogeyman. But it couldn't be helped. Annie drew a deep breath, trying to fit in Aldo's perspective with memories, hers and her father's. She decided Aldo had sugar-coated his version but that there might be some truth to it. And he seemed to be sincere. There was a knock on the door. The security guard ushered in a young woman dressed as a dealer. What do you say, ladies? Shall we have a friendly game of blackjack? It took effort for Aldo to get to his feet. And after we play, I'll make a charitable donation to this medical fund everyone seems so interested in. Vince and Sam entered Aldo's penthouse suite shortly after 7 p.m. They'd both been antsy and had been ready to arrive early. Sam wasn't sure what he'd been expecting to find inside, but it hadn't been Jill, Annie, and Aldo sitting around a table playing a friendly game of blackjack. What's going on here? Vince demanded. The game was supposed to start at 8. Why do you always come in hot? Aldo demanded of his grandson. Not every glass is half empty. Where's Brett? Sam went to stand next to Annie, needing to reassure himself that she was all right. My dad is babysitting. Annie smiled at Sam, a smile so bright it eclipsed that very fancy red dress she was wearing. She was just fine. We purposefully ruined his plans to be here. If you entered the room and took the emotional temperature, you'd have known that we're getting along just fine. Aldo waggled his fingers toward the dealer. Hit me. The dealer slid a card in front of him. Aldo nodded, looking satisfied. Stay. Aldo, we've got to leave after this hand. Jill rubbed the old man's shoulder as if she'd known him all her life. "I'll stay, Sandra." The dealer looked at Annie. "Stay." Annie's hand found Sam's. She wasn't trembling. Her breathing wasn't ragged. And when she glanced at him again, with a calm expression, Sam realized she had everything under control. She didn't need him. But that look, that smile said she wanted him to be by her side. The dealer had a 10 showing. She flipped over her other card. A 9. 19. Dealer stays. The players revealed their hands. 19. Aldo showed his cards. 18. Jill showed hers. 20. Annie showed hers. That's game. That's when Sam noticed that Annie had almost all the chips in front of her. Aldo chuckled. "This has been the most pleasant evening I've had in a long time. Vince, get in touch with your contact, the one who organized this game. Let them know we'll donate the remainder of money Chauncey needs for his cancer treatment." Vince sank down into a chair. "I'm so confused." Jill and Annie got to their feet, hugged Aldo, and said their goodbyes. Sam made to follow Annie, but Aldo called him back. "We need you to be part of this discussion, Sam." He reluctantly took the seat at the table that Annie had vacated. "I've agreed to help Jill with the Salazars," Aldo began. "Sam, you'll find the dirt. I'm certain that no good son of theirs attacked more women than Jill. I'll set the legal wheels in motion with my lawyers. There will be no DNA test. And Vince, you'll bring me my great-grandson. I can't believe you let 12 years go by without bringing him home to meet me." Vince didn't seem to be able to find words. And Vince couldn't blame him. Chapter 22. Sam showed up at Brett's apartment first thing on Sunday morning. Annie's car wasn't in the lot, but he didn't worry. Most likely, she'd loaned it to Jill again. He scaled the stairs, wondering how Annie had turned things around with Aldo. Last night, the old man had been mum on that score. Brett opened the door at Sam's knock, looking wrung out. "You." Frowning, Annie's father swung the door open wider. Immediately, Sam sensed the emptiness inside before he'd even gotten a good look around. "They're gone," Brett confirmed in a disheartened voice. "Couldn't convince Annie to stay." His frown deepened. "Didn't help that you lost her that job at Slotto." Sam didn't argue. What was the point? Brett was right. "They're all gone." "Jill, too?" Brett nodded. "Drove off at first light." "Annie left?" Sam came in and sat down on the couch. "If I'd have known they were leaving, I would have stopped by last night. But it had been after 9 when he left the Bella Vista, too late to call when there were kids staying the night here." Brett shut the door and dragged a kitchen chair into the living room, taking a seat on it. "She liked you." "I like her." Present tense. He rubbed his chest, trying to rub out the ache. "She's pretty amazing." Brett nodded. A plane roared overhead. Sam waited for it to pass before saying, "I came to see Annie but also to deliver a message to you from Aldo." Brett tensed. Annie's leaving had hit him hard, but he seemed to pale at the mention of Aldo's name. Sam didn't blame him for expecting the worst. "Aldo wants to hire you, Ernie, and Chauncey." Brett scowled. "I'm not going to identify card counters for him. And neither will my friends. That's not what he wants." Sam sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "He's a cranky, lonely old man. All his friends have died or lost their grasp on reality. He needs people to play cards with. He wants to pay you to play with him." Brett's mouth dropped open. He passed a hand over the scar on his cheek. "I'll have to think about it. It pays well and includes benefits." Sam got to his feet, looking around once more, half expecting Annie to leap out of the woodwork. "Talk to Annie about her experience with Aldo last night. She'd charmed the old man. It'll help you make your decision." "She told me." Brett said. That geezer has a faulty memory when it comes to our shared past. We all need to refocus the lens we recall the past with, Sam said, patting the older man's shoulder as he headed for the door. Annie taught me that. Sam walked slowly down the stairs, wondering at the gaping hole in his chest, the one where his heart used to be. You should call him, Jill told Annie as they drove through Bakersfield. You should take your own advice, Annie said quietly. Neither one of them could call anyone right now if they wanted to. Their kids were sitting in the back seat playing games on Jill and Annie's phones. Annie concentrated on the road ahead because if she didn't, she'd think about Sam and that hard shell that hid a tender, vulnerable side. Guys like him didn't come along every day. But they also didn't come to Harmony Valley. Are you going to offer me that job cleaning toilets? No. And don't make me repeat all the reasons why. Jill glanced out the window at a very large, very new housing development. She'd been as melancholy as Annie the entire morning. You haven't heard the last of Vince, Annie predicted. Jill shook her head. I have. Aldo will take care of everything. And Vince will follow us home. He's cool, Mom, Teddy said from the back seat, clearly idolizing Vince. When he comes to visit, I'll get a ride in his car. He'll come to my soccer games. Anne. You met him once. Jill glanced back at her son. And you're judging him solely on the car he drives. Untrue, Teddy sounded adamant. He's my dad and I want to know why he hasn't been around. Maybe he's been a jerk before. But he stood up for us with those weird people after the funeral. You thought they were weird? Annie asked, catching his reflection in the rear view. They were staring at me. Teddy shivered dramatically. Creeps. He's a good judge of character, Annie told Jill. But Jill didn't answer. She was staring out the window again. Chapter 23. Annie finished scrubbing toilets at the railroad stop retreat. It had been 2 weeks since she'd left Las Vegas. Given how down Jill was, it wasn't a surprise that she finally caved into Annie's request to work part-time. Turns out, toilets were the least favorite thing Glamma liked to clean, followed by showers. Jill's 2 workers had come to an agreement where Annie cleaned all the bathrooms and Glamma cleaned everything else. Honestly, Annie was just happy to settle back into a routine, work for Jill Monday through Thursday and pour wine Friday through Sunday. She'd thought that keeping busy would keep thoughts of Sam at bay. Wrong. Sam was top of mind. Annie kept thinking she saw him around town. Last week, she spotted his lanky frame out of the corner of her eye at Martin's one morning when she was picking up coffee. Except it was Phil, former barber and octogenarian. A few days ago, she'd thought she'd seen that dark, unkempt hair as she passed El Rosal. Except it was Enzo, chef and part owner of the restaurant. And this morning, she'd been dropping Maddie off at school and thought she'd seen him drive past. Except it had been Sheriff Nate. Part of Annie believed she'd done the right thing leaving the way she had, without lingering kisses and a long goodbye. Sam didn't seem the sentimental type. But another part of Annie believed it had been a mistake to disappear without notifying him. But it was better just to rip bandages off quickly than to prolong the pain. What future did she have with a man in Las Vegas? None. Annie snapped off her plastic gloves, shoved them into her cleaning caddy, and made her way to the retreat office and its supply cabinet. It was time to end her shift. The next round of guests were starting to arrive, a university chess team. There were already cars unfamiliar to Annie parked in the lot. Movement in the office window caught Annie's eye. Of course, the silhouette looked like Sam. She saw him everywhere. Annie didn't break stride. She pushed into the office, kept her head down as she passed the guest waiting to check in, and headed toward the cleaning supply cabinet. A hand caught her arm. Annie? Annie glanced up, at Sam. Her heart nearly stopped beating. Is it, really you? It's not a chess player, Jill quipped from behind the counter. The cleaning caddy clattered to the floor as Annie threw herself into Sam's arms and kissed him, peppering her lips over his face before giving him a doozy of a kiss. Annie's feet landed on the ground about the time her lips left his. Sam looked shocked. He wasn't smiling. "I've just made a fool of myself. I'm sorry. You're probably here about the Salazars. Sent on a mission to reassure Jill rather than here to start a relationship with Annie." Annie's heart broke all over again. And it was only then, while she was realizing how painful this meeting was, that Annie realized she'd fallen in love with Sam. "I'm sorry." Annie backed up and tripped over the cleaning caddy, falling onto the toilet brush. I'm so stupid. You're just here to see you," Sam said in a firm voice, helping her up. "And Maddie." But Annie glanced at Jill, who shook her head. Poor thing hadn't heard a word from Vince. Sam brushed a lock of hair from Annie's eyes. "I packed up what little I own and drove out here because I love you, Annie Raye. I love you, and when you left, you took a piece of my heart with you. You and Maddie." Annie's eyes filled with tears. "But we only knew each other a few days. And most of that we spent fighting, or I passed out, or you picked me up off the ground." Sam nodded, bringing his arms around her. "But in between, we shared parts of our lives we hadn't shared with others. You helped me find me." He swallowed, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I'd lost Sam Knight a long time ago. And then you showed up, and there he was. There I was." Sam stared into Annie's eyes. Deep into her eyes, as if that's all he needed to do for the rest of his life. Just look at her. And have her look back in the same way. "Yes. The morning we left, I almost called you to say goodbye." Annie placed her hands on his chest. "But I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to say the words. You lit up when you found that human trafficker. I'd never seen you talk about anything else with that much enthusiasm. And I didn't want to get in the way of that passion, not after the way your eyes looked so haunted the first day we met." They looked a little mournful now. Sam brushed more hair from her eyes. "If you can stand your man to travel to recover teenage runaways, I can make my home base wherever you are. That is, if you love me." Annie's breath caught. "Do you love me, Annie? Can you love me?" Sam's hands framed her face. "I'm not perfect, and you deserve better, Anne. I love you, Sam Knight." Annie kissed him. How could she not? And when she was done proving her feelings with kisses, she began backing them up with her words. "I married the man I thought was perfect the first time around. He checked all the boxes my dad didn't." "Maybe you shouldn't talk about Frank," Jill murmured. They both looked at her. Stared at her. Perhaps made Jill feel unwelcome. "I think I hear Glamma calling me." Smirking, Jill took her cue and left them alone. "As I was saying," Annie cleared her throat. "I don't care if you're perfect because you're perfect for me." Sam drew her close. "I was hoping. You left me clues." "I did?" "You didn't turn off location sharing on your phone." He kissed the top of her head. "And you didn't demand compensation from Slotto for the shoddy background check I made." "I didn't want anything bad to come back on you." Annie's arms were wrapped around his waist. She still couldn't believe he'd come for her. "Lucky for you, Vince has no such compulsion." Sam eased out of her embrace and reached for his wallet. "I've got a check for you from Slotto to cover your living expenses while you were in Vegas, and compensation for emotional distress." Annie stared at the check, amazed at the amount. Emotional distress? She smiled up at him. "I fell in love. I reconnected with my father. I helped my cousin protect her son. So many good things happened." "Shoo. I won't tell." Sam pressed a finger to Annie's lips. "But I will tell you that another good thing happened to you. I closed the loop on your arrest record. Now, if anyone searches your history, it won't come up. With that check you're holding in your resume, you can have any job you want, no matter how long it takes to find it. Any job. Annie drew a deep breath, finally allowing a dream she'd been toying with to surface. I have a different perspective on jobs that suit me than I did a few weeks ago. Really? Sam drew her in. Clearly, kissing was on his mind again. And I'm here for it. Annie rose up on her tiptoes. But Jill barged in. More guests are arriving. A short, skinny kid with acne followed Jill inside, carrying a fancy, folding, wooden chessboard. We were just leaving. Sam grabbed Annie's hand and led her outside. Have you ever heard of forensic accounting? Annie asked him as they walked to a more or less private spot behind the cab of his truck. I think I'd be a great consultant for companies that suspect an employee is skimming the books. With a job like that, I could work from anywhere. Including Harmony Valley. Sam's smile widened. From what I've seen, it's a nice little town. Annie beamed. Great for raising kids. She wouldn't mind having more with Sam. The object of her thoughts drew Annie close, staring deeply into her eyes the way she liked. I love you, Annie Raye. We've seen some tough times, but we've come through the worst of it and we're still moving forward. Annie loved that Sam knew they still had personal journeys ahead. I love you, Sam. I think I loved you from the moment we met. And whether he believed her or not, Sam kissed her. He kissed her long and hard and lasting. Which made Annie believe that someday he'd see himself exactly the way she did. As her knight in shining armor. Epilogue. Why did you have to move to Harmony Valley? Aldo's gruff voice demanded, ringing in Sam's earbuds. You know why, old man. Sam stood on a ladder at the railroad stop retreat, having been roped into hanging Christmas lights by Annie. He stretched an arm to the right, managing to snag the strand on the rusty hook. The rest of the strand dangled down 2 stories. The loves of my life are here. Annie and Maddie. Hey, don't fall, Annie called to him from below. She was holding the ladder steady. I'm not going to fall, he reassured her. Sam just didn't relish climbing back down the 20-foot ladder only to move it 5 feet further to the right and climbing back up. Aldo, I can't talk now. Surprisingly, you've turned out to be a good private investigator, Aldo continued as if Sam hadn't spoken. I could give you more work if you returned to Vegas. Unlikely, given you're now semi-retired. The wind rustled through the pines. It was a nice, sunny afternoon in Harmony Valley. It would have been a great day if Sam hadn't discovered an aversion to creaky old ladders. Teddy, Maddie, and Jill were decorating a live pine tree near the retreat's office. The office door was open and Christmas music drifted out, Holly Jolly Christmas. I have enough work of my own. Important work. Sam had partnered with an organization dedicated to bringing attention to missing children. He received cold case files almost daily. In fact, his cell phone pinged with another message. Sam climbed down, needing to finish stringing lights. You sound lonely, old man. What's Vince been doing? He'd been avoiding Sam's calls. Aldo scoffed. I don't want to talk about him. And don't ask me why. Hi Aldo, Annie said before kissing Sam's cheek. I like you better down here within kissing distance. Me, too. Sam gathered her close for a brief hug. He'd never tire of showering love on Annie. And one benefit of that love was the gentle receding of his PTSD. Do you have me on speakerphone? Aldo demanded, full of bluster today. Hello, Annie. Your father misses you. Come back to Vegas. Aldo says hi, honey. And no, Aldo, I don't have you on speakerphone. Sam released Annie, then moved the ladder more than 5 feet to the right before climbing slowly back up. He estimated at least 2 more ladder moves before they were finished. If I'm not on speaker, Sam, you should relay the complete message, exactly as I spoke it, Aldo grumbled. Why haven't you heard from Vince? I should call Jill. She'll have heard from him. My lawyers gave me a progress report on the Salazars this morning. Vince should have called her today. She hasn't heard from him either. Sam could tell by the grin set to her mouth every time Vince's name came up or Teddy asked and his father was coming to visit. It had been nearly a month since Jill had visited Vegas. And Sam suspected Jill hadn't talked to Vince more than a handful of times. A deep rumble carried through the woods from the 2-lane road. It grew louder. "It's him!" Teddy cried, dropping the gold garland he'd been stringing around the live fir tree and running toward the parking lot. "Who?" Maddie asked. She'd been carefully layering silver tinsel on the tree, strand by strand, so she could count them. "It's not him," Jill insisted, fastening a big red bow on a branch. Sam assumed Jill and Teddy were talking about Vince. "What's happening?" Aldo demanded. "I hear shouting but I can't make out the words." The deep, growly sound of a very expensive, luxury sports car grew louder still. "If you must know, I'm stringing Christmas lights." But Sam turned on the ladder, peering through the tall pine trees. "It's him!" Teddy shouted, waving like mad as a familiar, red sports car pulled up. He was desperate to have a father figure in his life and had his heart set on Vince. "Aldo, I'm going to have to go," Sam told Aldo as he climbed back down the ladder. "Vince is here." The end. If you'd like to read Jill and Vince's story, set completely in Harmony Valley, you can grab your copy of or listen to A Small Town Christmas Reunion.